height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have
to... Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
“远方的流水，曾将我带入一个温暖的怀抱。 很长的一段时间里，他们将我的到来看作是上天的礼物。巧合、命运，诞生了无意义的希冀。人们相信，是我为他们带来了收成与希望。尽管如此，我依然对周遭的一切产生困顿与不解。水中的鱼儿似乎更能让我感到亲近。直到那日，灾难再度降临，我终于明白，是沉默让鱼成为了任人宰割的动物。为什么鱼儿不能说话呢？回答我的，只是无尽的深渊与黑暗。荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Legend has it that it was once home to a prince. The prince had a puppy. But one day, the puppy died. The prince was inconsolably distraught and offered a reward to anyone who could resurrect the dog, saying that he would be willing to give anything in return.
They believed that a goddess would be reborn as one of them every generation. And as long as the goddess danced for the Lord would be blessed by the heavens. and at the sacred ceremony, she danced and prayed for rain. Soon, rain indeed fell.
Hey, it's your turn.
An evil born from desire summons forth a cruel priest. An open hand ushers in the decaying birth. A turned hand leads to the despairing death. Only from a submissive soul can flowers bloom eternal. The sinners fear me. They will immolate themselves to burn this mark upon my fingertips. While the innocent has challenged me through brave naivety, you think you have unveiled the absurd truth. My sheltered subjects. If you have never set foot in the darkness of the abyss, how can you understand the significance of a distant ray of light? Criminals engrave their evil intentions on their faces, forehead, pupils, cheekbones. The beast within cannot hide from science. These wax statues are my vessels to imprison evil, but in my sister's innocent eyes, they are merely works of art. And so, I left her all alone. I received invitations to conduct my research across continents. My shaping fueled my theory, and my theory shaped the world. How was my sister doing? The thought rarely crossed my mind. But when I come home, I bet I still see that same happy face, the face of an artist immersed in her work. I have returned. Only too late. The escaped beast wrought its sin upon an innocent lamb. Late justice is a sin for which I must atone. The wax has been heated. The model has waited long enough. This time, let's do this together.
Welcome back to day 3 of the North American and European tournament right here, and it's going to be very, very exciting. We're going to see a lot of top teams going against each other. We are starting today with ICT versus B4U, as well as Legacy versus IT. I'm very excited to cast these matches. We already have seen fantastic gameplays from these teams before. How are you doing? We are today here with Poch Spice, and I'm curious to get into these matches, and I'm very happy to have you on my side today.
Yeah, I'm really excited. You know, IDT for NAEU, the region is bursting with energy, and I'm so excited because I reviewed some of the videos from last week, and we saw a lot of off-meta characters and a lot of representations, which I feel like is always good for the game. But we did see that the meta still prevailed, but it's really good to have those representations out there. And you know what? We're seeing teams like B4U, Legacy, Fusion, all these teams coming out of the woodwork, really representing for them to claim IVT glory. So super excited, especially for the first match we have, which is ICT versus B4U, which shout outs to Eli said is going to be a really close match, competitive wise.
Yeah, it's gonna be very, very exciting. And as you already mentioned, I'm very curious to see which characters will come into play because if we go into further rounds, we're gonna see more bans, and that might be something that the further the tournament progresses, we're gonna see more and more often because obviously, as further we progress, the more head-to-head it's gonna be, the more we're gonna see third and maybe even 4 rounds in these entire matches. And again, curious to see which hunters we're gonna see because we already have seen a variety of hunters that are off meta. We saw first day, first matches, Gamekeeper. But let's
Exactly.
just jump into the brackets real quick. As we see right here, we are on day 3 today. We are deciding who is going to be in the next bracket. ICT versus B4U is starting off this day. Then we're gonna jump into the match Legacy versus IT, and then we also have Fusion versus WZ and Garden of Eden versus MRH. It's gonna be very, very interesting today.
Yeah, I mean, you and me, we watch witnessing ICT versus B4U, then Legacy versus IT, and I know IT has yet to perform in a big stage like this, so this is a very big proving ground, especially going up a veteran team, I would say, against Legacy. But as we mentioned, our first matchup for today is ICT versus B4U, then Legacy versus IT. You know, ICT. A lot of old and known players in this team, but I would have to give the edge to B4U in terms of experience because B4U was the team to represent the NA region in Call of the Abyss. However, though, I know that they did take a little bit of a break, and ICT stayed in the game, started grinding it out. So this is gonna be a real competitive one, Grizzly.
That is for sure. And as you mentioned, B4U is just the team that has represented our server on the Call of the Abyss tournaments in every single tournament so far. So B4U is definitely a team you want to watch out for. If you're going against B4U, you're basically going against the champion, at least on our server. And that is definitely going to be a big, big matchup right here. ICT can definitely make a name right here for themselves. They already did by being in this tournament. But, you know, if they are able to defeat B4U and move on into the brackets, that's definitely a huge win for them. But then on the other side, you can't underestimate B4U. As you mentioned, they are just the big name, right? The big name on our server. And Legacy versus IT, it's just gonna be as good. Legacy is such a huge team, and IT is definitely gonna make a name for themselves if they're able to defeat Legacy. It's, you know, in both directions, no matter how it will end, it's going to be an action-packed match that we're gonna spectate. Very, very curious to see it. And as you mentioned, ICT versus B4U, we got a little bit of insight that might be a really, really close matchup. And I am very curious to see who will move on in this tournament.
Oh yeah, 100%. Especially when it comes to survivors versus survivor versus survivor in that matchup. But we are moving on with the schedule, ladies and gentlemen. Fusion versus WZ to follow up that amazing match between IT versus Legacy, followed by Garden of Eden versus MRH to cap out the day. And shout outs to Hell and Eli for covering those next matches. But, you know, in the first half, it's going to be me and Grizzly keeping you guys company, giving you guys the action and highlights, and probably losing our voices from the amazing plays that we're about to witness. And what I wanted to bring up was, you know what, time away from the game could actually make you kind of a little stagnant. But you know what, watching B4U last week, they seem to have the chemistry is still there. In addition to having Cats along with them, we did see that, you know what, Schmitty using the patient now. I love seeing that change of meta, and then you see like Cats on the forward. But not to mention, we're already getting a little bit into it. But ICT, you know, Psyche with the amazing kite. Again, he's so hard to pin down, and V4XL having an amazing seer. So here we have the lineup, ladies and gentlemen. B4U Sprinter will be coming in because we did see King come out with the sculptor. We have Sprinter, Schmitty, Paul Blems, My Leg, and Cats for the lineup of B4U.
That is going to be very interesting. And as you mentioned it, we had Cats coming in as forward, and we also know that he's very well known for his cowboy. Schmitty as patient, who is also known for his forward. And talking about the patient, we also had Milek coming in with the psychologist. I really love to see these combinations, or just the survivors on their own, because they are very unique. I really like the skills of them. And we also had problems in the mix-up with the Seer as well as the Priestess. And as you mentioned, Sprinter will be most likely the hunter that we will see today. Last weekend, we saw Xing coming in as very, very destructive Sculptor, really getting these points for B4U. So very, very curious to see what B4U brings out this time. Very well known for, just very meta plays. Coming out with the meta characters and showing us why you want to use these meta characters, because they are extremely strong. Now jumping over to ICT side right here, we have John Tato on the Hunter side. We have seen him utilizing the Sculptor last week in just a destructive manner, as we have mentioned with B4U. But we also have Blue Racecar, who isn't on the list right here, who was utilizing the Gamekeeper. Blue Racecar, known as a hunter that utilizes these older characters and more off-meta characters. Would absolutely love to see the Gamekeeper again, or maybe a Ripper, a Soul Weaver, but he also knows how to utilize that breaking wheel. Talking about Pinto, we had Pinto coming in as Better, as well as Postman. Proud coming in as Cowboy and Ford. We had Wexel as Seer, as well as Perfumer, and Psyche, Mercenary. So also a very, very heavy, I would say, meta lineup right here. So as we already mentioned, two teams that will definitely clash against each other and that will definitely make it into a round 3, maybe even a round 4, I would say.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the last two, V4XL and Psyche, are who I have my radar on because they made a big impression on me last week. V4XL, especially with his Perfumer and as well as his Seer, bought so much time. I mean, Psyche took that first kite from that evil reptilian, but you saw like the coordination. You saw that they didn't settle for anything less than a 4-man escape. And that's what's so dangerous, especially I know the Sprinter, he's a veteran hunter, very well respected. However, I don't know, like going up against V4XL or Psyche, he might have his hands full if he does chase them at the start.
That is true. And as you just highlighted, the Perfumer play that we saw on Moonriver Park, right? It was just such a phenomenal play. Perfumer, going in for Perfumer is definitely a risky situation, but as soon as all 3 Perfumes are out, you just have, fair play, because then you have the Survivor who cannot utilize any skills, so it's really, really good to go for that Survivor, as long as the 3 Perfumes are, gone. But then we also saw Pinto coming in with the Better, who was not giving the hunter a
harassing, right?
Exactly.
So bad.
Prolonging that kind of the Perfumer even longer. I absolutely love to see the variety of characters that IdentityV is offering, and also the varieties of strategies that we are nowadays seeing. You cannot just say, oh yeah, it's going to be this hunter, this survivor lineup, and they're gonna play this strategy, because there's just such a huge variety. Also when it comes to not necessarily only meta, but also off-meta characters that have been utilized so frequently lately. So very, very excited to be here today to see these matches, and I'm really looking forward to just jump into the next match to see these survivor lineups, and obviously to see the hunters as well.
Oh yeah, and not to mention also, just to add to the Perfumer, right? She can't afford a hit. If she gets hit at the start, the Perfume will be rendered useless for that instant tap Perfume. So for V4XL to use the Perfume, 3 Perfumes perfectly, and for the Batter to come in there, it just shows the level of proficiency this Survivor team has. Now, I mean, we've already talked about B4U and how great they are, but again, I like to see how they are able to apply this new meta, and we kind of had shades of that last week when Schmitty went for the patient and Myleg the psychologist, I believe, and you saw how Katz also was able to play a role in that, because he's technically the newest member of B4U. B4U is really known as a tight-knit group, and adding Katz into that mix, everyone was thinking like, oh, the chemistry. They questioned the chemistry, and I think they passed with flying colors with how they performed last week, because they had a pretty competitive match last week, even though they got 2-0. It was pretty close with how things panned out. If you guys haven't seen it yet, just check out the VODs on the YouTube channel. But I'm excited to see how this will go, because they do say that this season is very Survivor-sided, since there are 3 new Survivors in competitive play. However, the Hunters, only one new is Naiad, technically in competitive play. The Wax Artist isn't available just yet, ladies and gentlemen. But I wonder if who will be taking the points. Will it be the Survivor side, or will it be the Hunter side in this matchup?
That is for sure a good question right here. And as you already mentioned, seeing these new characters coming in and, having new characters added to the game is one thing, but actually seeing them being utilized right away is a totally different thing. We saw, for example, when the Dream Witch was a new character in the game. Nobody really was utilizing that Dream Witch. It took some time for everyone to really, get behind to develop skills and strategy with that character. So just seeing all these new characters just straight up coming into the game and being utilized is very, very exciting. We are seeing ICT on the survivor side right here. We can also see Sprinter already banning the mechanic, trying to push down that decoding speed, and Pinto coming in with the Ford, and Vexel coming in with the Seer. If you get the chance to utilize that Seer, you get so much chances to actually prolong kites and to buy more time for your survivor team. So we have Vexel as Seer. Priestess, we are on the Sacred Heart map. Sacred Heart is such a good map for the Priestess. So banning that Priestess is definitely a good choice. And now we can see Psyche coming in as Mercenary. And we already mentioned it, the new survivor Psychologist coming in. And I want to ask you real quick, what do you think about the Psychologist?
Psychologist is great, honestly. Oh wow, and Sprinter goes for the signature sculptor. I think Psychologist is in big contention to replace Gravekeeper in terms of the meta. And usually this lineup, you can replace Psychologist with Gravekeeper, but she can just tank those hits. And now, considering this lineup, I mean, the juiciest survivors to go for the Seer, right? Especially chip damage Hunter. But if you look at the forward, if you look at the Mercenary or the Psychologist, they can be a very big headache to kite, especially at the start. And the Seer is still out. They can ask for that Owl. I think Sprinter has his hands full in this one, even though Sculptor is, she's still the meta. She's still the bar that the Hunters are being compared to. She's excelling in all three aspects of what you can get in a Hunter: camping, chase, as well as map presence. And now spawning inside the hospital. Let's see who's going to go to first. Proud and Psyche are within the vicinity, and Sprinter already making his way to the ruin area. And we're trying to see Psyche. Let's see the forward as well. So this is going to be quite tough for Sprinter to try to commit to, because he does not want to go for that forward early game.
That is true. But on the other side, you have a total of 4 survivors, and if you really want to find that one survivor, it's definitely going to be a little bit more difficult. But we can see that he is actually concentrating on that Psychologist right now. Psychologist can tank a hit, as you already said. As soon as she is hit, she will start healing. Fantastic! Fantastic statues. Fantastic, avoidance of the statues, but also switch right here coming in with these statues. We have the Owl. This is what I was talking about with Eli before last weekend, when you have not only the Psychologist being able to tank it, but you also have the Seer in your team, so she can potentially take 4 hits and buy so much time that the rest of the survivors can decode. We can also now see that he's committing to the Seer, as you mentioned.
This is actually great because he already baited that Owl. The Seer is pretty naked when it comes to resources here. He has nothing to utilize. He'll have to go inside that hospital. Like you said, also the Priestess not being here is going to be hard for the survivors to go. And now we see that he did have that hit. And also to take note, almost at full presence is Sprinter. And now we'll fully commit to trying to down V4XL. I believe the forward is in the vicinity too to try to provide some aid. But V4XL still doing a great job containing the Hunter in this side of the map, while we see the other survivors just decode.
Just taking that statue right here. I mean, there was no way to get away from that statue. But on the other side, you have to say, very nice, very nice. Seer being in the hospital area is just the strongest area for the survivors to kite around. And now with the help of the forward, we might actually see a change of attention right here. The Seer, almost down, is now able to get away, and the forward is taking that attention away. Fantastic coordination on the survivor side right here. Sprinter is now committing to get the forward.
Wow, okay, so yeah, forcing to go for that forward, lost line of sight of that Seer that was about to fall down one more hit. Pinto might have to eat a melee hit just to transition to a better part of this map, but still all good. Now, the Sprinter used the teleport right away to try to find a better target, finds the Psychologist, the first target he was going after at the start, and at full presence, has to eat that pallet hit, and now one Cypher already has popped, Grizzly.
Very, very nice. But now you have to see that the Psychologist is basically as helpless as the Seer when it comes to skills, already utilizing her self-healing ability, and that will put her into a space where one hit will also bring her down. I mean, she can still get the statue hit right here. That wouldn't... As
you mentioned, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that wouldn't look that good, but we have brought the first survivor on the chain. As you said, survivors are already popping these cipher machines.
And just looking at the war of attrition here, he already spent that L. There's no more football left for the forward to use. Mercenary still has some elbow pads to go for that rescue, but we're still at 4 ciphers, and the hunter is already at full presence. So Sprinter really needs to sit on this momentum if he wants to capitalize on the surge of the game here. Now, 3 ciphers already remain. We do see that the mercenary already elbow pad away from that cipher that just popped. Who will be going for the rescue? That is the question to ask.
I think Mercenary is definitely trying to get the attention of Sprinter right here, which could open up. Yes, Pinto coming in, opens up the chance for Pinto to move in. We see Sprinter realizing that the survivors of the chair now again concentrating on that psychologist, because she will go down as soon as Tide Turner runs out, really landing these statues. Absolutely love to see it. And now immediately utilizing the skill to, you know, slow down the decoding speed. Was able to hit the forward, right? So fantastic job right here.
Yeah, Sprinter had that proactivity to try and go for that double down, but still got that chip shot on that forward. Can really respect that. And now we see that the psychologist will be heading back to the manor. So now this is where Sprinter can really lean into his momentum. Pinto hanging out in the entrance of the hospital, but these statue hits, again, full presence. Sculptor is so menacing for these survivors to avoid those statues.
Fantastic job. Now could concentrate on the forward too, because forward is also not having the skill left. Mercenary on the other side still has 1 elbow and is trying to get the attention. Was going towards the hunter, was saying like, hey, I am here, take me, leave my teammates alone. But Sprinter having the patience to just say, alright, as soon as I see someone else, I am not going for that mercenary. He is going to be a pain. Wow, the statue, Sears, 1 hit, even with chip damage, he would go down. Obviously, that's gonna be a difficult situation at the window.
Yeah, the resources have been so efficiently spent by Sprinter. That teleport was well timed. These statues have been landing. Again, the way he was able to, you know, just get that presence of that sculptor really played in his favor. Early game, it was kind of on the back foot, but this is what the sculptor still presents, ladies and gentlemen. Very like dominant, presence all around the map. And now you see that the mercenary is forced to go for that rescue early. We do see that, you know, he's trying to avoid these statues, gets the rescue. Oh my god, and the last effort will be popped.
Fantastic job just avoiding the statues and just getting that rescue without even taking damage. But we have Sprinter right here being patient and really concentrating, focusing on the Seer, because he wants to bring out these survivors 1 by 1. And obviously Seer would be the next target that he's really going for. He's also trying not to only scare off the mercenary, but to bring down the mercenary. Fantastic job putting the mercenary on the chair and probably concentrating on the Seer right after that. This is putting the survivors into a difficult situation. We can see in the bottom left, forward decoding that cipher machine. He is also the only one who is alive, and he cannot take another statue right here because he would go down. Already a really good situation for Sprinter. There are still 2 cipher machines remaining, and even with the one that is almost primed, it's gonna be a very difficult task for the survivors to get out of here.
And he forced V4XL to use his self-heal, so once he downs that Seer, he can just leave him right there. Pinto hanging around close by the area, giving the Sprinter some tinnitus. And we do see that Sprinter is guarding these 2 ciphers and spots V4XL trying to make a mad dash to the statue area. Nice avoidance of the statue so far, but he's got to watch out. 1 more hit and he will be falling down. Mercenary already past the half. And we do see that the forward is hanging out at the 2nd floor. Sprinter just waiting for his skill to cool down so he can try and just swat away that Seer from the statue area.
Fantastic job. Look, I mean, now that you look at the cipher machines, they're gonna pop this one, and the one inside the hospital building is also really, really well decoded. But as you mentioned, if the Seer is taking 1 more hit, he cannot self-heal. He will be on the ground. There's no chance for him to get up again. Wow. Avoiding it. Mercenary now out of the game. We can see the cipher machine pop. Seer will go down. Now I think the forward has the chance to get back and prime that cipher machine.
Yeah. Oh, so close. Look, Grizzly, lower left side of the street. That was so close to pop. I mean, it was really almost prime, but Sprinter having the wherewithal to know, all right, I gotta chair the Seer, and now the cipher did pop. Sprinter now has the Seer past the half. Pinto trying to find an escape route, but we see that Sprinter is on the case and is on the chase. It has detention as well, so let's see how this one goes.
The good thing for Pinto right here is that Seer is on the chair. Seer will go down, will get out of the game eventually. Wow! was just trying to say that the chance they have to get to the dungeon is not the worst, but with these statues against Sprinter Sculptor right here, it is definitely an easy and very difficult task to actually get to that dungeon. And as we see, as soon as Sprinter laid his eyes on that target, there was no escape. A 4 survivor elimination, 5-point game from Sprinter's side right here. Sculptor coming in, fantastic job. The question now is, how will ICT come back from this? We have seen ICT coming back from, not coming back, but, you know, really eliminating all these survivors as well. So I'm really curious to see if B4U is able to sneak one survivor through the dungeon or maybe the exit gate, because that is the mindset right now. If we want to win that first round for us, if we want to get a point, we just need one survivor in the next match.
Exactly. Now looking at the match stats here, you know, the containment time was really one of the prime reasons for like us thinking that, you know, ICC could probably do this, but you gotta admit, like, Sprinter's progression of how he was able to manage his resources, use the teleport at the exact moment, wasn't deterred about, all right, I can't find the seer. He was actually really rolling with the punch as well. It's like, all right, I'm gonna chase the psychologist first. I'll deal with this later. And the way he was able to adjust accordingly just shows the veteran experience, him not buckling under the pressure. Because I'll admit, the early game, it was really survivor-sided, but yeah, 1 or 2 ciphers were popped, but that's when he was already at full presence. So again, congratulations, Sprinter, you know, getting 5 points for his team. 4 pallets destroyed, 27 strikes. That's a lot of destruction and 7 knockdowns. But on the side of ICT, though, everyone had above 60 seconds containment time, so they spent a lot of time containing Sprinter. Unfortunately, it didn't go in their favor, but we still have other rounds to decide that. And as you mentioned, they'll be switching sides. I think John Tato might bring out the Sculptor as well, so we might see a mirror match.
That might happen, that is for sure. It's gonna be very, very exciting. And as you mentioned, this match right here was very, very evenly balanced, right? Like, they were able to pop the 5 Cypher machines. They were putting up such a fantastic fight. Sculptor from Sprinter right here with the precise hits on these survivors and the fantastic gameplay, really concentrating on the right survivors at the right time. Fantastic job. Definitely deserve the 5 points right here. But this can all, like, you know, that's just the start right here. Everything can still change. As you already said, Blue Tato can come in with the Sculptor, and we know Blue Tato is extremely strong with that Sculptor as well. The mindset on both teams is right now, hey, I need, when we look at ICT plus Tato,
John Tato. It's Blue Race Car and John Tato.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
Our combination of them, though, like that.
Yeah, right.
A super hunter.
Just trying to, you know, really empathizing the team right here. ICT, when we look at the hunter side, they know they have to get the 5-point game. They know they have to concentrate on the 4 survivor elimination to at least tie this first round. What they want to do is really concentrate on that. And on the other side, this might lift a little bit of pressure on B4U's survivor side, because they only need 1 survivor through the gate or through the dungeon. But then on the other side, when I say only need 1, that means, you know, they still have to get 1 out of there. Not that that is an easy task. They just have to accomplish this 1 mission, basically, to secure 1 escaped survivor. But again, that's definitely not going to be easy. And I agree with you. We're gonna see the Red Church, not the Red Church, the Sacred Heart Hospital map again, and we might see a Sculptor mirror match, just showing B4U that, hey, what you can do, we can do. Or, you know, how is it going? What we can do, what you can do, I can do better.
I can do better. Exactly.
Yes,
there we go. One-upsmanship. True. Just like our badges, I think you have the bigger one, unfortunately. But
what you can do, I can do.
Exactly. That's it. That's how we were comparing off stream, ladies and gentlemen. But as you mentioned, we might actually see a mirror match in terms of even bans, I would say, because Sculptor, she wants to take her time. You saw the fact that Sprinter did like to take his time, and that's courtesy of banning that mechanic. And, you know, the hospital isn't as scary to chase anymore because the priestess isn't there. So I have a feeling we're going to see probably the same sort of lineup. The only area... wow, I even feel like we might even see just this literal same lineup, unless they want to opt for maybe a Cypher Rush or maybe add a Prisoner into that mix. But how things are looking out and looking at the lineup of B4U, you know what, obviously you're going to want to lock in that forward either from Katz or Schmitty or, and Roland with that Mercenary as well. where I'm thinking Paul Blems with the Seer. So it's looking like it's gonna ramp up to a mirror match, Grizzly.
Yeah, I can agree. Definitely, we also have Milek with the psychologist who we saw in the match. But then I also question myself. Milek, very well known for the psychologist, was already utilizing the psychologist in previous matches. But we have also seen Milek utilizing the priestess. Maybe that's gonna be a little bit of a switch up because Seer, if we are going to expect the sculptor, right? The Seer's owl can be cancelled out if you're timing the statues right with the statues, right? So maybe you would rather in the first round when only one survivor is banned and maybe the priestess is still available, maybe you're gonna switch out Seer with priestess. I'm curious to see if it's gonna be an exact mirror match or if the survivors are switching it up a little bit, or maybe even the hunter. Who knows? We are just predicting what could happen. It could go down a completely different route.
True. Actually, I like that train of thought. You know what? Especially if they're going to gear up towards facing another sculptor, I think having the priestess in the mix it definitely makes a stronger case for the survivors, especially in this map, and would probably be a priority. As we saw that once the owl was utilized, it's so hard to farm that owl, especially against a half-fed sculptor. Yeah. So we saw once again, just taking it back to the match. Once the owl was utilized. Luckily for him, the Seer was actually in the immediate vicinity. So immediately, all right, you got the owl. I'm gonna go after the Seer now because he's pretty much no more resources on his side. So I'm excited to see because we know that Paul Blem's a really great priestess as well.
Oh, you're right.
Paul Blem's
or
my limbs. Both of them actually can
exactly.
use
So we have two players that could utilize that. Priestess, and you're right. So we could still see the psychologist. I was just looking at Milek right here, who we have seen as priestess and psychologist. So I was just thinking, maybe we are not going to see psychologists, but you just mentioned it. Problems could also be the priestess, and who's known as Seer. And as I mentioned it, if anything, I would switch out the Seer with the priestess on this map against this specific hunter. So that could definitely happen. I'm very, very curious to see how the lineup will be from before you. And yeah, we were talking about it earlier. The psychologist. I just really like to bring that up. I really, really like to see these new survivors coming into the game. And yeah, your opinion on the psychologist when she can tank that survivor and she immediately heals. I can only agree. She is a great survivor, and I'm curious to see if she will remain in the meta of the game.
I would say, I did mention that she's sort of replacing, I wouldn't say replacing, but being more prioritized than Gravekeeper. Where I see she edges out Gravekeeper is probably where I see Gravekeeper edge out her is when it's a breaking wheel match, because once he gets into that burrow state, like the breaking wheel can't really get spike that burrow state. But yeah, I think psychologist, even in IVL, very prioritized. Even I believe even last week was even banned at the start. So I think they're starting to see the full potential of that psychologist.
Now that you mention it, right off the bat, we saw psychologists being banned just because there's an immediate huge respect for that new character and the potential of this character and what this character can bring to the game, bring to the table of the survivor side. Very, very curious to see what we can expect this time. Again, on the other side, if you're banning the psychologist, you're really leaving a lot of space for the, let's say, older meta characters that we have seen over and over again. And are you willing to do that, right? Are you willing to face a team of all the original meta characters? It's pick your poison, which character are you gonna ban, and which characters are you allowing the survivor team to actually pick. But we can see Milek and Problems in the first two survivor spots. I think we might actually see one of these two utilizing that priestess we were talking about. We have the mechanic being banned. Curious to see what is happening. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Grizzly on the money with the Seer and priestess prediction, which again, very formidable. Now, John Tato has, another ban on his side, bans the mercenary, well and good, because, having a mercenary, because we know that Schmitty and Katz can use that forward. So they'll be locking that one in. And at least they don't have to worry about having the mercenary in that mix. You were saying, Grizzly.
Yeah, that's very right. We have Schmitty coming in as forward and Cats coming in as Postman. Very, very good support character. Can't wait to see these teams going against each other again. Now the question is, are we gonna see John Tato on the Hunter side as Sculptor? Yes, we're gonna see exactly that. Just such an extremely strong character. You just don't want to miss out, because in round number 2 we're gonna see bans on the Hunter side, and that will mean that we're gonna see bans for the Sculptor. That is for sure. We're gonna see bans for the Sculptor, just because she's very, very powerful and very, very dangerous, and you just don't want to risk losing more points than needed. All right,
100%.
we are about to jump into this match, and I'm just really curious now to see that Priestess and how the Priestess will come in, how the portals will maybe change the outcome of this match right here, and how important it is to ban the Priestess in Sacred Heart Hospital. We are jumping right into it. John Tato seems to find Schmitty with the forward first, but is definitely concentrating on transitioning away, trying to find a different survivor.
What's important here is also to note that the postman already sent like the forward a letter, so the decoding is on the side of the survivors, and now we see that John Tato did bring peepers, so at least he has some foresight inside this hospital, chasing my leg outside in the ruins area. Now my leg already communicating that I need this area to kite in. I might have to eat this hit and try to transition elsewhere, but John Tato just trying to build that presence up.
We still have the seer in the game. Priestess can still provide a long kite. What's really good for John Tato is that Priestess already utilized 2 portals to get out of the main building and is leaving her without any skills. And as I mentioned, Seer's out just coming in right in time. Now going back into the building, trying to buy more time in the strongest kiting area of the map. And this could actually be really, really good. But as I mentioned, we have Milek right here. He only has 1 portal left. He's utilizing it right away. This could be really, really good for the survivors, but if John Tato is able to bring down the Priestess very, very soon, that's gonna change the pace of the team for the survivor side as well.
True, and you saw that he dropped the peeper right away, but my leg just getting out of the hospital already, just buying so much time. While the Cypher progress is already popping left and right, we do see that my leg is trying to contain the Hunter here at the shack area. Postman being chased, well, he's actually near the area, so we might provide some support with that dog. So let's see. Oh, he goes.
Ooh, hit that dog! What a sniper right here. Extremely good. You can also see how Milek is slowly transitioning from area to area, going back into the building. And we can also see that Schmitty, the forward, was in the area as well. Might come in as a rescuer next. We can see. Oh, basement!
This could be this could actually be a momentum changer. I was just about to say 2 ciphers remain, but this rescue has to be very precise. We do see that Schmitty on the forward is already providing that tinnitus at the 2nd floor, probably waiting for everyone to prime that cipher before he makes that rescue. We do see that the seer is trying to pop that, it's not even half. So Cats now being monitored by the chisel. So again, really tough decision for them to make, because we do see that John Tato is guarding this basement with his life.
That is for sure, and as you mentioned, waiting, Schmitty right there, waiting for the Cypher machine progress to go ahead a little bit further, but then on the other side, both survivors, both Cypher machines haven't been at halfway. Very nice. Stun is trying to get into that basement.
Huge stun.
Taking harm right here. We have Milek off the chair right now. We have Type They will definitely be able to get out of this basement right here. But obviously, John Tato trying to land these hits, trying to get the double hit right here, jumping down, last effort is kicking in, and now concentrating on that Priestess. Priestess will go out of the game, so definitely wants to get that.
Yes, Schmitty does have a football left, so John Tato just looking over his shoulder. He can't pick him up just yet. We do see the Seer. Oh my god, running past him, circling around. He missed the hit, and now he gets the hit, and now can he pop it in time?
Oh, that is right here. Fantastic job. Wow, the team coordination, as you mentioned, and even with Schmitty coming in with the stun or trying to stun, they knew they had it timed perfectly, like just perfectly out right here. Schmitty now really going into a corner, trying to buy more time, getting away from both gates, trying to buy the rest of the team enough time to open the gates and get out of there. We have teleportation coming in, and oh!
The seer, can he crawl his way out? John Tato picks him up in time. But now we see that the forward can heal up, but we do see that John Tato going for the seer first. Priestess and Postman are already at that exit gate. John Tato has to worry about Schmitty now to try to tie things just to alleviate the points, but you do see at the lower left side of the screen, ladies and gentlemen, that the Postman and Priestess already opened up this shack gate, and Schmitty getting up from that healed state, and now John Tato wants more survivors on rocket chairs.
That is gonna be a very difficult task. He utilized the teleportation, so he can't really get in time to the gate. So,
long
they have
portal.
the holy key, so there's no way that he will catch up the time that he would have if he could use teleport. We have 3 survivors on before you side getting through that exit gate.
Wow.
Fantastic coordination, fantastic job. And as we talked about it, if the chance of a priestess is on the table on the Sacred Heart Hospital map, it's definitely something you want to grab. It's definitely something you want to take into this map. Priestess can provide a lot of, varieties of chances for you. For example, kites, for example. Right now we saw it. Ford may have had a more difficult time if it wasn't for the priestess, right? He still had a long way to go. They could have still been spin it down with the sigil, with her skill, the sculptor skill. But with that priestess portal, there was just a really secure escape right here.
And look at that. The Priestess having 110 seconds of containment time. John Tato had a tough time downing that Priestess, so big ups to my leg. And you know what, Grizzly? I'm going to call that the Grizzly guarantee. Do not let a Priestess into the hospital, because she will be a menace if you are a hunter. And you know what? Yeah, kudos to John Tato, though, able to really put the pressure on them, especially that basement chair, really making them scramble for to really push for that end game. But unfortunately, the ciphers were already primed, and I think that also as courtesy of Katz's Postman, just helping with the cipher progress. And the Postman, as well as the Seer, not really making any contact at all with the Hunter. So they were doing their job 200% decoding, while we do see that Schmitty did pop a cipher and did provide that support for my leg. But yeah, we do know that ICT back is against the wall here before you having 8 points coming into round number 2.
That is for sure, and I just want to highlight one thing that I really, really enjoyed watching: the Postman Dog. The Postman Dog just coming in so on point, buying more time for Milek to get back into the church. We also saw, not the church, sorry, the hospital area. But we also saw John Tato with the sculptor, even if that was buying more time for Milek, was able to hit these statues and bring down the priestess right there. But at the end of the day, you have to give it to Before You. They were doing a fantastic job, especially their team coordination is what gave them the most points right here. You always had, even if Milek, as you said, even if Milek was in a troublesome situation, the rest of the team knew exactly what was going on. There was an owl coming in, there was a Postman Dog coming in, there was a forward coming in, there was always something going on when Milek was having a little bit of trouble with this amazing kite, and that was securing them 3 points in the second half. And as you already mentioned, Before You taking 8 points out of this first match right here, and Inception taking 1 point. That means round number 1 goes to Before You. We're gonna jump into a second round right here, and this is definitely something that Inception wants to turn around. Either they have to win or at least tie this second round to proceed into a round 3.
And big shout outs to John Tato, though. He really tried to roll with the punches there. He did bring peepers. It did discourage the priestess from staying inside the hospital, so there was that foresight. But unfortunately, the plan didn't go in his favor. It really went Before You side, and Before You taking the first round. Not quite over just yet, so ICT really has to change things up, because I'd call a spade here. Before You is known to take the momentum, so they really have to catch them off guard with certain plays, certain picks. Because I think what ICT brings to the table is, aside from the experience, I think they can come up with excellent plays, or some unconventional plays, especially in this new meta. So we'll just wait and see for the next match, ladies and gentlemen.
You're very right. If anyone can turn this around into their favor and even decide that for themselves, it is ICT. Again, they can definitely do that. We are just having to wait to see what happens in round number 2, when we most likely will see the Sculptor ban, right? Sculptor, who was such a strong hunter both sides. So that's definitely gonna happen, or at least it's a very reasonable ban. We might see, for example, the Ever Sleeping Town map where we might also see a Breaking Wheel ban, because Breaking Wheel is just such an extremely strong hunter on this map, but at the same time, Sculptor is too. So that's definitely something to look forward to, which map we're gonna play on and which characters we're gonna expect into this coming into this round number 2. Whew, it's just these two matches, as you highlighted before, it's going to be a mirror match, at least when it comes to the hunter side. And we're gonna see similar moves right here. And you can really tell how B4U was trying to get survivors further away from each other. Because if we look at the match where ICT was on the survivor side, we had B4U strategic coming through with
Strategically.
yes, thank you. Coming through with
I got you.
different survivor picks. Even if one survivor was almost going down, yes, I have the seer right here. I know the seer's owl is gone, so now I'm just gonna chase him. Even if I would, only need one more hit on the psychologist, I will concentrate on that one survivor. I will always try to find the optimal target to go for. And if we look at the match that we just saw on ICT side, where that's also a very, very good strategy, right? You just go for the first target you find, because as soon as you have that one on the chair, the other survivors will come to you and you will change the pace for the survivors. But, going for the priestess and the help of all the other survivors was just extremely, extremely difficult for the sculptor. Okay, both sides doing fantastic in this round number 1. But just to break it down, ICT needs to change the wind right here in their favor.
Yeah, I think, the way you highlighted that is the B4U style is just that they're the ones kind of dictating the pace of that match, right? Especially like if we bring it back to Sprinter, you said that he was the one kind of adjusting, and then after adjusting towards that, he leans towards what he wanted to do initially. And bring it back to B4U with how they were able to complement each other with the priestess being chased first, the seer providing that support, the postman with the dog, and especially that forward. So yeah, I know, and we've seen keys to success when it comes to ICT, especially with how well they're able to coordinate as a team. On the other hand, though, like when it comes to the hunter of ICT, I wonder if Blue Race Car will be coming in, because that's another thing we got to talk about, because you did mention that he is very off meta. The only thing he plays, I believe, and shout out to Eli for giving us this information, is that breaking wheel. So I wonder if he'll be coming into this next match, and if B4U will be ready for Blue Race Car.
I almost think that is definitely something that we can expect depending on the map. If we're going to see Ever Sleeping Town, we might expect the breaking wheel, so we might Blue Race Car coming with the hunter switch right here. And that's definitely something I would look forward to. I always enjoy to see these breaking wheel plays, especially when it comes from the survivor side, because if you see how survivors can counter a breaking wheel, that is absolutely fantastic. Absolutely love it. On the other side, breaking wheel can just be extremely destroying, bringing survivors on the chair and really making it difficult for the rest of the team to catch up, because if one survivor's on the chair, breaking wheel will just go to the next cipher machine and buy more time for himself.
And as you're talking, we just heard word that it is going to be Ever Sleeping Town. ICT will be hunting first, and no player's going to change. So we are seeing John Tato again to come in.
So we can definitely expect that Sculptor ban. After that match, immediately picking the Sculptor, one of his specific hunters he's known for, and, meta hunters, you want to ban that Sculptor. That would open up the chance for, as we mentioned it, the breaking wheel. But at the same time, is he going to utilize that breaking wheel, or is he opting out? We have seen other characters being utilized on this map very, very well. For example, Guard26 doing a fantastic job, and X-Boy being on the Ever Sleeping Town can also be an option. So Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to mention also, and to take note, just a tidbit for John Tato or John Zhao and Blue Race Car. These guys were survivor mains to start off, and they went to be hunter mains. So the level of skill that ICT is presenting to the table, plus, you know what, we all know Psyche has a really amazing mercenary. V4XL is shown. This is no slouch of a team, ladies and gentlemen. So their backs against the wall, and they will have to come up with something to stay alive in this tournament. And I think that they're going to thrive here. And as you were mentioning, it is still going to be John Tato that's going to come in. Yeah, we might. I have a feeling. Yeah, we are for sure. I have a strong feeling that B4U does not want to face that sculptor again. Put a little pressure on John Tato and probably convince him, go for that breaking wheel, bring out the breaking wheel, and let's see how B4U will handle that.
I agree, and that's gonna be very, very tough. And yeah, just looking into that map, looking into that gameplay right here, and as you mentioned, the players in general, Blue Rayska and John Tato coming in from the survivor side, so they basically have intel. They know exactly what they are going against because they were what they they were what they are playing against, and they know exactly how to go against these survivors because they were playing on the survivor side. So that's definitely something to keep in mind, and that's definitely something to look forward to see these Hunter players perform further in this tournament. And yeah, as you already mentioned, we're gonna see ICT on the Hunter side first, so we definitely can see immediately, or our questions will be answered immediately. Yes. Will we see the sculptor ban? Will we see the breaking wheel? If not, what else are we gonna see?
Yeah, Grizzly, a question I want to ask you is how important now is a priestess ban in this map?
We saw it. We just saw it. I mean,
we have to see it now because ICT is the one hunting. Yeah, go for it.
Yes, exactly. So we saw it in the match before on Sacred Heart Hospital, where the priestess is already an extremely valuable asset to bring to the table. But if we are talking about Ever Sleeping Town, she's even more dangerous. She can even deal more damage to the Hunter side with all these portals, with these huge buildings where you can get from one point to another and really help our teammates as well as yourself for a kite. And if we are talking about Milek right here, who was able to kite for so long with the help of the portals and the help of the teammates, you don't want to face that. Not on an Ever Sleeping Town, and I'm telling you, you should rather ban that priestess than anything else, because that's gonna be a game changer, just as we saw it. And I mean, you mentioned it, it's a Grizzly guaranteed. Better ban that priestess.
If you make merch there, I want to see that. I'm gonna buy a shirt. The Grizzly guarantee. Ban that priestess in that big map like that, and I 100% double down on what Grizzly says. Especially with this with a skilled team like B4U and I think was it Paul Blems or Milek that used the priestess, because
Milek was the priestess.
Milek, both of them very proficient in this. So if we'd say who would we be banning, again, I agree with you. We're gonna be banning 3 survivors now. Priestess has to be one of them. I think if we are going to see another ban, probably maybe get the forward away from Schmitty or Katz.
That sounds good. That sounds good. Get the forward away from both of these players. We have seen them utilizing that forward, and I mean, even at the end of the game where we saw Schmitty coming in with the forward and buying more time, not necessarily hitting that stun, which wasn't essential, that was not needed to actually hit that stun, but by just circling around the sculptor late game, he was buying more time. He was making the Hunter scared that that stun might actually hit, and after it didn't, it was enough time for the rest of the team to pop these ciphers. So yeah, definitely another good decision to make, maybe ban that forward. But I think a priestess ban is almost as crucial as banning breaking wheel, or if your Hunter if the Hunter doesn't really play breaking wheel, you're just gonna ban Sculptor. So those are just essential bans on the Ever Sleeping Town. And yeah, I'm curious to see what we can expect. There are obviously a lot of other characters you cannot, forget in this entire lineup. As we already mentioned, Psychologist might come into the game, who is just in general an overall dangerous survivor when it comes to for the Hunter plays. And then you also have Mercenary, who can come in with really, really good rescues. We have the Seer. Seer, we have seen in the match before, utilizing that owl, prolonging that kite of the Priestess, for example. Always a good ban as well. So there's a lot on the table that you can actually ban, or that you should ban, but you only have, even if we're on round number 2 right now, you only have 3 bans available. So it's definitely going to be a very, very difficult pick for the Hunter side. But again, I just want to mention this. we're gonna see a priestess ban. There's no way we are not going to see a priestess ban.
Yeah, after a round like that, where you're able to see the pure well, I wouldn't say destruction, but like the power the priestess brings to the table, the potential. Exactly, you do not want to deal with that. So for me, I think the bans that we're gonna see, obviously, we're gonna double down on that priestess. Not sure. Again, this is not in any order, ladies and gentlemen, but for me, you're gonna see that priestess ban. I would say maybe take away the forward from both Cats and Schmitty, either Schmitty, and you got to take away that mechanic. In a big map like this, you cannot afford to have more bodies or more players or more people decoding inside in this map. So those are my three. How about you, Grizz? Do you agree? Do you want to add any more? Do you want to talk any more of who else can ban?
Completely agree. I couldn't that would be my guess right here too. Obviously, we might be surprised with what is banned, but I can only agree. All of these survivors highly dangerous, especially on this big map. You don't want to have the survivors just decoding extremely fast. You don't want to have them go from one side of the map to another with all the portals. You just want to be in control of this match when you are playing on the Hunter side. Again, right now, ICT will be on the Hunter side, and depending on how ICT's Hunter is playing in this first half of round number 2, we will see either more pressure or less pressure on the Survivor side when they are switching sides. So obviously what ICT wants to do is they want to go for that 5-point game. They want to go for that 4 survivor elimination just to lift a little bit of weight off the Survivor side. Because if they can get a 5-point game in the first half, the Survivor side is definitely having a little bit of a breathing room right here. Because even if they would lose against Before You's Hunter side, they would still make it into round number 3. And this is something that they want to do. They either want to take the win home, or they at least want to push it to round 3 to maybe be able to turn it around there and take home the victory there. It's definitely something that gets into your head. There's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of these players, and all of that, we are just talking about the points. We're just like, Before You 8 points, ICT 1 point in that first round. But what does this actually mean for the survivors and for the Hunter players? It will actually change their thought on the game process, or rather on the strategy that they're going to play as. And I'm really, really curious to see how ICT will perform in that second round.
Oh yeah, especially as you said, the stakes are pretty high. Didn't have the best first round. Again, they can bounce back from this, but it'll honestly, I think half the battle is in the picks and bans already, especially with the new mechanics of like having 2 survivor bans in round number 1, and then now it's like a sort of mind game in its own that, you pick a survivor, you pick some survivors, then I'll ban another one. So I think that the battle is already fought once you're picking those survivors, and the rest is in game and what the decisions you make in there. And ICT again, yeah, a big test for them because Before You is no easy task. We did mention their accolades before. They have been representing the NAEU community for a while already in Call of the Abyss, but it's tournaments like this, tournaments like IVT that it shines the light in other teams and gives other teams the spotlight in terms of the experience and having this matchup with teams like Before You, like Legacy. And I'm excited to see what that has to offer, and hopefully this won't be the last, because we're seeing a lot of these teams come out of the woodwork, and it's just this constant development of this community. So it's really important for you guys to support your favorite teams, because we want to grow this game, grow this community for NAEU to be represented even in the biggest stage of them all, which is Call of the Abyss.
And I think that is a good thing to mention. Support all of your teams. Send some hearts in the chat right now. We have seen that the chat can be chaotic, and for some reason, especially in our server, it kind of turns into English 1 at some times, and that's not necessarily a good thing. So yeah, share some love and share some hearts for your favorite teams. Support them and really just show support for this entire tournament, because obviously we want to be able to cast more of these tournaments on our server. And I am just really, really excited to see all of the teams. And I'm going to say that I am very, very excited to see the finals. I know we are still 1 day away from the finals. Tomorrow we're going to see the finals taking place. But just want to mention that yet again, we're going to see a final match with a best out of 5. And a best out
Yes.
of 5 means a variety of bans, like a lot of survivors, a lot of hunters will be banned. And this is where I definitely love to watch the most, because a lot of bans mean a lot of off-meta characters have to be utilized, because if you want to, get a good team going and you have all your meta characters banned, you still need to pick a very, very nice selection of survivors to go against the hunter that is played. But on the other side, the top meta hunters will be banned too. So and then you also see these top teams that we are seeing today, for example, competing against each other, and you're just questioning yourself, what will they do when they make it to the finals? And if they are getting to that point, which characters will they play? But we are already seeing a wide variety of survivors when we look at the game right now without even a lot of bans. I'm curious to see if we're going to see an entomologist soon.
Oh, yeah, that's another hunter that survivor that we love seeing, and you love seeing the coordination of the team utilize that entomologist, especially if the priestess gets banned. Yeah, for sure. Like in a map like probably a red church or hospital where she can block those hallways. And you know what? More rounds means more variety, which more chances for feaster matches. I'm just calling a spade, Grizzly. I know that you want to see your boy Feaster come into like competitive play. It can't happen. So I'm excited to see if that would take place. And yeah, do tune in for today and tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. And as Grizzly said, yeah, spam those hearts, support your favorite teams, because again, they're putting themselves out there. They want to get better, and this is the place to be when it comes to like competitive Identity 5 in the NAEU server. So nothing but much love and respect to all the teams out there, giving my due love and respect to all of them, because without them, like honestly, like they're giving us amazing matches to watch, and honestly, me and Grizzly have the best seat in the house when it comes to these type of matches.
That is very, very true. And I just, again, want to double down on that. Send some support for your teams in the chat, support them, and, cheer for them, even if they are not on the winning side, because obviously all of them are fantastic teams. So they would love to see your support as well. And what you also mentioned is, we are going to see a feaster. I want to say that right now. It's not we might see a feaster. We are going to see a feaster. He's just such a well-rounded hunter and very, very strong. And overall, basically the best character that is above meta. So
there we go.
We clearly gonna see the feaster at one point in this tournament. Maybe as kind of wild card where it's like, oh, it's so close. This team can never come back from this spam feaster. Easy.
Boom. Easy.
Just think that's gonna be the case.
The Grizzly prediction, Matt. It could happen. It will. It's not a prediction. It's a spoiler, ladies and gentlemen. It's not.
Yes.
There we go. It's a spoiler. So yeah, actually, speaking of the off meta survivors, so hunters and survivors, we talked about entomologists, right, coming into the mix. We have yet to see, I mean, today at least, I want to see an entomologist. I also want to see, I want to see some toy merchant too. Toy merchant has been making waves in IVL, and I want to see like how these teams are able to coordinate and push the meta of toy merchant.
Yeah, I would absolutely love to see that as well. I would love to see some, strategies and how to utilize the toy merchant skill in the advantage for the survivor side. And honestly, last weekend we already saw the toy merchant coming in when she was just gliding into the basement, avoiding all hits until she actually was at the chair, which I thought was very impressive. I never thought of this. Yes, you can, jump down from the boat, for example, on Lakeside Village. You can jump from the main building on Moonlit River Park or from the Sacred Heart Hospital map. But jumping down into the basement to really avoid any hits before you're actually at the survivor that you want to rescue. Very, very smart move that we have seen there. So I really, really enjoy just seeing these top players utilizing these characters. And since you mentioned characters you want to see, like entomologist, toy merchant, I would absolutely... Now I lost my train of thought. Which character did I want to see? Oh, Perfumer. Because we have seen Perfumer last week already, and I personally play Perfumer quite often at the moment. I really, really enjoy playing as the Perfumer, and I'm starting to really, really understand the perfumes. But at the same time, if you see these top players utilizing the perfume, you can always learn something. No matter how good you get, you can always learn something from these top teams. So yeah, very, very curious to see how the survivor lineups will be in the future in this tournament, and if we are going to see more of the off-meta characters.
Oh, and it seems like they're switching things up. It's Potato, blue race card that will be the hunter in this map. But we do see that B4U Cats, Paul Blem, Schmitty, and MyLeg, the usual suspects for B4U, they did not change at all. So Potato will be the one in this map. And as you mentioned, Priestess and Mechanic off the table in a big map like Ever Sleeping Town.
You just want to do that. Like, there's no reason not to do that. You have the 2 survivor bands. You want to get that Priestess out of there, especially from what we have seen before and how dangerous the Priestess can be. And as you mentioned, decoding speed, you want to bring that down too. You don't want to deal with that.
And now we see that the Sculptor, you know, a respected ban already on the side of the survivors. Cats on that signature forward. I don't know if ever we're going to see that Cowboy. I really want to see Cowboy Cats come out. But as you mentioned, MyLeg now, since his Priestess was banned, we do see that the Entomologist is coming into the mix. Paul Blems on that Seer. Schmitty, you know, whenever Cats is on that forward, we do see that Schmitty does go for that Patient. I love this tandem. And Potato going for the signature Gamekeeper. And, you know, in a big map like this, you know, I think that we're going to see a lot of hooks come in. So let's see if they're able to get their jukes on point.
Very, very, honestly, surprising to me. Yes, Potato, extremely strong Gamekeeper. We saw him last weekend where he was just utilizing that Gamekeeper to bring down the survivor side. I'm not even sure. I think he was still having 2 or 3 Cypher machines remaining and was really bringing down the you know, survivor side. But seeing him right here on Ever Sleeping Town in round number 2 still is surprising me a little bit. But let's just jump right into it. We're gonna see Potato, we're gonna see the Entomologist, the Patient. Really, really curious to see some new characters, at least for today, and how this will go for both sides. Again, just want to highlight this. ICT is currently a little bit behind with B4U taking the first round, so they want to pick up the pace right here. They want to get the points.
And not to mention also that Potato always go for, in the previous week also went for Peepers, and does have Peepers as well. But as we mentioned before, surprising because I thought we'd see a breaking wheel, especially a big map like this. And now Potato already setting up those traps just to make sure that once that Patient does jump that window, the traps will be ready. But you do see that he does have to maneuver around this map. It's a huge map if you have to traverse just by walking. So now Potato at the corner house, planting already well, his those Peepers, and Cats is in this corner house.
It's right here, being the forward, you really, I really don't want to go for that forward, especially in this area right here. Is quite strong. You can really buy a lot of time, and as you can see, Cats really knowing what to do, just staying in this area, trying. Oh, that might actually be extremely good. There we have the first hit. Fantastic job from Potato coming in with that hook and immediately swinging at Cats. Now Cats still has the entire football left. He can still utilize that to get away, and he's doing that right here, getting into that pallet, throwing it down, trying to establish some distance. But this was actually a really, really good start from Potato so far. But again, with Cats' football, there's still a lot of distance that he can establish.
And if you notice that Potato dropping that trap already, forcing, like trying to tempt Cats to jump that pallet because he can't set a circle around that. And now he's still doing a great job just rotating around this corner house, because you do see that everyone is just propping those ciphers. 3 ciphers remaining. Entomologist, you saw at the lower left side of the screen, already setting up her bees. And Cats, I lost track how many times he did this, but oh my god, the owl was able to block that hit. Potato was able to gain some presence though, and Cats still has some resources to work with to stay in this side of the map.
Fantastic job so far, and it's also at the same time, we mentioned this, is staying away from the teammates and giving them the time to decode the cypher machines they want to decode. As I mentioned before in the previous match where we have seen it, that the survivors are really separated. Even if you want to go for a different survivor, you would have to cross the entire map right now. There comes the hook, and that might be it for Cats right here. Forward is down, but at the same time, look at the cypher machines. 2 cypher machines remaining, and we also have Schmitty right there in the area getting ready to rescue already.
Oh, MyLeg as well with the bees. Okay, so now Potato has to be careful with who he's going to commit to. It seems like MyLeg is the one that's the target, and now we see that the forward already rescued. So excellent coordination on the side of B4U. Butedo now shifting his attention towards the entomologist, but able to drop the pallet courtesy of that bees, and now we see that the bee is able to bring her towards that graveyard. Now Butedo going back and trying to look for another target here. It seems like Schmitty is in the area while Cat's still at the corner house, and it seems like Schmitty will be the one up for grabs. Wow, able to hook him through the real estate of this this map.
Really nice, but at the end of the day, he was just buying more time. Now getting out of there with the hook, just buying a lot of time for the survivors to decode the cipher machines. We are down to one. We are down to one, and again, patient. Even if he would go down, even if Schmitty would go down with just another hit, he got out of there. He broke the line of sight, and he was just establishing so much distance that there was no chance for the gamekeeper to actually say, okay, I'm gonna commit to this. He has to put more pressure on the rest of the survivors. He knows the cipher machines are popping. We are having a little bit of a pause right here because Milek was pausing the game for a moment. There might be some technical issues. At the end, that is absolutely fine. We just have to figure out what is going on. So far, fantastic job again from before you survivor side. You really see how extremely well coordinated these teams are, and how they are in touch and how they are talking to each other and really giving intel on where they are, what to do, and how everything is going. And the owl was just coming on in time and buying more time. It's just the survivor side is extremely good. And this is making it extremely hard for the hunter as well, because I mentioned this. Do you want to go for the one survivor you find first, or do you want to search the entire game for that one survivor you really want? And with P4U, that's going to be extremely difficult. That's going to be extremely difficult because they know how to rotate, they know how to get around on this map. And if we look at the Cypher machine progress, fantastic job. It is split up. We have the entomologist who has the Cypher machine almost primed, and we can also see Cats with Schmitty working on another Cypher machine, putting pressure on Butedo, because where are you going? Are you going to the entomologist? Are you going to the...
It's hard. It's a tough spot to be in because, again, everyone technically took a hit. Even Paul Blems, just taking that hit. And you see they were able to manage the resources well. Cats not afraid to use the football at the start, and now we see that they pop the Cypher just as Butedo was trying to zone in on Cats. Now we see that they're already prepping to open up that exit gate while Cats still staying in this area, keeping them away. Butedo still has not changed from Peepers, still has Peepers on cooldown. And now he's making his way towards the exit gate while we see that Paul Blem's able to open it, and excellent utilization of the bees to just buy more time. But look at that! Excellent snipe of the entomologist, able to keep her away from the exit gate, and now Butedo reaping the rewards here. Now we'll try to share the entomologist, but we do see that Cat's already on the case here on the other side of that exit gate. Schmitty is also there. I wonder if they're going to try to opt for the save, but it seems like B4U is a good done deal. What are they going to be doing?
Fantastic job. Butedo right here, really putting that entomologist in the middle of the game, trying to put more pressure on the gate, but also trying to make it more difficult. Even if the entomologist is rescued, he still has the chance to get her again. But right now, what a fantastic play. B4U is really wanting to get these 5 points, because as I mentioned, with these 5 points, there will be even more pressure on ICT's side, and this is what B4U wants to do right here. They want to get the points. Will Boo Race Car be able to hook another survivor, or will this be a 4-survivor escape? 5-point match for B4U. Fantastic job. I want to mention what you were saying with the bees. Fantastic job from Milek, buying more time to open up that gate, but that precise hook, just pulling back that entomologist. Fantastic job. And yeah, at the end of the match, what are you gonna do? Are you just gonna wait for that one survivor to get back, or are you trying to get as many points as possible? And Boo Racecar was trying to go for more, but the survivors were coming in and were taking the 4 survivors out of there.
As we can see here, the match stats, an excellent containment time on Cats, as well as almost on Schmitty's side, almost getting that 60 seconds, but it was really Cats that bought so much time at corner house, utilizing the football so well and making sure that, all right, I'm not going to rescue, I'm going to use this football to just buy so much time. I lost how many times he rotated. He made so much rounds in that corner house, leading up to 123 seconds. But on the side of Butedo, though, as you mentioned, he was just a sniper when it came to hooking the survivors. And again, an excellent job but it seems like B4U was ready for that gamekeeper match.
It definitely seems like it. As I mentioned at the very beginning of this match, yes, we saw Boo Racecar coming in, and yes, a gamekeeper was kind of like at the back of my head because we have seen him utilizing it in such a fantastic way before. But at the same time, it was still a little bit surprising because we are in round number 2. We still have the Ever Sleeping Town, which is just an extremely strong map for other characters we have seen before. So it was a little bit of a surprise for me. It wouldn't have been a surprise, you know, to see how that he is getting all of the survivors. That's not what I'm saying. That's not the surprise that that I would have been having, because he is extremely strong with the gamekeeper. But as you mentioned before, you just seemed very ready to go against that gamekeeper, and in general just seemed very ready to get these points, to score and to get survivors out of here. And again, this is already a match game right here. Those will be match points, because now we have ICT in need to get a 4-survivor escape as well. And I just want to highlight, a 4-survivor escape is very, very difficult to achieve.
Especially if you're going up against a hunter like Sprinter, who is a meta hunter, and honestly, like, the momentum is shifted on B4U's side. But as you mentioned, ICT, they need to get this. They need to get this if they want to prolong their tournament life here, to push for that round number 3. And it's they can do it, but it is going to be an uphill battle from the start, because you're only banning 1 hunter, and the hunter's banning 3 survivors. So taking away the sculptor of Sprinter, but he still has Breaking Wheel. He still has his Guard 26. He still has so many choices to utilize in a huge map like this. He has his Dream Wish. There's so much to consider coming into this, especially the adjustments they have to make, because one of their meta survivors will be banned already. Additionally, that is.
Yeah, that is for sure. That is for sure. It's going to be a difficult match. As you said, we have Breaking Wheel that can come into this lineup. Obviously, Sculptor might be banned. Honestly, just looking at the team right here, we have B4U. Who are you gonna ban? Who are, like, Sculptor, extremely dangerous. Already got 5 points in the first round. Breaking Wheel, a little bit more dangerous because of the map, right? Maybe not necessarily the best ban if you're allowing Sculptor, but if you're not allowing Sculptor, you're allowing Breaking Wheel. This is going to be such a difficult decision to make on ICT side, and I think they are just going to pick what they are most comfortable with, right? Like, hey, we know that both of these hunters are extremely dangerous, especially on this map, and we're gonna have a hard time, but we can make it if we are going against, you know, either Sculptor or Breaking Wheel. It's really just a decision that I am happy that I don't have to take it.
It's a tough spot to be in, and it's a tough decision to make, because a lot is riding on this next game for ICT. And if you consider the stakes, I agree with you that they have to go with their preference, because if you look at their preference, I mean, it is meta. We do see that they have done well in the previous week with their characters. I think they should lean in more to that and try and just focus on their game instead of trying to predict what else is going to happen, because again, like, it's all or nothing when it comes to this match for them. They have to get all survivors out, or else they will be out of this tournament, unfortunately. But again, big shout outs to B4U. Like, they did take a break from the game, but it seems like they have not skipped a beat in terms of how they're able to find their footing back into this meta of IdentityV.
That is for sure. And I mean, sometimes, you know, taking a step back is the way to take 2 in front of you. So sometimes you just need to get a little bit of a breather and just see things from a different standpoint. But at the end of the day, they are not seeing things from a different standpoint. They are just performing as well as they have been forever, basically. Since I have seen B4U, they have done outstandingly well. They have performed extremely strong, and that's exactly what we are seeing in this tournament as well. Definitely an opponent that you should be not necessarily fearful of, but definitely should show some respect and should think about what you're gonna do. acknowledge them, and that is exactly what we are seeing right here. You definitely cannot underestimate them in no case, no moment, in not a single second of playing against them. You want to underestimate them. It's gonna be a tough, as we said, as you mentioned, uphill battle right here for ICT to come back from this, but they can do it. I believe in them. I believe that they can do it.
Yeah, I believe so as well in terms of they just have to dig in deep and try and figure out a solution to the puzzle that is in front of them because at the end of the day, we did say that, yeah, ICT has been grinding it out, known players on the Survivor team as well. I do think that their Survivor team is really one to be feared, especially if you're going up against. So by no means should Sprinter take this lightly because Before You is definitely not out of the woods yet. They just have to, well, Sprinter on the other hand, if he does take this lightly, ICT can definitely punish them for that. So it's going to be an amazing matchup to witness, ladies and gentlemen.
That is for sure. That is for sure. And I'm just curious, since I already mentioned it earlier, which characters I would like to see, like an entomologist or a perfumer. We just saw an entomologist. We just saw how dangerous that entomologist can be. We didn't see a lot of entomologists. We saw how she was utilizing these bees to slow down the hunter right in front of the gate, buying enough time, just this itsy-bitsy tiny moment longer to actually open the gate and to almost, with the entomologist, get out of there in a secure way. Gamekeeper was able to hook that entomologist, but in general, just the gameplay and what you can do with these bees is just phenomenal, and I would love to see more of her. But then on the other side, again, there are other characters I would absolutely love to see as well. Perfumer. We have maybe the Gravekeeper, as you mentioned. If we see Psychologist being banned, Gravekeeper could come in. Maybe even a Cowboy. We haven't really seen a lot of Cowboy lately. That would be some very, very nice action, because I think if you have a really, really good Cowboy in your team, this is going to bring a lot of heat into the match. This is going to bring a lot of action and can definitely change the outcome of a game too in your favor if you're playing on the Survivor side, and gonna give a lot of very good moments for your team, and gonna make it difficult for the hunter. But there are a lot of survivors that can turn around matches. And yeah, as you mentioned, I'm very curious to see what ICT will bring to the table.
Speaking of Cowboy, yeah, shout outs to ICT's Proud, bring out the Cowboy in the, I think it was Moon River Park against the Wu Chang. And as you mentioned, yeah, definitely one thing to highlight was how proficient he was with those lassos in terms of kiting. But yeah, always a fan of seeing off meta picks. They can go with that. They can. We might even, if ever, V4XL with that perfumer. And Proud with the Cowboy, and Pinto with the batter too. Like, his batter was amazing last week, so that's something we can look forward to, and it is a potential lineup for the side of ICT to go for in the second round. Again, they have to go with the most comfortable pick they can, because they will have to go all or nothing up against Sprinter, because the points. The point is, Before You is not only leading in rounds but points as well, so they have to alleviate that pressure that was set by Before You.
That is for sure. And as you said, that pressure that is on the shoulders of ICT right now, it's heavy. It's a lot of pressure. That is the thing that Before You wanted to achieve with this 4 survivor escape. Even if, they could have easily escaped with 3 survivors. They were all at the gate. The gate was open. We had the entomologist almost in the middle of the map. They still decided to go in for that 4 survivor elimination, to rescue that entomologist from the chair, just to put even more pressure on ICT's side. And that is something that they definitely can feel, and that they definitely need to acknowledge. Like, there's pressure on us, and we need to pull out an entire 5-point game right here. That's what we have to do. There's no option to do anything else if we want to stay in this competition, if we want to stay in this tournament. We need to get the 5 points. And that pressure is definitely also changing the strategy that they have to go. For example, not only on the survivor side, also on the hunter side, right? Like, if a hunter gets 1 survivor, usually it's always a good idea to, secure that elimination and then slowly go for other survivors. But at this point, the hunter can really just focus on 1 survivor. Get 1 survivor out, and that's a done deal. That's what we have to do. Not a lot of pressure. And on the other side, if you have a survivor on on the rocket chair and you're on the survivor team, you need to go in for the rescue. There is no option to say, okay, that survivor went down a little bit earlier, so we're just gonna keep on decoding and we're gonna focus on decoding. No, you need to get that survivor off the chair because you're not allowed to let only one survivor out of the gate. And again, that pressure is changing the dynamic of how the games will go down and how risky the survivors as well as the hunters can or have to play. And that's definitely something to keep in mind on both sides.
Yeah, because they can heavily be punished if ever they want to protect that one survivor. Again, in this game, you have to realize that the survivors' resources are very limited, while the hunters, there's cooldowns. So they have to use that sparingly because at early game, if you exhaust the owl, if you exhaust the elbow pads, the football early on, it's going to be hard to deal with the hunter, especially mid to late game. And it's going to be such a headache because you have to understand that the pressure is from start to finish when it comes to this match because it's all or nothing for the side of the survivors. And Grizzly painted a really good picture. You know what? On Spritzer's side, he just has to focus on just one. Focus on one, camp that, doesn't care if like all three go out. It's a good deal. It's a good done deal if he's able to get at least that one person out. And Sprinter isn't a hunter known for overextending. He's very patient with how things pan out.
That is for sure. That is for sure. And here we can see we are jumping into that match right now. We're gonna see 2 survivor bans. We're gonna see 2 survivor picks, and the survivors are being banned. Oh, this is giving the option for a priestess right here this time on ICT sides.
Wow.
We have the seer and the fort being banned. Again, priestess on the ever sleeping town can be super dangerous, can be very, very destructive. But Psyche and V4XL is going for the psychologist patient combination. Very, very interesting. Banning the Dream Witch right here. Now we can see the priestess ban.
And so they have something up to the sleeve, and this is what we're talking about. And Pinto on that signature batter Proud. Will he go for the cowboy? This is quite interesting, and he will. Okay, now it's going to be V4XL on the patient, Psyche on the psychologist, Pinto batter as well as Proud with that signature cowboy that we witnessed. Bloody Queen coming out of Sprinter, as we know that this character, this hunter, is known for the ties. He just wants to secure a tie. He doesn't want to overextend, doesn't want to bring out the sculptor just yet. Wants to be able to secure this position in heading to tomorrow's game. Sprinter again, keys to victory for him. Just get one survivor out of the game. While the big task for ICT is to go for all survivors out.
That is for sure. That is for sure. When we mentioned it, we have the cowboy right here. Definitely a survivor that I wanted to see. Princess Bloody Queen. Ooh, that is going to be a huge task. Bloody Queen, very, very known to be a tie hunter right here, but a secure hunter that can definitely get survivors out of here. And that is going to be something that we have to keep in mind.
Yeah, so now Sprinter on the Bloody Queen, let's see what he'll be doing.
That is going to be very, very interesting. Again, as Sprinter, you have not necessarily the pressure that you have on the survivor side, because now you need to concentrate on one survivor. But at the same time, before you, very well known to just go for the one survivor you really want to get, and better being the first hunt right here, the first chase, the first kite, already taking that first hit. Better still has his ball, still can buy more time for the team. But again, this can be difficult. This can be difficult because the playstyle of Sprinter will be more aggressive, especially towards one survivor right here. You really want to focus on that one survivor. We can see the ball is hitting now, also chasing away the cowboy from the cipher machine that he was decoding, which is putting 2 survivors on the ground that are not decoding, at the same time putting pressure on that one survivor, which is the better that you want to go for. You can see the mirror will be in place, and maybe is going to concentrate on another target right here, the cowboy taking that hit, and we're gonna see how Sprinter is also disabling the better's balls right here. Really want to eliminate the chance of the better to actually perform stunts against Sprinter. Is now having a little bit of a rough time right here, hitting these Ooh, look at that. The tram is coming in, hitting these mirror hits, and is now going back to concentrate on the cowboy. We can see Better being healed up by the psychologist. Psychologist skill absolutely unique and was just fantastic. And again, Sprinter changing targets as we have seen it before and really concentrating on the most efficient survivor he can go for.
And the thing is, Sprinter can't afford this because we don't have a dedicated decoder when it comes to this lineup. We do see that he is trying to bait some activity, come out for V4XL, really putting up, threatening if the mirror will be coming out. Already goes for the tram and now tries to hit him out of it. Oh my god, can he get the hit? Oh, tried to go for it, but no. The patient was able to enter the tram, and now we see that the cowboy already working on a Cypher, Batter already transitioning away. 4 Cyphers still remain, so they're doing a great job so far. But we know that Sprinter works like a diesel engine. He wants to pick his shots, go for the most optimal target. Again, the keys to victory for him is just go for one survivor. And you see that he is kind of dwindling the resources. The cowboy already has half of a lasso left. We do see that the patient did take that hit. So the side of ICT, they're doing a pretty good job just containing Sprinter and just focusing on decoding. We do see that Proud already loading up that lasso. Sprinter wanting to get another hit on Proud and waiting for him to use that lasso. Already moves back and does a 180, goes for a charge hit, and Proud has to beat that melee hit.
Great job from the survivor side. Just want to mention that again, you have the pressure to keep all survivors alive, and this is exactly what they are doing. They're decoding a little bit slower, but they are focusing on healing up. They're focusing on taking turns on the hunter, on taking turns on the kite, because that's what they have to do. They have to do, they have to buy time each, and every single survivor has to do their part. We have the cowboy down, and we can see Better already coming in again. Decoding is definitely something they have to do, but what they are concentrating on right now is really keeping everyone alive. Better, I think the second ball was just destroyed.
Yes.
That's what I mentioned earlier. Go ahead.
No more resources for the Batter to work with, and this is what you were talking about, dwindling the resources. Now the Batter has no more threats for Sprinter to worry about. The cowboy is already on this rocket chair. They do have to make this save or else they will be out of this tournament. We do see that the Batter drops down, has to eat that normal hit. Sprinter will try to focus his attention on downing this cowboy. Excellent lasso, but the mirror is already ready, and Sprinter pops the last effort. Cowboy will be falling down when Tide Turner loses its effect.
Look at the Cypher machines. 1 Cypher machine remaining. Fantastic job from the survivors. Again, they need all survivors out of here. They're doing everything that they can do to keep each other alive. The 1 Cypher machine that is remaining is almost primed. If we look at the bottom left, we can see the decoding taking place. You can see the Better going in for the rescue. We have the cowboy. Oh, we have the patient. Cowboy is on the chair, but that's still a chance that they have. Now the Cypher machine will pop as soon as 1 survivor is taking a hit, and this is giving them the chance to actually separate and get away from Sprinter right here and hopefully get all survivors through the exit gate to make it into round 3. But on the other side, if Sprinter is able to catch up to the survivors and bring only 1 survivor on the chair and out of the game, that will be the point that they need. Very, very crucial moment right here. Waiting at the Cypher machine, waiting for that Cypher to pop.
And Sprinter realizing, yep, that Cypher is primed. I need to be at a great position to try and go for it. Oh, goes for the hit. Tried to drop down, but now detention is in the air. Proud will have to kite for long, but the blink will be utilized. Again, it's going to drop down hit and not able to get out. And now the cooldown of that mirror is already done. Cowboy has to avoid this hit, but the Cowboy will be falling down. And this is his last chair,
Look at the Better. Look at the Better. Better is in the area. Better is there and was... No, Better is actually at
the exit gate. Yeah, this is going to be quite tough. That's the last time he's going to be in that rocket chair. So they will have to go for 3 survivors out. But you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. B4U will be moving on in this tournament.
Wow, what a match. And I just want to highlight ICT coming back from this in such a fantastic manner. Just really pulling together right here, all on the same string, great coordination, as I mentioned during the match. You can really see how they are working together. Decoding, definitely one of the main tasks you have to do, but the biggest task is to keep everyone alive right now, to really get the points. And this is exactly what they did. They did a fantastic job. They were pushing this game to the max till the entire end, but at the End of the day, we can see how the Bloody Queen was bringing that cowboy to the chair for the third time, securing that 1 point that they needed to actually proceed into the next bracket. And here we can see the stats yet again. Look at that containment time of the cowboy. 161 against before you sprinter as Bloody Queen. That is just something you don't see every day. And at the same time, you have the better coming in with 70. We have the patient coming in for a short amount of time. Everyone was just, as I said, doing their part. And as I mentioned, as Hunter, you just had to bring one survivor out of the game. This will change your strategy because you just focus on that one survivor. And as soon as that is happening, you're basically done.
Yeah, and it's I love the conservative the conservative mindset of Spencer, not really overextending, but you got to give it up to ICT though. They really pushed him to that limit. I think he went for the bare minimum. That did happen, but as Grizzly mentioned, you know what, the survivor team, they knew they had to just focus on just getting the attention away from each other, focusing on decoding. They also were able to heal up when needed, and I think it was part of a chess game with in terms of like, all right, you save, I'm gonna rescue, all right, I'm gonna dwindle some resources here and there, and I think the experience and veteran experience of the side of B4U really showed in this matchup, and it really showed that they are ready for this and they will be moving on. But big kudos to ICT. They did an amazing job today, and I'm so excited to see them in future tournaments.
That is for sure. That is for sure. They were really making a name for themselves in this tournament, making it this far. We are currently in the top 8 teams right here. So this is definitely a huge step to take to make it this far. Again, B4U, very, very well-known team and very huge challenge to go against if you are facing that team. So congratulations to ICT for making it this far, and congratulations to B4U to proceeding into the next bracket. Next up, we're gonna see Legacy going against IT, which is going to be a very, very intense fight as well. I'm very curious to see who will come out on the winning side of this and will make it into the next bracket. Want to see some love for both teams. Want to see some love for both teams in the chat. And you know what, in general, for all of the teams that we have seen so far, because they all did a fantastic job, and going against B4U again is a huge challenge. But the way ICT was almost coming back, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, they had a never say die attitude, right? Because of how the first round meant, they still remained strong and undeterred with trying to get their goal there. And I think that deserves a lot of props, a lot of love and respect from the community. And these are survivors and hunters that we all know and we all love. They're a very experienced team, and I think they really tested themselves going up against B4U. And I think they're gonna go away from this with more experience and with more, I would say, drive to compete. So hopefully we'll see ICT in the future. But as you mentioned, Grizzly, the next match, I'm super excited to see that. But now we see the results. It is going to go for B4U. They take the first and second round in spectacular fashion. But by no means was this a wash, because again, it was quite competitive. ICT was hanging in there and they kept fighting till the very end. And they really made a lot of believers in us and the viewers today.
That is for sure. Again, we can see how it was slowly shifting. We saw a 1-8 point first match, first round, but then it slowly shifted towards 3-6, and I think they were already getting a little bit more warmed up against B4U. And if we would have seen a third round, I would be pretty sure that ICT would come back even more. I mean, if anyone, it would have been them. They had a lot of potential right here and they were really, really strong. But again, B4U, just such a huge mountain to climb. If you really want to defeat them, it's gonna be a huge challenge. And this time we can see right here MVP Sprinter on the sculptor right here. Absolutely fantastic skill set that he was providing, with a total strike of 37, terror shocks 0, which is absolutely fine because you don't necessarily have to hit the terror shocks if you have these sculptures, these statues everywhere, knockdowns and average elimination. It seems like, 2.5 isn't that much, but at the end of the day, they only needed one survivor in that second match that Sprinter was playing, so therefore having a total of 5 eliminations is more than enough. 2.5 Definitely not an average elimination that you see on sprint so all of the time, but since that was what he had to do, what he was focusing on to just get that one survivor out of the game, was more than enough. So fantastic job from B4U's side.
Yeah, well-deserved MVP. I mean, with just so much to highlight, I think Sprinter's Sculptor was definitely one, especially with the way he played that first game. He was able to adjust accordingly. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was our first match, but do stay tuned because we have our next match lined up, and that will be Legacy versus IT. I'm very excited to be just on the mic with that match. This has been Gaming Grizzly and Podge. We will be taking a very short break, so don't go anywhere. More of IVT when we return.
I finally arrived at the manor mentioned in the commission letter. The fairly complete main building became my first foothold here. At first, everything seemed to be going better than I had expected. That incomplete diary mentioned a bizarre game. The barely noticeable ashes and marks along the edges of the diary once again led me to new clues. A strange fireplace, unused firewood, a rotatable candlestick. As the wall began to turn, I knew that I had found what I was looking for. An even greater collection of diaries. I continued my deductions using these diaries. Finding information on the hunters is the key. Yet, it creates more questions than it solves. About the manor. About the game. And I was once a novelist. I lost my memory in an accident 10 years ago, and have suffered from intermittent amnesia ever since. My condition has worsened with the passage of time. The span of my amnesia is getting worse. Finally, through the eyes of my neighbors, I realize the exact nature of my condition. It's not about amnesia, but that person has awakened.
Welcome back, folks. You are watching the IVT for NAEU, and we just saw a barn burner of a match between B4U and ICT. B4U moving on, but ICT winning the hearts of everyone, showing their prowess in terms of the survivors and hunter side. So do show them some love in the chat. But now we are moving on to our next match, Legacy versus IT. Gaming Grizzly and Podge giving you the commentary action. Grizzly, how excited are you for this match?
Very, very excited. This can only be as good as the matches we have seen so far. I mean, we are starting right into it. Legacy versus IT. We have seen them perform extremely well in the previous days, proceeding into the rounds that they are in right now. And now they are fighting against each other to secure a spot into the next bracket, to secure a spot in the top 4 of this tournament. Very, very curious to spectate them go against each other. Obviously, we're gonna have the, normal bans in round number 1, 2 bans on the survivor side, and that's gonna open up a lot of characters that are on the table, a lot of meta characters. And if we look at the, picks and on the survivor and hunter side, they have been gone for in the past. It's just very, very meta
looking
decided. And that is obviously a good thing, right? Because you want to get as many points as possible, and knowing and understanding the meta and knowing how to control these characters is definitely gonna optimize your chances to actually winning the matches against your opponents. But then you have these two teams that both did the same, right? They both went for the meta characters and they both studied these characters. So it's gonna be a very, very intense match. I'm really looking forward for the action that is about to start. Yeah, Legacy and IT. I can't wait.
Yeah, Legacy had an amazing performance, and we do know that Legacy, one of the teams to really look out for when it comes to the NAEU scene, and they have been. I've talked to like Mayhem, we talked to Eli, and they have been one of the teams to really look out for, aside from B4U, aside from Fusion, aside from these other big name teams. Legacy is top of mind. IT, on the other hand, we have yet to see them actually. We didn't see them perform last week, but we do know that they have a mix of different hunters, DTM as well as Ellie Otter. As you mentioned, really sway in terms of the meta. Both have sculptors, but Ellie Otter might bring out that feaster. I'm super excited if ever that would be the case.
I was curious to see if you're mentioning it. I was just waiting for it. Yes, the Feaster might come out to play. I would absolutely love that. I would absolutely love to see the Feaster. Definitely a hunter that I'm looking forward to see. But at the other side, if we look at the survivors, I'm curious to see if Legacy is bringing out that dancer again. We have seen Legacy utilizing the dancer when we are looking at Wind. Fantastic job. And in general, just again, very meta characters. So I'm curious to see if they will also bring out a few other characters. And we haven't necessarily seen them utilizing the psychologist, but they have been utilizing the patient. So maybe we're gonna see the psychologist in this lineup because she's just such a powerful new character that brings a lot of opportunity to the matches. And since they have used the patient, why not bring out the psychologist as well? But at the end of the day, it's gonna be very, very interesting to see what they're picking. I'm always holding a little bit back to see what these characters bring to the game. But let's just talk about Legacy real quick. We have Alien, fantastic hunter. We have seen him utilizing the Bloody Queen in this tournament so far, and he absolutely was performing in one of the best, states that he is in. And we also saw All for One in this lineup. He's also a hunter on Legacy with the Ripper coming into this tournament, but he's also very good and very well known for example, the Breaking Wheel, Wu Cheng, Bloody Queen. So there's a lot of variety when it comes to the hunter side. And if we look at Legacy's team, TMX coming in with the Mechanic or the Postman. We have Fan B, who was, I think, coming in as far as I remember as the Priestess and Dancer, right? That was that Fan B? And Tokyo coming in as Patient, Cream coming in as Forward. Again, very, very well balanced team right here. I'm really looking forward to see them perform in the upcoming matches.
Oh yeah, 100%. And we do know Legacy. They are a team to look out for, and IT, a big task ahead of them if they can try to upset, I would say. So here's IT, the Iron Thorns, DTM, Holtz, Ameko, Lu, and June B. DTM, as Eli mentioned, knows as the Sculptor, has a Breaking Wheel, Guard 26, and the meta. So I'm excited to see if ever they're going to switch out with Ellie Otter. We do also know that June, very good forward main, as well as a rescuer. Lu, mainly a decoder. Amiko, known as entomologist, priestess, seer. And Holtz, we have yet to see, but I'm super excited to see how Iron Thorns will be able to stack up against Legacy.
Very, very curious to find out as well. And yeah, we are about to jump right into the first match. We can see Alien being on the hunter side. Again, Alien was coming in with that Bloody Queen. Question is, are we going to see him utilize the Bloody Queen yet again on the first map, which is the Ever Sleeping Town? We can see the first ban being the Mechanic.
It's already shaping up to, I don't know, we've seen a lot of Sculptors, and I wouldn't be surprised if Alien brought out that Sculptor. But as you mentioned, if the Priestess is going to be available in a map like this, Lu will definitely lock in that Priestess. So I'm excited because Lu actually being peak tier in the team. So one of the survivors to look out for is Lu. June B with the forward, Holtz on the mercenary, Amiko, as you mentioned, with that psychologist. So I wonder who Alien will be locking in with this, I would say, very powerful survivor lineup.
Is coming in with the Sculptor. Very, very curious to see what the Priestess can do against Alien Sculptor right here, and what the Priestess, again, we have seen this in previous matches where the Priestess can really dictate the pace of the match
right.
and really can change the outcome of a match by just utilizing, first of all, the normal portals, but also the global portals, which are an extremely strong feature, an extremely strong ability of the priestess right here. Liu definitely going to show us some tricks right here on the Ever Sleeping map, on the Ever Sleeping town, because that is just such a phenomenal match to be on as priestess. But at the same time, Alien coming in as sculptor. We have seen the sculptor over and over again being such a fantastic hunter. So it's definitely not an easy task to go against Legacy right here, even if you have a priestess on the Ever Sleeping town.
Yeah, exactly. It really depends on how Alien, what kind of heat he's packing and what kind of heat he'll bring to the table. Because when she's at full presence, if you're in a tough spot in terms of like objectives and also in resources when it comes to survivors, you can definitely feel that smothering offense of this sculptor. Now she spawns here near the corner house, right near the exit. Holtz is going to be the one he's going to be running into if he continues this straight trajectory. As Amiko transitioning to the graveyard, and now we see Junbi already working on a cipher. Alien again, known for his he has a plethora of hunters to work with, and you know, just chasing away. He already expended the mercenary's elbow pad and realizes, all right, I don't need to spend too much time here. Let me try to look for a better survivor to chase.
Fantastic job, as you mentioned it, really concentrating on the best survivor that you can find in this match, and we definitely have a lot of option rights here to go for, but Mercenary definitely not the one survivor that you want to go first for, because he has just a delayed fall down, and as well as very long time on the rocket chair, and the two remaining elbow pads that he has can just prolong that time so much longer. Now he found the priestess. Definitely going to be a good target as soon as she is exhausted her portals, already taking the first second statue. So that is going to be a blink right here, and hits down that priestess, not even giving her time to kite around for any longer. And even with the priestess right here utilizing one portal, had one portal left, not giving Liu the chance to make good use of the priestess so far.
That was an excellent sequence of events for Alien, right? Took some time, expended the resource of that mercenary, didn't have the best like early seconds, but once he locked into that priestess, stayed cool, calm, and collected, and the controlled aggression for him to able down this priestess early in the game, I think also attributed to that mechanic being banned, that he's able to see clearly and all right, I can take my time. I don't need to be too antsy in terms of trying to down survivors early on. And we see that the priestess is about to be past the halfway mark of this rocket chair time. Amiko already at the graveyard. Now what's important here is that he already has his chisel skill, so he can already in his head, all right, I'm going to go for this cipher next. I'm going to be planting different seeds here, who I'll be going for. And we do see that the psychologist had to be chased away. And it seems like they will be sacrificing this priestess to try and focus on these objectives.
Will they? That is the question. We can see June being indecisive, but yes, you're very right. Priestess is out of the game. In favor of the decoding progress. They really want to push that decoding progress right here, but at the same time, Alien, as you mentioned, with that skill, can already take a look at other cipher machines, can already take a look and put pressure on these survivors. And now, fantastic job from the psychologist, hiding at the graveyard and just staying out of sight, not triggering tinnitus. So now Alien needs to, you know, move away, transition away from the graveyard, allowing the psychologist to go back to decoding, and we are back to the mercenary right here. Alien this time committing a little bit more, trying to get that mercenary.
Yeah, and the thing is, Alien has to either, pick his poison here. Psychologist for mercenary, I gotta go with one. At least he got rid of the priestess, so he does have to worry about those portals. 2 ciphers remaining though, so the survivors are definitely in this. They're still fighting back, and it seems like Alien wants to focus on trying to go for this psychologist. His blink is about to be finished, so he's gonna try to stack up these statue hits. Goes for the melee hit, doesn't have the full presence just yet, and still tries to chase. He transitions away from the graveyard, and now it seems like he wants to pressure some of the other survivors, and hopefully some of these ciphers too.
I mean, he really makes the mercenary run a long distance right here. buying a lot of time and really pushing that. And there we can see only has one elbow pad left. Was already taking it with the statues earlier. And one good thing about being the sculptor going against the mercenary is that if you hit him and he has this delayed go down effect, you can utilize one statue to bring him down immediately. And I think that's what we can expect right here. We can expect that mercenary taking that hit, taking another. Now you can just concentrate on that mercenary and bring him down immediately, or going to put pressure on other survivors. What we can see right now, let's just leave the mercenary out in the wild. Let him run. He's gonna spend a lot of time on the ground. That is slowing down the decoding speed, and now I can put even more pressure on other survivors, which will slow down the game for them even more.
And I like the forethought of iAlien. He's thinking like 4 or 5 steps ahead. He's playing 4D chess with us right now because he already exhausted the psychologist, and now he does not want to chair the mercenary because it's a long chair time. He does not want to camp. One cipher does remain, but the only resource he has to worry about aside from the health of these survivors is that footfall from that forward, and now he's just really zoning in on trying to down the psychologist. Aiko's doing a great job, but no, we'll have to eat that hit, and iAlien has 2 survivors down.
Wow, that was a fantastic job from the psychologist. I have to say, really good patience, not throwing down the pallet and really taking the distance. But then in between the pallet, there was a statue that, you just couldn't pass, and that was giving the sculptor enough time to catch up and land that second hit, bring down the psychologist. And as you mentioned, psychologist is not having any skills left. She healed herself, and we now have the mercenaries having as far as I can see, a syringe is helping himself up now. And you can see the forward trying to come in forward. Still has an entire football. Keep that in mind. You can see him dash in. That might actually be a good chance for iAlien to hit him with the statue and bring him down immediately, but is not.
Chip shots.
Not letting him hit him.
Yeah, gets the regular hit, and now we see that they have to go for more than half rescue, and now he wants to go for the double down situation. The mercenary is still working on that last cipher, but it seems like Amico will be priority. It falls in time, and now we see that this is the opening for IT to try and pop that cipher and try to get as much survivors out of the gate as possible, but Amico doesn't have much to work with, has to go for some real estate. Forward does have half a football left, so maybe he might pose a threat, but Amico will have to eat that regular hit. Looks behind him, Junbi is nowhere to be found, and iAlien can safely secure the psychologist on this rocket chair.
That is for sure, and as you mentioned, they need to focus on decoding as well, but both cipher machines they are working on are at halfway. We have 2 survivors already out of the game. Now the question is, what will happen? Will they be able to pop that cipher? They want to secure at least one elimination, one survivor out of the gate or through the dungeon. But the thing is, it's gonna be a back and forth. Forward being down extremely strong right here, because now you can just focus on the mercenary and, just go back and forth. Secure the 4 survivor elimination, go for the mercenary, and he seems to be finding that mercenary very, very fast. Right there he is, and he sees him, is not trying to hit yet, but these statues.
Yeah, just predicting, able to place them properly when they're about to drop that pallet. And yeah, again, ladies and gentlemen, there's 1 cipher remaining, but iAlien was so, I would say calculated, but try to just dwindle the resources. Junbi now trying to push that last cipher, already used up his self-heal, and you know what? Utilizing the football, but oh my god. Dodging some of these hits, but now iAlien is already here to try to defend the cipher near the graveyard area, and Junbi has to be very careful, can't eat one more hit. iAlien zoning in, will try to go for a melee hit, but again, the football able to just add some distance away, but then he gets the melee hit, and Junbi falls down. As Bitsy mentioned, does not have to worry anymore about himself resurrecting, and now we see that the teleport was utilized, and Holtz will have to try to kite for as long as possible.
Already taking that first statue. Again, if he is taking another statue, it's going to be very, very difficult. He has the dungeon right here, but the problem is the dungeon will not open for quite some time since the forward is not on the chair. Forward is just laying on the ground, slowly bleeding out. We now have Holtz, as you mentioned, already taking that hit, will go down. iAlien taking that tram right here. But at the end of the day, iAlien really having a fantastic match right here. Both survivors are down now. Just has to focus on these survivors. They were already down twice and helped themselves up. So that is it. That tram situation. I mean, that was just, I guess, a funny moment for us, but very, very well calculated because there was no reason to do anything else. You can take that tram. It wasn't like an accident or anything.
Yeah, it was, again, it's just the pesky tram, right? The tram picks no sides, either survivor, hunter, wherever you are. If you're in its way, it's going to get you. But GG's was already called, I believe, when he did, the mercenary ate that hit, and it was already a signed, sealed, and delivered, courtesy of Alien. Really calculated start, very methodical way of how he approached this match, right? He really wanted to pick his survivors. He knew what he had to do. He had to dwindle the resources. I would say, very methodical with going for the priestess at first. Able to stack up the skills, statue, the blink hit, and he was really able to just set the pace of that match and didn't have any decoders to worry about. So he really had to take his time. And looking at the containment time of the survivors, really more on the mercenary side, 135 seconds. Amico with 63 seconds and Forward with 42 seconds. Amazing job. Priestess, unfortunately, was the first one out of the game. You didn't really feel a presence because Alien did not want to deal with any of those holy keys.
That is for sure. And you can really tell how these survivors were doing a fantastic job. They were pushing into one cipher machine. They were not able to pop off the last one. But again, you have a sculptor. It is the first round. You couldn't really ban that sculptor. It's a fantastic map for the sculptor too, with a lot of narrow paths. We have seen it later in the game where we had survivors trying to avoid these narrow paths and just going into the open because yes, going into the open will not allow you to throw down a pallet or anything because there is nothing, but at the same time it will allow you to avoid these statues. Fantastic team play on the survivor side from IT. This is now going to be the second half where we see IT on the hunter side. And just talking points wise, we have Legacy with 5 points, IT coming in with 0 points for that first match because we had a 4 survivor elimination. And we talked about this before. This is now putting pressure on the hunter side. This is putting pressure on IT side because they need to get the same. Either 4 survivor eliminations to tie this first round, or the first round won't be a tie at all. And that's what you want to do. You want to tie that because then you can still have a good chance, a good shot at turning it around in round number 2 and really getting points for yourself, getting points for your team. And at the same time, we have Legacy right here coming in with a fantastic 5-point game, giving them the option if they are only able to get 1 survivor out to take round number 1 for themselves. So it's gonna be a very, very interesting second match in this, or second half in this first round right here. Very, very exciting to see. And yeah, generally speaking, fantastic job. And I just want to mention one thing. Priestess elimination that early in the game was definitely crucial. That priestess can be such a danger to the entire game for the hunter side, for the sculptor right here, but really focusing, as we mentioned, was concentrating on different survivors until you find that one survivor you really want, and then focusing all abilities and all resources you have on that one survivor to just get it out of there.
And you saw, like, they realized early game priestess down. They immediately, you got to give it up to IT. They're like, all right, we can't risk it anymore. We got to focus on prioritizing decoding and objectives because it was quite the risk because they didn't want to expend those resources. You saw that, the psychologist had to utilize her resource to just contain the hunter, Forward as well, just to get away from the hunter. And yeah, Alien was just very calculated at downing that priestess. Like, the momentum definitely swung in his favor after that early sequence by him downing that priestess. So again, excellent forethought. And I would say, like, real big confidence in his own ability to, like, yeah, don't worry, I'll find this priestess. Because you can see hunters kind of buckle in that pressure. It's like, oh no, I need to just settle in on one survivor because I can't find the one survivor I have to go for.
Exactly. I mean, that's definitely a valid point, right? Like, not necessarily I have to go for one survivor because I can't find the survivor that I really want to go for, but sometimes you just want to save that time instead of chasing down that one survivor you really want to, that is probably going to give you a hard time because they are rotating on the map as well and they are communicating. So the survivors obviously know what the preferred survivor is for the hunter to chase down first. So they are communicating like, hey, that hunter is going into that direction. So the preferred character is just transitioning out, buying so much time for the team. So just going for a different character is always an option because yes, that different character might kite you a little bit longer with the skills, but at the same time, you might save the time that you need to search the survivor that you actually want to go for first. It's just it's a back and forth. You have to decide how you want to play the game. You have to decide what you want to do, which strategy you want to apply into the match that you are going into, and I would almost say you could tell from I just want to throw back to the ICT and before you match. You could almost tell that ICT was going for the first survivor that they were able to find because before you is just so very well known for the communication and for the transitioning, for the rotations on maps that, if you would go for that one preferred survivor, it would probably take you an extremely long time to go against before you's coordinated team. So there was definitely homework that was done on ICT's side. And again, then you have Legacy right here who did the same, who was concentrating on just getting that one survivor that they really want to and saying, hey, I can do this. I know the team is coordinated, but I am able to just find that one survivor. And with that find of that one survivor, I'm going to change the pace of the match.
Yeah, beautifully said. With just the split second decision making that these hunters have to make, because again, it's a 1 versus 4 game. I mean, it's asymmetrical, but you will have to outsmart 4 people that are coordinated, especially in a team like, let's say, like IT or before you. If you make contact with one survivor, you can bet that they are already communicating to their teammates, like, I have visual on the hunter, stay away from this side, or like, especially if there's a decoder on the team, which we have yet to see actually. Like, it seems like the meta for IDT is not prioritizing decoders. They want to go for staying power instead.
That is, now that you mention it, that is true. That is true. And honestly, it has been great so far for both sides, right? Like the strategy to just not necessarily utilize decoders was bringing survivors into a favorable position, but also hunters. So it's just a back and forth. It's really, really exciting to be here and spectate all of these matches. And man, we haven't really seen the prisoner coming in to, just decode a little bit more. We haven't seen characters like the explorer who could come in with more decoding. So that's actually a very interesting thing to point out. Obviously, we haven't really seen the mechanic because mechanic is the one survivor that is just extremely destroying when it comes to decoding. So therefore is mostly a character that will be banned. That's actually an interesting point. But at the same time, we have seen teams work around that. We have seen teams buying time by just putting a lot of harasser into the team composition and just helping each other out and helping each other out by switching the attention to different survivors, buying more time and buying the time that they need to actually make up for the missing decoders.
Here's a question for you, because there is a rise in postmen recently, right, in IVL, and we did see the postman. How do you feel about the postman, actually? Because I personally enjoy it, and I can't. I think it was kind of slept on, with especially if we're already leaning into this. All right, let's have all tough guy lineup. Let's have all the rescue lineup. The postman coming into that, you can. I would say, like, send job orders to all right, you be a decoder, you be a rescuer, you do this. Again, priority to Chase, but he's I think he's a real game changer, and I feel like I would love to see more postman. What about you, Grizzly?
Yeah, I can agree. It's definitely fresh air coming to the teams right here, seeing postmans being utilized, especially with his new ability that he was getting where the dog actually slows down hunters. We have seen it, as you mentioned, we have seen it in this tournament so far. Or even today we have seen the postman. And I think it's definitely a very, very interesting character to bring into the team. Not necessarily a character you want to bring into the team in round number 1, right? Like, there are other options that you can bring in round number 1 because the bans are just so few that you have, I would say, better options than the postman. But seeing the postman and seeing him utilizing his ability to speed up decoding progress or to help out kiting survivors or, just to slow down the hunter. We saw Cats Cats just coming out of nowhere with that postman. At least for us, it seems like out of nowhere. Of course, there was a lot of communication, so everything was perfectly timed. But Cats, for us, coming out of nowhere. And also for the hunter, coming out of nowhere. All of a sudden had the dog on his leg and was slowed down. Very, very interesting to see. And I can only agree. I would love to see more of the postman.
Yeah. I guess I would say like first round or maybe second or third, like he's always pretty viable in terms of like if you have a lot of rescuers in the lineup. So who knows? We'll find out in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be Legacy that will be doing the surviving. It is DTM up to bat. Sculptor, Breaking Wheel, Guard 26, and again, it's all on the table for him, but it seems like he is banning that mechanic, and it might be ramping up towards a Sculptor pick. Green on that signature forward. Fun V on the Priestess. Now just waiting on the next ban of DTM, but having this Priestess, that's priority numero uno, amigo.
That is for sure. That is for sure. Don't want to deal with that Priestess. We have seen it before. Priestess can be destroying. There is your postman you were hoping for. And as you mentioned, DTM could actually bring a Breaking Wheel. I'm curious to see, because that would be, first of all, the first Breaking Wheel of the day. And here it comes. And what I want to say is, like, this map is just perfect for the Breaking Wheel. So why not bring it out and leave the Sculptor for later on? And there we go. We're going to see our first Breaking Wheel match of the day. I'm very curious to see how Legacy is dealing with the Breaking Wheel, because obviously Breaking Wheel being one of the strongest hunters in the game, we have seen how destroying he can be, not only being able to get away from rocket chairs and putting more pressure on Cypher machines, on survivors, while immediately just coming back in that wheel form, but also just overall having such a fantastic map control by being able to go basically across the entire map within seconds. Legacy on the other side, very, very well coordinated survivor team and very, very well trained survivor team. They definitely know how to counter a Breaking Wheel, so I'm curious to see what will happen here.
It seems like Green would be attracting the attention of this Breaking Wheel, and now the window is already there. Gotta watch out for those traps that he will lay out, but it's already a victory in its own if you're able to get the Breaking Wheel out of that wheel form, because it's going to be quite tough for DTM to try to down this forward while he still has a full football to utilize. Green dropping that pallet to just make sure that the kiting does last long and make sure that the Priestess is the one with that decoding buff. And now we see that Green already making the Breaking Wheel go in that wheel form and just keeping him in this area, while we see the Postman already more than halfway done with his Cypher. And we see that Green right away, once he's out of wheel form, I'm going to use it. Trap was almost set and he was almost there, and Green still buying so much time, Grizzly.
This trap could have been very, very dangerous. Wow, look at that. We have the Postman coming in right here, trying to buy more time for Green. Fantastic job so far from both sides. Forward, really buying the time that the rest of the team needs. Look at that. Not even caring about the Postman, because you really want to go for the forward. You could get rid of these spikes. And you really, he has 2 spikes in there. Let's just concentrate him. Let's just land that it is. Trying to hit the blink, but was able to get away from it. The forward was able to get away. Fantastic job. This is buying so much time.
Yeah, great. And look at that, the portal. Yeah, exactly. So they are setting up for him to escape, and now we see that DTM has, he's gonna have to clean these portals up, but look at that. Forward is already away from this Breaking Wheel, and it seems like DTM has to find another target, and TMX is already utilizing the windows, so this is gonna be quite tough. Windows are also a big weakness of this Breaking Wheel, forcing him to exit that wheel form, and now has to chase this Postman on foot, while we see that Green is at the second floor removing the spikes, and now goes back to that wheel form.
Talking about the windows, especially that window where we were just at the graveyard, such a difficult window, one of the strongest windows for playing against the Breaking Wheel. And just to say that, again, Legacy, very, very well coordinated team, really taking turns on kiting that hunter. We had 2 spikes in the forward, they were able to get away from that Breaking Wheel, and now the spikes are removed, so now it's an entire new task for the Breaking Wheel to actually bring down the forward again. And we saw there's just a short break right here coming in from the players. We just have to wait and see. So far, I have to say, breaking wheel matches are always interesting to watch, always interesting to spectate. You always learn something. You always start to, understand how to go against the breaking wheel a little bit more and a little bit more. And so far, again, we saw it. Ford, fantastic early kite of the game, wasn't going down right there, was buying a lot of time, was even forcing at one point, forcing the hunter to change targets. And this is definitely starting out extremely well for Legacy on the Survivor side so far.
Yeah. And just to echo your sentiments when it comes to a breaking wheel match, the reason why it's so interesting is that I would say the mobility is one thing to look forward to, as well as when he has that presence. Just if he spikes a lot of survivors and he activates that burst, he's going to down a lot. But the thing is, Legacy did a great job just containing him and forcing him to chase green, the forward. He already expended his entire football staying in that graveyard side of the map, and still not getting a hit on him is quite amazing. And for them to be able to just keep the breaking wheel and his presence at the minimum is just it just speaks volumes to how Legacy is such a well-coordinated team. But on the other hand, DTM, it's still in this, can still turn the sides. This is the breaking wheel, and he is a meta hunter. So let's see how he's going to be able to, respond to the early pressure of Legacy.
He now changed targets because he really needs to get that one survivor on the chair. We can see that he is going for the postman. And this is what I was talking about. I love to see other survivors, especially these top teams, going against the breaking wheel, because you can learn so much just kiting around, spinning in circles. Look at that, waiting for him to get out of the form, then going through that portal and buying more time. Postman is now in a little bit of a difficult situation, because if the postman is taking a hit or a swing by look at that, the tram almost got caught up by the tram. But again, really good job for look at that, yet again forcing him out of his wheel form and then utilizing that portal. That might be the first pipe.
Yeah, and just TMX, you know what? Once he's able to bring him out that form, he was ready with that dog just to slow him down, and it seems like Green being chased away from that Cypher. DTM trying to be a little proactive here and try and go for more survivors to down, and he knows that the forward does not have a football to utilize and wants to spike him and try to down him, but we do know that the postman is healing up while we have another survivor just focusing on Green. Wow, double down situation for DTM.
Now this is going to be very interesting. Postman is already up, so now we are focusing on the Ford right here. Fantastic job. We have seen the Cypher machine that the Ford was working on was almost done, so that is definitely a really good situation. We can now also see Priestess working on the Cypher machine at the graveyard. Almost done. They have two Cypher machines they are working on right now, which is putting DTM into a really difficult situation, because yes, he can transition extremely fast, but can he protect two Cypher machines at the same time? No, you can't, and that is definitely something to keep in mind.
Plus protecting the chair, right, which the rescue happened already. Green still has Tide Turner in effect, eats that one hit spike, and now we see that the Priestess already primed that Cypher. Green, activates it, but right on time. Did you see the timing of that pop? Excellent endgame pop on the side of Legacy.
Was really getting away right here. Now we can see DGM. He needs to focus on at least one survivor elimination, because you don't want to get the 5-point game for the opponent's team. Again, we talked about this. IT actually needs 5 points to tie that match, but we can already see two survivors getting through the gate. Legendary on the other side, and the dungeon. This is another 5-point game for Legacy, which means round number 1 goes 10-0 in favor of Legacy. Fantastic job. Great teamwork. Again, this was the breaking wheel, and this was a really good breaking wheel player right here. But the way the Ford was starting this game at the graveyard, utilizing that window to force him out of his wheel form, utilizing the pellets that were around this area and really forcing him to stay in this area for long enough to just circle around back to the same window. Fantastic job. And with the help of the Priestess, we mentioned it, Priestess very dangerous, being able to get out of there. And with the help of the Priestess, later on, we also saw the Postman having a fantastic time kiting around the breaking wheel. And I personally learned something. Just waiting at the portals for the Breaking Wheel to get out of his form, because obviously Breaking Wheel needs to swing at you. He's forced to swing at you to deal damage. He cannot deal damage with you on you with the wheel form. So he was just waiting at these portals, waiting there, forcing him out of his wheel form, and then, well, I'm gonna go through the portal, and that's gonna buy me more time.
Yeah, right when you escape that wheel form. And note that he can go through the portals on wheel form. So that was an excellent foresight on the side of the postman TMX. And yeah, just rightly so. Look at the containment time on both TMX as well as Green. Both triple digits. And you know what? They were also able to push a little bit of those ciphers. But Mercenary and Priestess, you didn't see them that much. And you actually saw them in the back door, because Mercenary going for that backdoor rescue, Priestess always setting up those portals. So you did feel their presence. You just didn't see them on screen. So excellent job on the side of Legacy. On the other side, DTM, known for that breaking wheel, was really tested in this match. Again, he wasn't able to utilize the mobility as much because of how well Legacy was able to, I would say, yeah, distract and also implement their game plan and really force them. I think chasing that forward really helped Legacy in the early game build their momentum for them to be able to get the 4-person escape.
That is for sure. And yeah, just a foot, 150 seconds. And we also have the postman, 130 seconds. You can really see how these two survivors were buying so much time for the rest of the survivors to decode. And we're also bringing decoding to the ground as well. So that is definitely something that you don't see that often, especially against the breaking wheel, who has such a high speed. And I definitely enjoyed this match. We now have the conclusion of the first match right here, the first round, and it definitely goes to Legacy. Well deserved 10 points on Legacy's side, eliminating 4 survivors as well as getting 4 survivors through the exit gate against that dangerous breaking wheel. Fantastic job, well deserved. But I'm very curious to see round number 2, because Iron Thorns can definitely turn this around. I'm very curious to see what they will bring in round number 2. We are not going to see the Ever Sleeping Town, so I am not sure if we will see a breaking wheel ban, because we have different maps where the breaking wheel does not necessarily accelerate that much. So we might see the sculptor bans, and that might definitely be a little bit of a challenge for both teams to go with other hunters. But at the same time, it is giving Legacy a lot of room to breathe right here. That 10-point round number 1.
And what's important is that they cannot let go of this momentum, right? On IT side, they got to swing it the other way. They have to find a way for them to be able to find that opening. But because so far, Legacy has been doing really well on both sides, both Survivor and Hunter side. But IT DTM, he's known for other hunters as well, has that Sculptor, Guard 26 as the Anne, and they just need to set a furious pace coming into this next match. And we still have yet to see, in terms of the Survivor side on IT, they are known to, we have yet to see like the same type of coordination because of how well, again, the iAlien was able to just disrupt the flow of them pushing for the ciphers. And just go for it.
I'm very, very curious to see which characters they are going for. As you already mentioned, we have seen that both sides are definitely good when it comes to the Sculptor, but at the same time, IT, if I look at the hunters right here, Sculptor, Breaking Wheel, Anne, as well as Eli Otter, Sculptor, and Feaster, that would be very... Feaster, excuse me. Feaster. That's my question. Like, what are you gonna pick? I am pretty sure we're gonna see a Sculptor ban in round number 2, because yes, that would allow Breaking Wheel into the mix-up, but at the same time, Breaking Wheel's map to shine, which is the Ever Sleeping Town map, was already played. We're not gonna see the same map twice. So maybe banning the Sculptor is not only banning the Sculptor, but it's also kind of banning the Breaking Wheel, because you can't reuse the Breaking Wheels in other maps, or at least not as good. And that might open up, as I already mentioned, hunters like Anne coming to the ground, or maybe even the Feaster. That would be something I would really look forward to. And it's not that impossible. It's not that, that you have to reach for the stars to see a Feaster right here. We have a team that is known for the Feaster. So that could be something that, would get me very, very excited. And if you look at Legacy's side, We have seen the Bloody Queen before, and we have seen, Wu Cheng coming in, and the Ripper as well. Ripper in this tournament, for example, from All for One. So I'm really, really curious to see what is going on in the next round.
Also, big shout outs to Eli saying that All for One not only brings out the Ripper or Wu Chang, Bloody Queen or Breaking Wheel, he also has he plays Violinist. So I'm excited because Violinist is also a hunter we don't see that much in competitive play, I would have to say. And very unique mechanics as well, and very hype whenever I see a Violinist coming into the mix. And also really interested to see what map we're going to see. And on rare occasions, Grizzly, we do see the maps being played twice, but that means the Survivor team does, the switch up, they want to use that map again. But considering how IT fared in the Ever Sleeping Town, maybe they want to opt for a different map, even though that might gimp them in terms of picks of hunters, because again, that DTM, known as a Breaking Wheel, known as the Sculptor, and as you mentioned, let's go to Red Church or a smaller map. They're going to definitely ban that Sculptor. And now Breaking Wheel on Red Church, there's a lot of those walls that can be created as windows. It's going to be quite tough for them to respond to this. But as we said in KOA 3, diamonds are made under pressure. I'm excited to see if IT can rise to the occasion.
Yeah, I'm excited too. As you mentioned, diamonds are made under pressure. And honestly, even I can feel the pressure that they are under right now with a 10-point game on Legacy side right now, with IT having to come back. They need to at least, even if they get a tie, it would be very, very difficult for them. No, even if they get a tie in the next round, they would have to get a 10-point game to tie it up completely, which is extremely difficult. Again, there is time to shine, and that time is right now to come back right here from that point deficit on Legacy side, or on IT side against Legacy. So yeah, let's see how bright these diamonds are going to shine, because there is a lot of pressure. So very, very curious to see the lineup. And as you mentioned, Violinist might come to the game, and that's something we haven't seen that often so far. This is still round number 2, so we can still expect other characters to come into the mix as well.
Ooh, and speaking of switches, Grizzly, as you mentioned that, just hearing word that there's going to be a player switch. So as you mentioned, All for One will be coming in. So we might see that Ripper. We might see that. We might see those other hunters like Violinist coming into the mix. Ellie Otter will be coming in as well. So the Feaster. We're going to Arms Factory, Grizzly. Oh my God! I want to get a little ahead of myself, but tell me, how does Feaster fare in the Arms Factory?
Feaster accelerates extremely well in, no matter what map. He's just an absolutely fantastic hunter. I love to see him. But honestly, if you're a Feaster player, you have to realize that he is extremely slow. Bigger maps are nothing for the Feaster, so playing on the Arms Factory could definitely give an opening, definitely be a smaller map, definitely a map that could be a map for the Feaster. I'm honestly looking forward to see what we can expect from this upcoming round number 2, because it's giving me hope to actually see the Feaster. And we know that IT will go first in that second round, so we're gonna, we're gonna reveal, or we are getting revealed, which hunter we can spectate in a few moments. I'm very excited. This could be a Feaster game, and I told you there will be a Feaster game. So basically, it has to be just because I say so.
Exactly. Not a prediction, but a spoiler. That's a Grizzly guarantee with what's going to happen. But again, it really depends on. Again, I'm giving it that wiggle room if ever they choose not to. But I'm hoping. But I wish I had the same faith in you, Grizzly. Same faith in the Feaster, and maybe I will. So I'm excited to see what Ellie Otter will be bringing to the table, because Legacy Survivor side, they're very sharp today. They look like they're having a really good day with how they were able to manage that 4-person escape up against the Breaking Wheel. So tall task ahead for Ellie Otter here.
Breaking Wheel. You just mentioned again. I just want to highlight. I want to echo what you were saying. 4-man escape against a Breaking Wheel on Ever Sleeping Town. That is. You have to say that very slowly, and you have to think about what you're saying right now, because that is so extremely difficult. And seeing Legacy as a very, very well coordinated survivor side right here, being able to manage exactly that, and the way they utilize all of their abilities together as a team to actually get that going, to get the 4 survivor escape right here. That was phenomenal. As you mentioned, they are very, very sharp today. And I feel like that is, that is a tempo, that is a pace that they are going to keep up. And that is a tempo, that is a pace that IT side needs to compete with right now. And that's exactly what they're doing. As you mentioned, diamonds are made under pressure, and there is a lot of pressure on IT side right now. They need to at least tie this, but it would be better if they would actually decide this round number 2 for themselves.
And that's a point I want to bring up. It's a little outside the tournament, but you know what? In other titles, in other tournaments, you know what? Other people just see the results, but you know what? The real players and the ones that want to improve see tournaments as a learning experience. And I feel like you know what? We're seeing different levels to each game, and that's why it's so important for you guys to support your favorite teams and not discourage them, because they're still. I'd say they're still in an arc. They're anime tournament arcs. You know, this is not their final version just yet. And that's why, yeah, I really champion you guys to just support your favorite teams and spread the love, because that's the only way these pro players are going to get good, because they are putting themselves out there to get better. And as we said, diamonds are made under the pressure, and you know what? Sometimes it doesn't go the way they thought it would be. So yeah, super important for the community, super important for the players as well, for you guys to send your love and support and respect them as well. So just my little message there. And also, it is Ellie Otter's birthday today. So happy birthday. We just heard it from, the people in the back. So shout outs to everyone at the back there.
So it's gonna be a birthday feaster then. I see.
A birthday feaster, yes. A birthday feaster.
Exactly.
Let's go.
Very, very excited to see that we are about to jump into that second round in a minute. It's going to be very, very, very intense. I have to say that it's going to be very intense. Just want to throw us back into what happened so far. We have 10 points on Legacy side. They were able to do a fantastic match on the Hunter side with 4 survivor elimination. They were able to escape the breaking wheel with 4 survivors out of the gate on the ever sleeping town. So they are in a really, really good position right now, and IT needs to come back from this. They need not only to come back from this, but also maybe get as many points as possible, because if it's going to end up in a tie and we have to calculate it by points, this could be destroying, because Legacy already has 10 points and IT was not getting any points from that round number 1. So yeah, IT needs to come back, and we have talked about this. There are some situations in which the strategy of players will change. They have to change because the pressure is too high to play it safe. The pressure is so high that they need to take risks to actually secure the points that they need, or to, avoid to give the opponent team the points that they would need. So I'm very curious to see how this all will play out in round number 2. We can still expect a lot of main characters, a lot of meta characters when it comes to the survivor side, because there will be 3 bands. Again, we talked a bit about the Hunter already. Sculptor might be the band that we will see, and then Breaking Wheel is already out of question, because the maps are not necessarily favorable for the Breaking Wheel. So it's going to be interesting to see what the Hunters are playing. But when it comes to the survivors, there are still a lot of options for very, very good team compositions.
I would have to say though, All for One might bring out the Breaking Wheel. Breaking Wheel in Arms Factory isn't so bad. Like I've seen some matches too. Just putting it out there. But considering what other characters All for One has, you know what, we did see that Sprinter did bring out the Bloody Queen. All for One does have a Bloody Queen as well. So that could play into effect here, especially depending on how the first match goes. IT will hunt first. All for One could be set up in the same position as how B4U was when Sprinter was on that Bloody Queen. So who knows? Again, you know what? Happy birthday, Ellie Otter. Ellie Otter will be hunting first, and the pressure is already on, because the Hunter or Ellie Otter will have to dictate the pace of the second round.
That is for sure. And I think, what better than to play in a tournament like that, to have made it this far, top 8 right now, and no matter if you're winning or if you're getting eliminated in this tournament, to be in the top 8 of the North American European server tournament, that is just an achievement by itself. So I'd say, I mean, I would love to take part in the tournament on my birthday, but at the same time, I would probably not be helpful for my team.
You
So
just pick Feaster and then you're good. That's it.
Yeah.
Yay! There we go. And that's it. That's the goal.
That's it. That's all yeah, exactly. But yeah, in general, I am very, very curious to see, as you already mentioned, this first round, or not this first round, this first half of round number 2 is definitely gonna set the tempo of this entire round number 2. Because if Legacy is able to secure a lot of points by bringing out a lot of survivors yet again against IT, that is not only pressure that they're, feeling on their shoulder, that is an extremely hard push that they are feeling, because that push forces them to be extremely risky. And we have seen this before play out extremely well, where we see risky plays just being rewarded with high risk, high reward. That's just how it is. But on the other side, high risk is a risk. It's a risk. Like, what else is there to say? It can go the other way, and it can go in the way of the opponent's team. But we just have to see what is happening. We are jumping into round number 2. This time we are playing, as you mentioned, on the Arms Factory. And we have the Seer and the Forward banned. And we have, as we already predicted, the Sculptor being banned, because we just want to prevent the Hunter from utilizing that strong meta character. Again, I still think we might not necessarily see the breaking wheel. You brought up the point that he is still good on Arms Factory. I can only agree. But I'm curious to see what we can expect from the Hunter side.
Could be Feaster, my guy. Could be Feaster, my guy. Green.
Feaster.
Green on that Mercenary Fun V mechanic. Oh, wow. They really want to double down on decoders here, because Postman can really help just speed up that decoding process. Tokyo on that Patient. We do know that the walls here are so easy for the Patient to be able to vault over. So that's going to be quite hard. But Ellie Otter going with the Bloody Queen. Okay, not the Feaster, but still a very solid Hunter to pick on Ellie Otter's side.
Still a very, very solid Hunter. You already mentioned it. Bloody Queen can be a Hunter that comes to the table. And I mean, Feaster, as much as I want to see him, this is a tournament, and obviously you want to maximize your chances of winning, and Bloody Queen definitely brings the chances a little bit more to the table as my beloved Feaster. So that is absolutely...
In time.
Exactly, in time. Everything will come in time. And again, I'm still very excited to see the second half, because there is already a lot of pressure on IT's side. I'm curious to see if they can now turn it around. The Hunter needs to secure a lot of points right here to actually help out the survivors in the second half. But let's just check out Ellie Otter right here going for Tokyo, the Patient.
Yeah, already just rotating around Shack, and now we are at the ruins area. We do see that Ellie Otter wants to find the most optimal target, but it could be quite the chase if he goes for Tokyo here, because he is a pretty strong part when it comes to the walls, and he's able to utilize them, but he has to save his skills wisely. That mirror, the Aqua Mirror, once it's popped up, that's when Tokyo will try to go for the hit. Oh my god, we do see the Ellie Otter was able to cancel out that repel, and now we see the Tokyo moving to the Shack area.
What a placement, not giving Tokyo any chances to get away from that hit. Really fantastic water mirror placement of Ellie Otter. And what I'm curious to see is, will the Bloody Queen commit to the Patient completely? Because we still have the mechanic on the field who can decode so much. Blink is coming through to close the gap between the Hunter and the Patient, bring down the first survivor. We can now see the pressure on the survivor side, really trying to slow down that decoding. We had the mechanic on that Siphon machine scaring her away, and we can also see that mechanic is slowly coming back, is trying to get to that Cypher machine, but that could be really good for the Bloody Queen.
Yeah, and now we see that Ellie Otter going for an optimal chair here, right at the center. It's so hard to rescue from this, but we do see the Mercenary is already coming in, but the Wanted Order will be sniping him out. Fun V still has his bot out and about, and we do see that Ellie Otter is camping this chair. Green already trying to add some pressure to this rocket chair. Well, we do see that 4 ciphers still remain, but I believe if we can see the cipher progress on that mechanic stall, we do see Ellie Otter popping that skill. Mercenary eats the hit, and now the patient is out and about. Still can utilize his skill to try and get away. And look at that, goes for the tree, and look at the distance he's covered.
Wow, that distance was huge indeed. The skill is still having a cooldown of 10 seconds, and what we can see now is still Mechanic being on the field with the doll decoding and putting a lot of decoding pressure on the hunter, while we have the patient just circling around the shack right here, buying more time. Skill is active. Will this skill actually hit, or at least close the gap right there? We need to get that hit. At least IT needs to get that hit very, very soon, because 4 survivors remaining, no, 4 cipher machines remaining, and that is it for now, but they will pop very fast. I can already tell these cipher machines will go down. Once they pop, they pop.
But he tried to go for another skill usage there to try and repel to another part, but then there was some destruction, and Ellie Otter making sure to punish accordingly. 3 ciphers still remain, while you see the mercenary already about to pop that cipher, so who will go for the rescue? Green seems to be sniped out already. Mercenary has to move away from that rocket chair, but no, he does get that. Oh, I believe that's the mechanic's doll. And now Ellie Otter going back to just trying to camp this rocket chair. Well, we see that the tinnitus is already popped up. 1V in the area has to eat that hit, and now Patient has one more skill to utilize to get away from this bloody queen.
Ellie Otter definitely concentrating on that patient. Fantastic body block. Now going back to the main target, because we want to get... Ooh, just utilizing that skill to avoid the hit. And we have the postman coming in to slow down the bloody queen. Everyone is just protecting that one survivor. We can see in the bottom left, Cypher Machine is almost primed. Blink didn't go through either. This is going to be a fantastic position for Legacy right here. Cypher Machine is primed. Look at the postman. Just wants to eat that hit. Just wants to stop the Bloody Queen from chasing the patient. This is an extremely good play. Mechanic is down. Doesn't even matter. We have the Cypher Machine primed. We are going to wait until that hit lands. And then we're going to see the Cypher pop. Fantastic play so far. Wow!
Are they gonna pop it? Not quite just yet. We do note that this is the last chair of the patient. We'll try to juke away, and the patient will have to eat this hit. This last kite has to matter. We do see the postman already opening the exit gate, and the dungeon, Grizzly. The dungeon is there where the patient is. Can they open it in time for them to go for a 4-man escape?
The gate is almost open on the postman side. We can see everyone is just gathering, but it seems like there will be a long-range attack. We have the patient down, and that is exactly what you have to do. You have to secure that one survivor elimination. You don't want to give the survivors the 5-point game. You at least want to get one survivor out of there to give your own survivor team in the next half a better chance to come back from this. Fantastic job from both sides, but the coordination on Legacy yet again was really giving them the edge, was really helping them to decode the cipher machines, and we had the mechanic alive for most of the game, was down at the late game, which was still fine because Bloody Queen was sitting on the chair and we had another cipher machine already primed. So again, great coordination, and Bloody Queen putting pressure and really committing to the patient early game, which was definitely good. But here you can also see patient 155 seconds of kiting, was on the chair twice, but the rest of the survivors were really rescuing and protecting the patient, especially late game.
Yeah, I would say the first early chase was on the side of Ellie Otter, so big shout out to Ellie Otter. Is even the first chair, like he was able to, hit the mercenary, chase away the mechanic. But again, as you mentioned, that's the big threat of having the mechanic in the vicinity. You're always on your toes because you don't know how fast they're able to decode, because you technically, it's a 5 versus 1 because that doll is always a constant threat. And yeah, the team coordination on Legacy side really shined, especially on the last rebound kite of that patient. You saw how everyone was just tagging in, tagging out, and just making sure that this patient stays alive. The postman coming in with the dog, the mechanic eating that hit just to just to have the patient have an excellent transition away to a better part in the map, and ultimately led to the 3-1. Great job on both sides. Ellie Otter, you know, with the Bloody Queen, really tried his best in trying to just down that patient. But at the end of the day, yeah, Legacy, again, their team coordination is one to fear if you're a hunter.
That is for sure. And especially, just want to highlight this late game of the postman. Yes, we saw the dog coming in to slow down the hunter, but then the postman just standing in the door in the middle of the shack, trying to give more time to the patient. And I mean, great job from the Bloody Queen right here, concentrating on the patient, not letting her bait a hit right there on the postman, just going around, even if it took a little bit longer, and trying to concentrate on that patient that was basically the secure target, because as soon as the patient is down and you are able to get that patient on the chair, that survivor's out of the game, and maybe you can concentrate on another survivor with detention later on in the match to actually get a 2 survivor elimination. But the coordination of Legacy was extremely fantastic. You have to give it to them. 3 survivor escape. Fantastic job from the Bloody Queen, from IT, to actually get at least 1 survivor out of there, because that's the main goal. If you're giving them another 5-point match, it's just extremely difficult to recover from that. So taking that 1 point is definitely helping their survivor side to, you know, switch this around, come back from this. And this is exactly what they need. They need to switch it around and come back from this.
Yeah, momentum, right? They just need to take this round per round, small victories are small victories, and just slowly pile on that pressure. And yeah, 3-1 is still, it's good, right? It's not that it's not a devastating like 5 point deficit. So yeah, again, the pressure is still there, but is again, there's still that hope. So let's see how it'll turn, because All for One will be hunting next, and he has, I would say, like some interesting choices of hunters. And now, yeah, he can't just settle for the one person. He needs to go for at least a tie. Not like what in the previous match we saw where Sprinter just needed that one person out. So he's still gonna have to make sure that he goes all out coming into this match. And on the side of IT, if they go for a tie, if they need to go for 3 person out. I mean,
yes, a 3 survivor escape, or else they will be eliminated from the tournament. So that's definitely a lot of pressure on them. They need to get 3 survivors out, especially against all for one right here as Hunter. That is going to be extremely difficult. 3 survivors out of there. We are playing on the Arms Factory. We have 1 Hunter ban, but then if we look at the arsenal of Hunters that All for One can actually handle, we have the Bloody Queen, we have Wu Cheng, you mentioned, we have the Violinist, then we also have obviously the Sculptor, as well as the Ripper, and, you know, Breaking Wheel. You want, in my opinion, you want to ban the Sculptor, even if the Sculptor is not necessarily one of the hunters that All
he's
for
known
One
for.
is known for, exactly. But still, if he will be able to bring out that Sculptor, that can be extremely difficult, especially when it comes to, you know, they need a tie. They need 2 survivors out of there. With a Sculptor, that is definitely possible. That is definitely a goal that you can reach. And yeah, the question is, if they are banning, you know, the Sculptor, there are still so many options. There's a huge arsenal that All for One is known of. And we are saying this over and over again. Pick your poison. It's every decision is a difficult decision that you're making in this game, in this tournament, and your opponent will always surprise you with something else. And it's definitely an uphill battle right here for IT, but they can make it. I believe in them. I definitely believe in them. 3 survivor escape, that's possible.
Definitely doable in the tightest of circumstances. And yeah, you know, we say it time and time again to pick your poison, but I think it's an apt saying with what you have to go for. It's like, what's the lesser evil, or the lesser, what do you want to go for, or what is your team ready to face? Because all these options are pretty good. So it's really a tough spot to be in. And I know IT, yeah, they're put in the pressure cooker now, and they really have to dig in deep with what they have to go for, and also predict, because as you mentioned, All for One not really known for that Sculptor, but would you risk bringing in that Sculptor, even though like maybe he was hiding it? Who knows? Because based on what our notes say and what Eli says, yeah, Ripper, Wu Chang, Bloody Queen, Breaking Wheel, Violinist. And if you want to ban one of those, what if like all of a sudden, yeah, you know what, let me try out a Sculptor. A Sculptor going for a tie is very viable.
Yeah, that is for sure. That is for sure. I like, you know, All for One just, I think All for One is in a very comfortable situation right now, because he is just a hunter player that can play different hunters. And even if hunters are being banned that he would prefer to play, he has always a backup plan. He has always a backup hunter, I would say, for every single map. So even if you're, banning one specific hunter that is very well on one map, I think he can just bring out another hunter that is just as dangerous as the hunter you have banned. And this is what IT has to deal with right now. They have to make this decision. Which hunter are we going to ban? Are we going to ban the sculptor that is very, very dangerous overall in general, but All for One is not necessarily known for it? Or, are we gonna ban, for example, the Violinist, because Violinist is just an extremely scary hunter too, but that, first of all, opens up the chance of a Sculptor, but then you still have Ripper, you have a Breaking Wheel who could come in on the Arms Factory, you have a Bloody Queen, you have a Wu Cheng, there are so many options, so that is definitely something in favor of All for One right now, and that is, definitely another pressure point for IT.
Yeah, wish there were more bans, but they gotta pick their poison. They only can ban one hunter, while also, if you look at it, All for One could ban like 3 survivors too. So yeah, in Arms Factory, depending on the survivor, I mean, you definitely want to take out decoders. We saw the effects of having a mechanic in the mix. Maybe depending on the hunter he wants to go for, if like he's gonna go for like a Wu Chang or like a Bloody Queen, maybe take out the Seer because they're both single hit hunters. If you consider also that take out maybe some rescuers too. Actually, not really sure if they have it. Oh yeah, Amico with the entomologist, because Priestess you can definitely like take her off the table since it's a very small map. But entomologist in this map, she's very powerful.
Yeah, that can be a very, very good option to go for. Entomologists definitely can bring a lot to the table, not only when it comes to kiting and, blocking paths that the hunter would have to go through, but also being a support with the bees, with her skill, and just helping the teammates that are kiting. And in general, I mean, there are just a lot of options on the table right now, especially with the option of having, for example, a psychologist who can come to the match. We haven't seen a prisoner yet. Maybe we're gonna see another mechanic. I mean, we have seen mechanic, I think, for the first time in this match, and we have really seen how fast the decoding was going and how difficult it is to keep up the tempo with the decoding if there is a mechanic on the field that you are not going to focus on first. But at the same time, when you're banning the mechanic, you're giving other characters the chance to get into that game. It's wow. We can debate about this for the entire evening, and I think we wouldn't come to a conclusion. What we just have to see is how this second round, or the second half of the second round, will play out. Which characters will be in play, which hunters will be in play from All for One. I'm very, very curious to see that. I mean, again, IT needs to turn this around, and then we're gonna see the round number 3 that we actually haven't seen today, because ICT versus B4U was decided by B4U within 2 rounds. Very, very curious to see if we're gonna jump into a third round. I'm thriving for these third rounds because you have all these bans and all these new possibilities of seeing new team compositions and also hunters we haven't seen that often. But I also mentioned this last weekend. Even with me hoping to go in the later rounds, because you see off-meta characters and off-meta hunters, I am just happy how it is, because we are already seeing a lot of off-meta characters in the first rounds.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, especially, I mean, day 1, right? We saw an evil reptilian. We saw like gamekeeper. We saw barmaid. We see a lot of the first officer. Just these characters that don't really have the limelight, right? So I mean, IVT, I think, just excellent representation all throughout. But we are seeing that the meta is there for a reason. We do see that some people, like some survivors, do favor like Perfumer coming into the mix. She's still very strong in the very capable hands of a certain player. So it's good to see. Again, we're getting a tease of what can happen in the later rounds, in the early rounds, in an amazing tournament like IVT. So very excited. Again, I'm excited to see what this next match will bring, because again, it's really all or nothing when it comes to IT side as they face all for one. That's a lot of alls. So
Yeah, that is really
Mhm.
all for nothing
Mm,
for all for one.
mhm,
Yeah, that's right.
mhm.
I can only agree. I can only agree. And you mentioned the perfume. I just want to pick up on that because yeah, if you know how to utilize that perfumer, she can just be extremely strong. She can buy a lot of time, and in composition with other survivors that can prolong the kite, that can help you kite as soon as your perfumes are out. Yeah, that can be extremely scary for the hunter side if you face such good perfumer that can buy a lot of time, and then again such a well coordinated team as Legacy is. We're gonna see Legacy being on the survivor side, and they were just able in the previous round to kite a breaking wheel on Ever Sleeping Town to the point where they got
Mhm.
4 survivors through the exit gate. And that is
Mhm.
something that just speaks for Legacy's survivor team and their coordination and how they are teaming up and how. No, wait, we just
Mhm.
saw Legacy on the survivor side already, so
Yeah.
we're gonna see that. I'm
So
sorry, I
IT.
was
Yeah,
just.
it's all good. Mhm.
Yeah, we're gonna see IT on the survivor side this time. And yeah, they just have to come back from this. It's gonna be very, very interesting. All for one gonna be it's going to be the hunter for this upcoming match. And
Mhm.
hmm.
Let's try to talk survive. Oh, we're not going to talk about it anymore because we're going to jump right into it. I wanted to ask like what we're going to see in terms of survivors, what they can pull off for them to be able to get at least a 3-person escape. We are seeing all for one already canceling out the seer and the forwards, so he might go for those single hit hunters. Maybe his Wu Chang, his Bloody Queen might come out, violinist, Ripper as well. But as you mentioned, already respect banning the sculptor.
Yeah, that is for sure. That is for sure. And since we have the opening again for the mechanic, we're gonna see another mechanic in this round. The second mechanic in this tournament. And now that's gonna be very interesting because we saw how fast the decoding progress was going on. And this is definitely something to look forward to. Will the decoding go on as fast, or will All for One
Whoa.
concentrate a little bit more on other characters? And now, First Officer, Gravekeeper. That's going to be very interesting. In composition with the psychologist and the mechanic, I'm really looking forward to this match. And I'm really looking forward to see the Bloody Queen yet again.
There we go. Actually, if you think about it, the most optimal is going for that mechanic because all these survivors are just a nightmare to chase. Maybe the first officer, if you're really able to find his real version from that pocket watch, but all the 3, the psychologist, first officer, and gravekeeper have they have like an amazing staying power in the game. Again, if All for One buys too much, or if any of these survivors buy too much time, and All for One just focus on either of these survivors, if it's not the mechanic, it could be the opening that IT is looking for to stay alive in this tournament.
That is for sure. That is for sure. But then on the other side, we have the Bloody Queen who can come in extremely strong, and we have talked about this. Legacy needs a tie, needs 2 survivors out of the game, needs to eliminate 2 survivors, and Bloody Queen, a very, very well-known high hunter who is very, very capable of doing exactly what they have to do to get these 2 survivors out of here. And I'm very curious to see how this will pan out. We have All for One starting on the Bloody Queen side and already finding the first survivor, which is the first officer right here. First officer trying to utilize his skill, but is taking that hit right away.
Oh my god, and now we see that the Bloody Queen already utilized the mirror early down to the first officer. It is all going for All for One. My goodness. This was yeah.
Amazing start, phenomenal start right here on Legacy's side. Again, they need a tie, they need 2 survivors out of here. This is already putting a lot of pressure on the survivor side. We can see IT now, that chair placement, you cannot really decode on that cipher machine that was decoded on right now. We're gonna jump into a short break caused by IT. What a phenomenal start. What a great start for Legacy right here. And this is definitely, we talked about this. IT in a really, really tough situation. There's a lot of pressure on the IT side right now. And this start from Legacy, this early down within seconds. You couldn't even blink twice. And All for One with the Bloody Queen was having the first officer down. So that was a fantastic start. That is putting IT in an even more, difficult situation.
Yeah, and just that sequence, right? The first officer will intersecting with the path that All for One was walking in and utilizing the pocket watch. But I think, you know what, as much as, yeah, that's an excellent skill. I think the hunter's already kind of caught on to where the first officer would be, even though there is that delay. And we saw how All for One just knew where the first officer was going to be, sniped him down at the start, even though he has that 5-second tide turner effect when he hits that pocket watch. The Bloody Queen, I mean, All for One didn't utilize the mirror just yet, so that was just the perfect storm of events for things to favor All for One, because now I don't think they're even at 50%. I don't think they're even at 30% when it comes to cipher progress. That's how furious the pace was set by All for One.
That is, yeah, I can agree. That was an extremely early down, and we are back in the match right here. We can see first officer is on the chair, and we can also see how the Gravekeeper right here is getting chased away and utilized the skill already, was getting hit out of the skill. Now the Gravekeeper only has one shovel left and is trying to attempt the rescue, is trying to get to the chair, was eating that hit, but that might actually be a difficult situation. Blink is coming, and we can see the concentration on the first officer. The 1 second delay of that pocket watch is nothing for All for One. Hitting these strikes against the first officer just on point is now concentrating, really concentrating on that first hunt right here on the first officer. Really wants to bring down the first officer first to have, again, the momentum going for themselves, because they need a tie. They need 2 survivors out of here. If they're able to bring down the first officer, they can just focus on another survivor, and that's what they have to do.
And take note that, yeah, the furious pace that was set by him, the mechanic is still out there. So, you know, decoding is still on their side, but with how fast-paced it is, and we see that the Gravekeeper already healed up, utilized that shovel, and now trying to go back and trying to just go back to just swat away that Gravekeeper. All for One again knows that he wants to be able to make sure that the first officer goes out of the gate, just so that he'll be able to focus on solely on one more survivor, and it seems like the case. First officer will be out of the game, while All for One will be searching for his next survivor to down, and it seems like Luke is in the area, and All for One will be chasing this mechanic while he's able to get rid of the doll first and foremost.
Wow, what a fantastic job right here. And I also want to mention how All for One was really leaving the first officer on the chair for quite some time. He was really leaving and was just predicting, alright, they're not going to rescue. That is too dangerous. They need to focus on decoding. So let's just transition across the entire map and let's see if I can find another survivor. And as you pointed it out, concentrating on that mechanic, and not only the mechanic but also the doll, taking that hit on the mechanic right here. Fantastic job. The doll is standing there, was supposed to body block, but All for One concentrating on the mechanic now, completely eliminating the additional chance to decode by bringing down the doll and that mirror placement. Ooh.
Oh, so close there, but the mechanic, it was only a matter of time. Beautiful mirror placement on the side of All for One. And he's been so efficient, and now shifting his attention to Junbi because he wants the Cypher Progress or Cypher Rush to stop, and now just dwindling the resources to just prioritize going for heals, then going for the objectives. And now All for One reaping the rewards of downing that mechanic, focusing on just downing his second survivor for him to solidify legacy to move on in this tournament, and he's going to be placing him here at the water tank chair.
Mechanic, as you mentioned, is on the chair right now. This is gonna put IT into a very difficult situation because, as we mentioned earlier, high risk, high reward. The risk right now is to rescue that survivor, but they have to. They have to get 3 survivors through the gate. They know it, so they know they have to go in for the rescue. The Psychologist already damaged right here, which means the Gravekeeper needs to go in, utilizing that skill. He's right here at the chair, is trying to bait the hit to rescue the teammate, and
watch out, is he saving before half? Oh, eats a hit and saves before half, so now Lou has to have a great rebound with the blink. What the timing there on All for One just to solidify that he will be downing the mechanic yet. Oh, he's not contented yet. He wants the double down and he gets it. Oh my god.
Fantastic job. We have the double down right here. Mechanic will be able to get on the chair, but we have to consider Psychologist is halfway damaged. Can't really go in for the rescue. Is trying to pop off that Cypher, but still, they need 2 more Cypher machines. The Mechanic will probably they have to rescue the mechanic. This is priority one. They have to rescue the mechanic, then they have to rescue the Gravekeeper. This is just so much pressure on the survivor side. Will they even be able to get to the mechanic in time? It seems like an impossible task right now.
Yeah, it seems like Amico is like, yeah, just being just cornered. You see that the chair placement's just constantly progressing, and you know, Amico, as the psychologist, knows that the priestess is, the Bloody Queen is zoning in on him, and now the heartbeat is already there. Amico has to be very careful here. All for One has another mirror popped up, a sandwich situation in the horizon, and the psychologist going down. Legacy will be moving on in the tournament, ladies and gentlemen.
Fantastic job coming into this match, extremely strong so early on, and then you just saw how this pace was set. All for One putting pressure on the survivors at all times, at literally all times, not giving them a chance to breathe, not giving them a chance to heal up, not giving them a chance to even rescue their teammates, and to really prevent them from, you know, getting points out of this match, even if they needed the 3 points, and they were not allowed to take any points right here. And congratulations to IT. I want to see some hearts in the chat right now for IT. They did a fantastic job. But against Legacy, such a huge opponent, a very well-known name in the IdentityV community, it's just an extremely difficult task to go against, and therefore we can say congratulations. I also want to see some hearts in the chat for Legacy, because they definitely deserve it. They have shown us why they deserve to get into the next bracket, just as before you earlier. Whew, what an intense match.
Yeah, and yeah, big ups once again. I just want to also say, yeah, to IT, you know what, it's a learning experience, especially going up against Legacy like that. I'm sure that their XP has they ranked up in terms of that, and they know the pressure that Legacy has. We did say that Legacy is a household name. This was a bit. I would say they were the underdogs coming into this match, and you know what, they did put up an amazing fight. So big shout outs to IT. It is Legacy that's moving on, and Grizzly. Tomorrow's match, it's going to be Legacy versus B4U. That's going to be a barn burner of a match. So really excited to see that. Make sure to stay tuned to that, ladies and gentlemen. But we're not yet done with the day. We still have more matches to come. And yeah, we're only getting started. And yeah, this is only day number 3 of the IVT. And just breaking down what just happened there. Yeah, just All for One's Bloody Queen. So dangerous. Known as the Thai Queen, but man, he was able to really set the pace early seconds of that match.
As you mentioned, known as the Thai Queen, but at the same time, that is what they were going for, right? Like, they needed that tie and that's it. They needed the 2 points. But let's just check out the stats of this match real quick, because it wasn't a tie, no. It was a 4 survival elimination, a 5-point game. And here we can see the first officer. Again, that was extremely fortunate for All for One that they were crossing each other's path, and that All for One was just literally knowing when to swing, even with the pocket watch being active, and basically canceling out that pocket watch twice in a row without any troubles. Fantastic job, really bringing down that first survivor, really putting the pressure and, you know, setting the pace in favor of Legacy right here. And if we look at the decoding speed, of course we had the mechanic on the ground that could deal a lot of, like, you know, damage when it comes to decoding, but the concentration, the focus on not only chasing down the mechanic's character, but also bring down that doll as soon as the opportunity is given. That was really slowing down the decoding speed. And even with the psychologist, 229 decoding percent of decoding, it was not enough to bring down all the cipher machines to get out of there. And yeah, congratulations yet again to All for One.
Yeah, I think when it came down to it, like, just the pace he set out from the start really set the tone for this match. And if you consider, like, the pocket watch, it was a non-factor for All for One. That just shows the experience he has in this game. And here we have it, the match results, ladies and gentlemen. Legacy is moving on, 10 points in the first round, 8 points in the second round. But big shout outs to IT, just putting up a great battle. And yeah, just I would say they really went up. They went up against one of the best in the NAEU server, and I think they showed a lot of heart today. So hope you guys can show your love and support to them, because it's no easy task going up against Legacy.
That is for sure. No, it's a tremendously difficult task to go against Legacy. And yeah, I can only agree on that. Show love in the chat and in general for all of the teams, not only Iron Thorns, because it is a phenomenal tournament that they are delivering us. And here we can see the MVP, the Thai Queen, coming in with a 4 survivor elimination, extremely strong, putting pressure on the survivors so early in the game and just keeping up the tempo, keeping up the momentum. And we can see how that leads up into All for One being the MVP of this match.
Oh yeah, and just I would say very dominant. I mean, he was with iAlien too in terms of like contention for MVP, and he was able to set the pace for the team. So yeah, well deserved, well earned. Shout outs to All for One, Legacy's All for One, amazing Bloody Queen, and yeah, that's a wrap in terms of this match. This is quite the performance by Legacy so far. They have been in quite the prime position here to move on for tomorrow, because it's going to be semifinals and finals. Again, this is a single elimination tournament, ladies and gentlemen. So pressure is on for all these teams. They only have one life for this amazing match. But as we mentioned, Grizzly, any final words before we throw it to the other casters?
As I said, share the love to all the teams. It was a fantastic matchup that we have seen today in these 2 matches that we have witnessed, and we're gonna check out the upcoming matches for today. I had a lot of fun casting this with you. Thank you for being on my side, and I'm really
fun casting with you.
Really looking forward to see what the rest of the day will bring us, and I'm really looking forward to see what tomorrow will bring us.
Yes, and with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. On the other side is going to be Eli and Kahel giving you the match between Fusion and WZ, as well as Garden of Eden and MRH. So stay tuned. More of IVT after this break.
I finally arrived at the manor mentioned in the commission letter. The fairly complete main building became my first foothold here. At first, everything seemed to be going better than I had expected. That incomplete diary mentioned a bizarre game. The barely noticeable ashes and marks along the edges of the diary once again led me to new clues. A strange fireplace, unused firewood, a rotatable candlestick. As the wall began to turn, I knew that I had found what I was looking for. An even greater collection of diaries. I continued my deductions using these diaries. Finding information on the hunters is the key. Yet, it creates more questions than it solves. About the manor. About the game. And about me. I was once a novelist. I lost my memory in an accident 10 years ago, and have suffered from intermittent amnesia ever since. My condition has worsened with the passage of time. The span of my amnesia is getting worse. Finally, through the eyes of my neighbors, I realize the exact nature of my condition. It's not about amnesia, but that person has awakened.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second half of day number 3 of the North America European official IVT tournament. My name is Eli. I'm joined here with Kahel. We have a very exciting matchup for you guys: Fusion versus WZ. Two highly competitive teams going to go at it. This should be a very close one down to the wire. Kahel, how are you feeling about this one?
I'm feeling really good, especially because this is the quarterfinals, and we've seen the stronger teams already advance to this round. So I'm expecting these teams to do their very best just to be able to advance to the semifinals. And I am also expecting no less than their A game. Of course, these teams really do want to get to the championship. So yeah, I'm expecting also a lot of round 3s. What about you, Eli?
Yeah, this matchup in particular should be very close. Again, we talked about this a little bit last week, but Fusion, one of the top teams in the North America European server, a very highly rated team, highly respected team, up against WZ. Again, a lot of these players came back to the game from being high-level players in the past. They have all been top survivors in the past. Goated is up to the current, meta, has been playing a lot recently, is currently one of the top hunters on the server as well. So two top teams going at it. This is going to be very exciting. I think we're definitely going to see, again, a round 3 in this situation. Going off of what characters we're going to see, I think we're going to see a lot of kind of similar matchups in terms of what hunters get used, at least for the first round. Both of these players are big Sculptor players. We saw Goated use that Sculptor last weekend to get a 4-person elimination against EC, as well as Dreamer getting a 4-person elimination against EVA with that Sculptor. So I think we're going to see that character get utilized quite a bit in this matchup. It's going to be up to the survivors whether, how well versed they are against that particular hunter. Again, Sculptor's one of those hunters that's very challenging to actually counter. It's a hunter that can chase essentially anyone on the team composition, including something like Forward or even Mercenary in some instances. So I think it's going to be really come down to how well the survivors can play against this sort of hunter.
And not only is the Sculptor good at chasing, she's also especially good at putting pressure on those ciphers and defending those chairs. And now let's talk about today's players. Here we have Goated, of course, the one we just talked about, really strong Sculptor user. We have Samson, QC, Chu, and Fanana.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Goated, one of the top hunters on this server, known for that Sculptor and Bonbon. Samson, a bit of an older player, has played a bit on PC back in the day, has recently switched over to mobile, I assume, for this sort of tournament. Again, has returned to the North America European server. Samson was out of the game for a little while. Old QC, again, another player that's been out of the game. They were back on the old, I believe, Riot team about a year ago. Very high-level competitive player. I think was the first survivor multiple times back about a year ago as well. Fanana has been a top forward player in the past, as well as Ju, this other player. I'm not really sure too much about them. I haven't seen them play before, but again, I've been told they are a former competitive player and has returned to the game for this sort of tournament. So again, 4 highly rated survivors returning for some very high-level competition. We should expect some very good things from them.
Yeah, and to know that they're coming back to the game from a hiatus means that they're really going to want to prove their place, especially in the tournament. And now here we are with a lineup from Fusion. We have Dreamer, Bossy, and Sally, as you mentioned, Polars, and K-Dead.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw this team compete last week as well against EVA. Dreamer, known to be one of those meta sort of hunters, did pull out the Hellember in a bit of a fun round in the last weekend, which was very exciting to see. But yeah, we should expect very meta hunters from Dreamer again. Breaking Wheel, Sculptor, maybe even Dream Witch or Bloody Queen are definitely options for him. Bossy has been the top survivor for quite some time. Top forward and Mercenary was the first Mercenary for a little while. Actually, Sally has replaced Bossy as first Mercenary as of recently. Sally currently the #1 survivor on the North America European server, so we should see some very good gameplay from her. Polars has been the first survivor many times, or at least once a couple seasons ago, and then K-Dead has always been in and around the top tiers for a while as well. So again, very high level teams. This is going to be kind of the battle of the top of the leaderboard. So this should be very close. A lot of similar hunters, a lot of similar survivor picks. We're going to see a lot of meta in this matchup as well. I don't expect to see too many specialty characters come out here. This is going to be should be down to the wire.
Well, now that you mentioned that, of course we would expect a mirror match But of course, we also want to see those non-meta picks. I'm not gonna expect that too much, especially because this is the quarterfinals after all. But to see those non-meta picks would be such an interesting match to watch. And now here we are. We will be having the first match here at the Sacred Heart Hospital. The Dreamer already banning the mechanic right off the bat. Of course, the survivors would seal in the Seer and the Forward.
Yeah, absolutely. The mechanic ban, again, heavily indicates towards the Sculptor like we had discussed earlier. We're going to see the Priestess get banned. Interesting, the Survivors actually opted to go Seer over Priestess. You usually would see the Forward get locked in. Forward's such a strong character against Sculptor. Well, Forward may be one of those characters that can get chased. Sculptor is one of those strong camping hunters, which there's always options for stun on share rescues, as well as just support throughout the match, especially what you typically see is when a Sculptor goes into attack recovery after hitting a Survivor, the Forward will go for his follow-up stun right after that. And it looks like, yeah, Sculptor is the pick here from Dreamer. And Psychologist is quite interesting. Psychologist against Sculptor isn't too strong, although it is good if you're able to kite in the open and force 3 basic hits from the Sculptor.
I'm also interested as to why Dreamer banned the mechanic first, apart from the Priestess. Especially because she's so powerful when it comes to the hospital. But I guess we shall see when they try to push for the best outcome here. And now here we are at the hospital with Dreamer going towards the ruins area and spotting the Psychologist.
Beautiful statue. 2 statues right out the gate here on this Psychologist. Beautiful job from Dreamer. Has really just pinpointing these. There's the hit as well. 3 straight hits here with statues and a basic. 1 statue away is this Psychologist, and Dreamer all the way off to an incredible start here. They do have that birdcage pallet already thrown down, which is going to allow... Oh, Forward comes in for the support stun. This is going to allow the Psychologist to transition away and get that heal off. We may see him transition targets to a new Survivor.
That's right, and it looks like the Psychologist is able to get away there for a bit, but it looks like Dreamer really has his eyes on her, already knows that she's going to make her way towards the ruins here. She really can make use of this terrain because of all these walls that from which the statues can bounce off of. But it looks like the Psychologist here is doing her very best to contain. Wow, look at this.
We would expect the Owl to get utilized right here. There is Dreamer going to, instead of hit it, he's going to go ahead and swing around. The Owl still has Blink available. Oh, he's going to change targets to the Seer. This is a little bit risky. Again, the Psychologist 1 hit away. Beautiful statue there from Dreamer. Gonna Blink. Oh, not able to get that hit there, unfortunately, but he does have the Seer trapped in a bit of a tough situation. Let's see if he's able to utilize statue. There's the vault. Can he get the hit on the Seer? And it looks like they are able to transition towards this window, but they're not able to vault because there's the risk of Terror Shock.
That's right. And now switching targets, that'll leave the Psychologist that freedom to get a heal from the Forward, which they are doing now inside the hospital. But look at this coordination. They are just able to, whoa! The Seer takes a hit right there. Luckily, the basement is not close by. So, although he will be shared, they do have 4 ciphers remaining. And to our... Oh, wow! Support from the Forward. Amazing job on the part of the Forward right here. And now the chase continues. Wow, amazing coordination, Eli. What do you think about this?
Yeah, this is very strong from the start. Oh, beautiful statue! Wow! A snipe target statue from Dreamer to get the down. Yeah, beautiful coordination from the Forward. The only downside to the situation is the Forward was not decoding, so as you see, still 4 ciphers remaining. The first kite is very long. You can tell incredible support from WZ, but again, the only downside, the cipher rush slightly behind here. They are going to try to push for a win. But yeah, this is what we call just very good communication, very good teamwork, very good team chemistry from WZ. Looks like we're going to see the Mercenary. Ooh, a little bit of a overshot elbow pad, takes that first statue hit. Dreamer's got a couple more to work with. There's the second one, and he's going to get the double hit as well. So Dreamer putting himself in a pretty good position. Mercenary is able to get the rescue, though. That is the important thing. The Seer is back off to the races, and another double statue to get the down. Dreamer has been on point this match.
That's right, and apart from that, the Mercenary did get double hit, which means that he's gonna have to push for a heal, which is again going to put a strain on the decoding progress. But it looks like Dreamer is off to a good start here, already chairing this year for the second time with only 4 ciphers still remaining. one has already been done, and the remaining ciphers rather, are still being decoded. Wow, amazing job on the part of Dreamer here, countering that coordination with such great insight.
Now the question is, if you are WZ, are you going for this rescue? You're going to go ahead and sell this here. It looks like they are going to go for a sell. Slowing down, they're going to slow down, heal up, and try to position themselves for a stronger endgame. 3 Cypher machines still remaining, but a lot of these Cyphers have progress. WZ has been going through these fairly quickly. Even with the forward harassing, they have been able to decode quite a bit. Let's see if he's able to find the Mercenary. Mercenary does pop the self-heal here, but it looks like Dreamer's not going for him. He's going to go ahead and go for the forward. This is a pretty good spot for WZ. This is the one character you want the Hunter to chase as the survivors because you have a lot of football to work with. There is the first chip hit, but forward, again, still half of football available. And another one, wow.
Well, he does still have more than half a football and is able to use it just to be able to dodge that hit right there. But will he make it? Oh, he has been hit as he was vaulting that window right there. 3 ciphers remaining. This is going to put a lot of pressure on the survivors. Now, they really need to get that mercenary healed up because he does have that potential to be able to pull off that rescue while the psychologist is decoding. But it looks like they really have a lot of work left to do. Look at this psychologist. I think she just might be the one to go for the rescue, if not try to decode, because the mercenary is about to pop that cipher at the statue. So what will be their plan after this?
It looks like they're going to go ahead and spike the Mercenary. Mercenary gets the pop off before the spike gets there, so that's really strong for WZ. The only downside is it's very hard to perform a rescue here. Mercenary takes a statue hit and a basic will go down. Same with the Psychologist. So against a non-present Sculptor, it's a little bit easier to do, but even then, very risky. Against a full-present Sculptor, it's next to impossible. We're going to see that statue or that spike get thrown out after the Psychologist. Beautiful jukes from this Psych, able to avoid this full-present statue. Looks like they're not going to go for a rescue. I think the survivors trying to play for a one-person escape here. They still need to finish one more Cypher. The question is, have they started on that last Cypher machine yet?
Yes, and I do believe that is exactly what they're going for. They're probably going to want to escape through the dungeon with one person. So now the Psychologist will go towards the T-wall to do some containment. But looks like Dreamer knows what it's all about. He knows the plan, and he's just staying on top of it. And also knows that that last Cypher is at the birdcage being decoded by the mercenary. So it's like a back and forth situation where she has to camp the Cypher and protect it from getting primed, while at the same time trying to put pressure on the Psychologist as well, because they're really gonna want to pop that last one, especially because that one is almost done. It's just gonna take a little bit of time before they are able to pop that last Cypher. That's if Dreamer is not able to defend it. But it looks like the mercenary is down and the pressure is now on the Psychologist, and also that mercenary has also used up his self-heal, so the pressure is immense here.
Absolutely, Cahel, the mercenary using that self-heal, a huge downside for WZ. It means there's almost no chance they can push for this endgame, because if the mercenary still had self-heal, they could simply just get back up and try to rush down that Cypher before the Psychologist goes down. But now, all he has to do is hit on the Psychologist with that statue. There's the surrender, and that is a 4-person elimination for Dreamer in the first round against an incredibly strong Survivor team. I honestly did not expect that to happen, but this is looking like a very good start here for Fusion.
Wow, that's right. And Dreamer racking in 5 points is off to a good start for his team. Amazing job on the part of the survivors as well. Let's definitely not take away from them, because they really were able to coordinate as best as they can. And look, somebody really did assist with the kiting, and I do believe it is the forward that was able to provide that much support. Look at the containment of the Psychologist here, 127 seconds and 60 from the Seer. The coordination is there, but Dreamer really was staying on top of it all. It's like he had his eyes on the prize and had a solid plan in mind.
Yeah, beautiful gameplay from Fanana, able to get a lot of support again with the forward, as you mentioned, Cahel. Playing forward is not easy. It's actually the hardest survivor in the game to play. It requires a lot of game sense, a lot of control, and a lot of communication with your teammates. But you see, again, excellent team chemistry. That was something that was a little bit up in the air, how good WZ's team chemistry would be, because again, these are players that are newer, coming back to the game in a bit of a newer team in terms of playing together. But you saw beautiful chemistry overall from this team, and they played they played amazing, but Dreamer ultimately coming out on top again with that 4-person elimination. Now the pressure goes on to Goated here. Keep in mind, this was Sacred Heart Hospital was the map selection for WZ. So this was the map they were really well versed for, the map they really practiced on overall. And it could be that they picked this map because it's one of Goated's favorite maps. But again, Sacred Heart Hospital, such a survivor-sided map. It seems very unlikely that it was more here probably for favoring the survivors. So yeah, again, pressure back on Goated. Needs a 4-person elimination on a very survivor-sided map to at least get a tie here. I think if you are Goated, though, you want to at least secure a draw. Put yourself in a situation where the points aren't too far in terms of differences, and you can sort of push for a win in the later rounds.
Let's definitely not underestimate Goated because he was the MVP in the previous matches, and we have seen how proficient he is with that Sculptor. Now, we do know that the Sculptor is a very versatile hunter. She can just excel in just about every map you put her on. So I'm also expecting a bit of a mirror match, but with the presence of a decoder this time, because you do see the drawback if you don't include a decoder in your team, especially because they have the forward and they also have the mercenary. So that could have contributed to Dreamer's advantage over that Cypher Rush.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw the survivors. It's not a bad strategy to go for a good kiting team, a good supporting team. You saw the seer being there, the forward being there, 2 characters that are very strong at supporting. Typically, you would sometimes see teams go with something like Postman, which can give that decoding letter for that increased decoding, or maybe you'd see Prisoner, which is less common these days, but still a possibility. But yeah, again, WZ going for a strong kiting strategy, making it hard for Dreamer to find good chase targets. But again, we talked about this before, Kahel. Sculptor is one of those characters that can chase almost any survivor in the entire game because of how strong those statues are. So going for a comp that makes it hard to chase is sometimes a bit risky. Seer and Psychologist, very good characters against something like a Dream Witch or single hit hunters that don't have the chip potential, but against a Sculptor, it's a little bit more challenging. And you saw that come into fruition here with Dreamer being able to hit those statues, hitting those chips on those survivors that are usually stronger against non-chip hunters. And I think that definitely made a huge difference in this match.
Yes, and do you have any predictions on the part of the survivors as to how they are going to counter Goated's Sculptor? Because I do know for a fact that he might bring her out for this match.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to see Sculptor here from Goated. Again, we talk about how Goated is known to be a bonbon player, but in a situation where you need to get a heavy kill to put your team back in the round, you really need to play a hunter that has that win potential, which is the Sculptor. So I think in terms of what the survivor is going to go for, they really have to think about what kind of build is Goated going to play here. Goated, we saw last week, use the Insolence and Detention with Teleport, which is a bit of a rare build, but it did work in his favor here. Do the survivors expect that, or do they expect more of a standard trump card blink build? I think if you're the Fusion survivors here, you most likely will be going for the forward and probably the Priestess. I think Priestess is such a strong character on this map. Again, as you mentioned before, Kahel, Priestess is one of those characters that is able to support the rest of the survivors in a way that really no other character is able to do, especially on a map like Sacred Heart Hospital, where the portals are just so incredibly powerful. And I think that, yeah, if you're Fusion, you're going to go for forward and Priestess. We probably will see Mechanic banned again here just because of how strong that decoding is. And if you want a 4-person elimination, you have to ban that Mechanic because Mechanic is so good for securing those draws. And I think we're probably going to see another rescuer like Mercenary, maybe Coordinator, depending on the bans. It's unlikely to see Coordinator because she can get that flare gun blocked by the statues, but sometimes we will see her come out. And yeah, we could see Patient. We could see Postman here. Again, we saw Fusion use the Postman last week, so that's definitely a possibility. I think they're going to go for... It's hard to say if they go for a Cypher Rush comp, whether it's Prisoner or Postman, or they go for Patient. But I think if you're Fusion here, we're definitely going to see either Patient or Postman, plus the Priestess and a few other rescuers.
That's right. You really do need that Postman to be able to make up for the Cypher Rush because, like you said, as you've mentioned, you really don't want to be dealing with a Mechanic, especially not in hospital. So that's why she is one of those top bans apart from the Priestess. And I do agree that there needs to be a forward as well as a mercenary, but yes, the Postman definitely does come into play just to be able to give those letters of tranquility, to be able to at least boost the decoding for 30 seconds.
Yeah, yeah, that definitely will come into play if we do see the postman. And yeah, if you're goaded again, we were talking about the build a little bit. We didn't get too much into it. If you need a 4-person elimination, and again, it comes down to is WZ going to play for a draw in the round in terms of pushing hard for a 4-person elimination, or is goaded just going to kind of play more conservative, go for a draw, and try to push for wins in the later rounds? If you're going for a draw here, as Goated will probably see Blink. Blink is one of the best draw sort of builds with Sculptor because it helps you get that first down typically within 60 seconds as long as there's not too much rotation and you're able to get a hit early on before the blink comes up. Then you can blink them for that second hit. And you can also, if you bring detention, you can blink someone in the end game. So even if you down one survivor, there's a lot less risk of you getting kited to dungeon because you can simply blink them with detention, secure that down, and secure that draw. And if you're going for a 4-person elimination, we may see a bit more of a riskier build. Again, the insolence detention build with teleport. That would be more of a 4-person elimination build. Also left to right blink, which what that is you have trump card and insolence. Insolence helps you get to that full presence target statues a lot quicker, which means you can get downs easier and you can play for more of a stronger mid game rather than end game. Because you wouldn't be bringing detention, you'd be bringing trump card, which you can use to switch to whether it's peepers or abnormal or even teleport to go towards the last cipher. And you kind of just give up your end game, give up the detention, but play for a stronger early and mid game. And that could be more of a build that he may go for if he wants a 4-person elimination.
So now that you're laying down the options for the hunter, I guess it's really something of a mind game on the part of the strategies that the survivors need to be able to pull off. And you did mention before in the previous matches last weekend that survivors also need to employ the skills of survivors that are really strong when it comes to end game kiting. So this could also prove to be useful, especially because you did mention that the hunter might bring a persona build that is built for end game.
Yeah, again, that comes down to whether or not Goated's going to be playing for a draw or playing for a 4-person elimination here. Endgame kiters are really strong in situations where you need a heavy survivor escape, whether it's getting a 3-survivor escape, getting a 4-survivor escape. Again, here, Fusion doesn't really need that. They just need to kind of play for at least one out, and maybe they can push for more depending on how the match plays out. But yeah, in a situation like this, there are some good endgame kiters that are just naturally strong on Sacred Heart Hospital. Again, Patient being one of those characters. Patient is incredibly strong around the birdcage area because you can actually pull yourself through the birdcage window from outside of hospital if you land that hook properly, which is just so hard for the hunter to deal with. Just imagine a hunter's chasing, you're a hunter, you're chasing a patient, and they instantly just jump inside a birdcage. What are you supposed to do in that situation? There's not much you can really do. So it really puts a lot of pressure on the hunter when chasing that patient. And this is why we see Patient get utilized so much and why he gets banned so much, because not only is Patient such a strong kiter on certain maps, he also decodes at regular speed. He doesn't have a decoding debuff in comparison to the Mercenary, whereas Mercenary and Patient are very similar. Mercenary has an elbow pad to transition away when the hunter gets close, and Patient has a hook that you can use to transition away, as well as pull yourself into strong kiting areas like through that window, which Mercenary normally wouldn't be able to do. And Patient still decodes at a regular speed in comparison to the Mercenary. Of course, Patient doesn't have the delayed effect Mercenary does, but in reality, Patient against stacking up against Mercenary, it ends up being such a strong character that can kind of replace Mercenary in a lot of situations because of how strong his kiting is. He can also rescue, and how fast his decoding is in comparison to a rescue character.
Yes, and to further elaborate on that, the drawbacks of having a patient replace a mercenary is, of course, he doesn't have that delayed damage as you mentioned, but he does make up for it with that decoding speed. Now, I'm really curious to see if the players will be using more of the patient psychologist duo, because we haven't seen that situation much in the tournament, wherein the patient and the psychologist kite as a team. But of course, this isn't really ideal for the start of the game. Maybe rather for mid game or end game, depending on the situation. But I think it'll be really cool just to have a patient and a psychologist escape through the gate with the use of that dash that they share between each other. So if ever, I'd be really excited to see that. I hope they do bring it out, if not in this round, maybe in the later rounds.
Yeah, it definitely could come into play. Again, we talked about this a little bit last week as well, where patient and psychologist are two characters that are very strong against sort of opposite hunters. And it's a little bit interesting how it works out in that. Patience very strong against chip hunters because Patience so good at transition kiting. Hunters like Bonbon, hunters like Sculptor struggle against transition kiting because you make so much distance that it's hard to hit statues and it's hard to hit bombs. They love being able to go against characters that like to stay in tight kiting areas, that like to go in narrow areas. Sculptor can use those statues to block off pallets, block off windows when they're near the survivor. Bonbon can use the bombs to prevent counter the tight kiting. And where transition kiting, it's a lot harder because Sculptor has to throw the statues out at far distances. Bonbon has to throw the bombs at far distances, and it's a lot harder to hit survivors that way. So Patient is so strong at transition kiting because they can use those hooks to make distance, whereas Psychologist is stronger against characters that aren't chip hunters, like whether it's Axe Boy or Dream Witch or something like that.
Right. And here we are at the hospital once more. On to the picks and bans. I'm really excited. Of course, Mechanic getting banned. We already expected this. And then we have the forward and the seer yet again. It looks like we're about to see a mirror match, if not a bit of it. So I'm pretty sure. Oh, well, this is interesting. Not banning the priestess in a hospital. It looks like Goated is that much of a proficient hunter, not having to ban priestess. And it looks like he also has a plan in mind because, wow, look at this coordinator that you mentioned. We are seeing her so early in the game here at the hospital. I'm wondering how they are going to utilize this. Probably going to push for the use of excitement. I really don't think so, but with the forward and the coordinator in the mix, it could be a possibility. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think it's actually a high possibility here. Even Priestess as well as a character that sometimes if you go through one of those portals, you can just excitement the portal, get a free hit on the Priestess as well. So I think excitement's definitely possible from Goated, although it's definitely also a chance he doesn't bring it. Again, Sculptor's a character that can kind of counter the coordinator if using those statues properly to block the flare gun. So it's definitely a possibility. But yeah, as you mentioned, no Priestess ban from Goated, really trying to eliminate the rescuers instead of the supporters. We're going to see the top of Ruin spawn here from Goated, which means the closest survivor does spawn near the entrance to Hospital from the statue side, as well as Shack. And it looks like he's going to go ahead and push towards Hospital instead, immediately going towards Birdcage, which is the location of the Seer. However, Seer's in a bit of a strong kiting area. Let's see what he's able to do here.
That's right, and also the priestess has yet to be found and has yet to lay down those portals to provide that support, which is actually good on the part of Goated going towards the hospital right here. Oh, already spots the coordinator here at the triple pallets. I'm wondering, there's that flare gun shot. Of course, you really do need to use that already at the earliest opportunity just to be able to extend that kite. I'm wondering why she didn't drop that pallet. Maybe saving it for a later opportunity. Well, it looks like Goated really will commit to the coordinator because I do believe he's scaling the hospital just to be able to find her.
Yeah, I think the reason why the coordinator didn't drop that pallet there is simply because you get in a situation where if you're Goated, you go up to that pallet, you break it, and then you can teleport away, and that God pallet, what we call God pallet, it's such a strong pallet for survivors, has now been wasted. So it looks like just saving it for a later kite is very strong. Beautiful movements from Polars here. He's going to be able to stay out of line of sight of Goated, which means there's no option to statue. And it looks like Goated getting a little confused here, trying to mind game Polars, and Polars not falling for it here. Looking around, we may see him teleport away. Let's see who's able to find. He's going to spike here first, which will see which survivor it is. A good play from Goated, and it looks like we're going to transition to the Priestess, who has a portal already set up. So this is looking very strong for Fusion. Beautiful play here from Sally.
So it looks like the Priestess was saving these portals for the Ruins area instead of the hospital, which actually has its advantages too, because look at how she is able to somehow break line of sight just by passing through those portals, and now she is transitioning towards the hospital to be able to lay down those portals yet again. She does have two on hand. Wow, the use of Owl right there just to be able to get her inside the hospital is a display of such great coordination on the part of the survivors here.
Absolutely, and now you have a priestess in hospital. This is such a hard situation for a hunter to deal with, but the priestess actually leading the hunter to the coordinator, who is going to get pulled back by this statue. Let's see if they're able to make it to this window. They are going to vault it, get that speed boost, and transition away here. This is a bit of a tough situation now for Fusion. Goated back in this because he's able to find the injured coordinator, and it looks like he is able to get the down forward in the vicinity to harass, but the coordinator dying near that forward cipher is not ideal. It looks like the forward playing very conservative here. Again, Fusion knows they only need to get a draw here. And it looks like, here comes the forward for that stun on Cher rescue like we talked about a little bit earlier. There's that rescue with Tide Turner, and this is going to allow the coordinator to transition away from the forward side. And another stun! Beautiful job from Bossy. He's going to take a hit, it looks like. Possibly. Oh, no, able to football away, and is able to avoid the hit. Wow.
Wow, and now it looks like Bossy will be containing the hunter this time, already locating the dungeon right here. He needs to coordinate it with his teammates. But look at Goated already looking at other ciphers. He knows that the coordinator rather might try to go for a heal, but look at these portals already. They have been placed. It looks like they do have a plan up their sleeves, because look at that. Those are some really hot spots for the portal there, and can be really confusing if Goated does not focus.
Looks like Goated has been able to actually find the coordinator. This is really strong for him here. Coordinator is the one character that has been on Cher already, so catching the coordinator at statue as well. Not a strong kiting area by any means, so this could be strong here. Is able to get that vault off. This is a bit of a tough situation for Goated, though, because his statues are still on cooldown. He's gonna actually leave the coordinator and teleport away, prioritizing cipher control. Priestess able to get the portal off in time, but I think she may still absorb a hit here unless she's able to make it to this window.
That's right, and if she did... wow! A nicely pulled off pallet stun by the priestess right there, and it looks like Goated is just gonna camp the cipher here because she knows that it's almost done. And they are getting started on that second cipher, and actually there's some good progress on that. Amazing coordination on the part of the survivors here, and it looks like Bossy is here to trigger the earmark and will try to contain as best as he can. Will Goated be able to turn this around?
Yeah, one cipher machine remaining. Beautiful target statue there from Goated. Is going to be able to get the hit on the forward, which is very strong. Because the forward now is going to be hard. It's going to be hard for him to actually go for a rescue in the later game. Let's see him try to use these full presence here. Was not able to chip that seer, unfortunately. Does find the forward here. Let's see if Goated's able to get the down on the forward. Does get that chip hit. Can he make it to the pallet in time? No. Goated able to get the down on forward, and this is actually on top of basement. So beautiful job from this hunter. He's going to be able to take him to a strong camping area again, that basement there. Let's see if the coordinator is going to camp the pallet. He's going to walk around here. Will he have enough time to make it to basement? It's going to be very close because forward does have that increased struggle speed. This is a very risky play, but it could pay off, and it looks like is able to make it just in time. Beautiful job from Goated to acknowledge, I have enough time to make it to basement here. This is his best chance at turning this game around and potentially getting at least a draw in this situation.
That's right, and especially because this last cipher is just right under his nose, and now they're gonna want to pop this while at the same time rescuing the forward. But we do have a priestess in the lineup. They might be able to pull this off just with her placing that portal to be able to do that rescue, which has been done indeed. And now they're just, wow, this is an intense moment right here. They're just pushing for this last cipher, waiting for that final hit before they pop it. Who will get hit? Who will pop this cipher?
Yeah, Goated's going to hold his statues here. If you're the forward, you need to leave. You need to trade off with one of these characters that are not one-shot to a statue. And we're going to see that statue get used hit on the priestess. Ooh, all these characters are injured, so Fusion may just go for it. They're going for the pop. Does get the hit on the forward. Again, they only need one survivor out, so it's still not a bad situation here. Forward still has self-heal, but beautiful game sense from Goated not to hit a survivor until they popped it and they was able to get the detention hit. Again, that's a beautiful situation. The coordinator actually has a football and is able to stay alive because of that. And it looks like he is able to catch the seer in a bit of a tough situation. He is going to be able to make it to this pallet to potentially kite, but it's going to be a bit challenging for this seer.
And here we were wondering why the coordinator made for that front gate exit. And it looks like she had a football after all. Amazing escape there. And now the seer doing his very best, already doing such a good job buying time for his teammates to open the gate at that shack, because they are about to open it. And actually Goated knows this. He just placed a chisel at the shack, but it looks like they did know that he was about to do that because they're really committing to that gate right there. Oh, a teleport to the shack gate just when it was about to open. It is open.
Yeah, the Ford not able to get out though, unfortunately for Fusion. Oh, he gets stuck here. Can he make it to this pallet? Gets pushed away, and it looks like the Ford is going to go down. We do see this. Sally, the priestess, is able to get out that exit gate. Godin's going to go ahead and spike the other one here. You have to be very careful if you're the seer. Oh, we didn't see the seer. That would have been so strong for Godin. If he saw the seer there, he could potentially use those full presence statues to down them there and put himself in a draw situation, but now it doesn't look like it. We're going to see the Ford get placed on the rocket chair here. Priestess is staying in the vicinity. Oh, he's going to drop him again. I think the Ford, I'm not sure if the Ford can still heal at this point. It looks like we're going to see these other two survivors get it out. And if you're Fusion here, you probably will just take this 3-survivor escape here. We're going to see the Ford go to the rocket chair. He did pick him up. Can he struggle now because the struggle is going to be increased? And no, it doesn't look like it. And that is going to be that one person elimination for Godin, which is very important. Godin not allowing a 4-survivor escape is very, very crucial, but that is a 3-survivor escape, a survivor win there for Fusion, putting them up 8-1 after this first round. You saw Godin go again. He went for that winning strategy, bringing the teleport and the detention, really trying to play for just kind of a it's really difficult in a situation like this as a hunter when you need a 4-person elimination. The 2 builds would have been left-right with blink or teleport to prioritize that cipher control. And it looks like he went for the cipher control build. Unfortunately, not working out in his favor here. Fusion able to play around that. They were able to get 3-survivor escapes. So it is going to be 8-1 in favor of Fusion. But again, good props to Godin there to get at least 1 kill and keep his team in this match.
And yes, he did defend that endgame quite impressively with his decisions teleporting towards the shack gate just to be able to establish some pressure there. Unfortunately, that gate was already open and the priestess was already through that gate. And actually, it's still a good decision because indeed the forward wasn't able to make it in time, and now he had to contain him there at the shack area while the others were able to escape through the other gate, which is still amazing on the part of both the hunter and the survivors. And look at this containment. Look at how they were able to successfully hold their own whenever they were the ones that were being chased by the sculptor, no less. Amazing.
Yeah, that just goes to show the upside to Sacred Heart Hospital, how survivor-sided it really can be, and it's just so much support from the survivors. You saw the portals coming in, but mostly it was something as simple as the coordinator using the flare gun after the hunter went into attack recovery. That one little play there, it seems so small, but that one flare gun allows the coordinator to get into hospital, and from there you can kite for so long because of how hard it is to down a survivor in that hospital area. So beautiful game sense from Polars. A lot of coordinators would have tried to conserve their flare gun and use it later. But again, going for a flare gun against a sculptor when they're actively moving around, they can simply use those statues to block it. And when they're in that attack recovery, they have no defense against the flare gun. So Polar's a beautiful job acknowledging that, waiting for the attack recovery to wear off, using that flare gun for as much extra time, as much extra distance as possible, made it into hospital and forced the sculptor to teleport away, transition targets to the priestess, which is not a great chase target because of how strong it is, to kite in that hospital with those portals.
That's right. And actually, with the use of that flare gun, that was exactly how Godin was able to lose her, being able to go towards the second floor and breaking line of sight. And that's why he did teleport to that priestess. And then I did mention earlier that I was kind of wondering why the priestess wouldn't go straight for the hospital to be able to install those portals in preparation for the kite or for the support that she will need to provide to her teammates. But it looks like the priestess was still prepared, planting those portals at the ruins and being able to contain the sculptor in that area before transitioning towards the hospital where she received that owl. That was such amazing coordination on their part, because that was how she was able to get to the hospital. And that is also how she was able to place herself at a position of power, because we do know that those portals can get really pesky when you put it in the hospital.
Yeah, a common theme throughout that match, especially from the Fusion survivors, was pushing towards that hospital area. We saw the coordinator do it in the early game. We saw the priestess do it using that owl to take that hit, and they were able to transition to the hospital area, and they could therefore just loop it with those portals again. Yeah, it's just a lot of it's a situation where WZ loses their kind of their map pick here. This was their map. This was kind of their home field advantage, which unfortunately went into Fusion's favor. Now it's going to be on WZ to play on Fusion's map of selection, map of choice here. So it's going to be very challenging for them. Now it comes down to what map is Fusion going to pick here. We saw Dreamer utilize that breaking wheel in round 2 last week against EVA. So we could see a breaking wheel sided map here. That would be Ever Sleeping Town. That would be Moonlit River Park. Or we see Dreamer go for a bit of a different strategy. Again, maybe going for Bonbon Breaking Wheel. That would be, or sorry, Bonbon or Bloody Queen, which would be stronger on something like Arms Factory. However, if you do that, that also plays into Goated's hand as well because he loves to play that Bonbon, which is very strong on Arms Factory yet again. So yeah, if you're the survivors here, I think you're probably going for a larger map here to counter Bonbon. Bonbon isn't quite as strong on large maps because of so much transition kiting, which we talked about how strong transition kiting is against those chip hunters, especially the Bonbon. And Dreamer can simply play Breaking Wheel on a large map. So yeah, in a situation where Goated doesn't necessarily have a hunter that's strong on those large maps, again, he's probably be playing that Bonbon. It becomes a lot more challenging for him as these rounds progress. If you're Fusion, I think you go for a large map selection here.
Understand a large map selection. I'm actually expecting to see either Moonlit or Ever Sleeping because these survivors really do have their strengths and weaknesses rather in these maps. So you did mention that Goated used Bonbon. I'm pretty sure the sculptors will get banned for round 2. So now we're down to the next best choices. Now, Dreamer is such a versatile hunter. He has a lot of hunters in his arsenal. So they probably taking this into consideration. They're going to want to use a survivor lineup that is able to counter the meta picks, the Wheel, the Dream Witch, and the Blood Queen. So I suppose we are going to expect some creative picks this time, especially because there will be more bans and more chances to diversify.
Yeah, absolutely. So it comes down to, on the side of WZ, what are you playing for here? I think, again, you have to push for a win in this round. You don't really want to tie this round and get to a situation where you need to win 8-1 in the third round because Fusion has that 8-1 lead. Again, if WZ were to tie up the round, they would have to get an 8-1 win in the last round. So I think if you're WZ, you want to push for a win. Now it comes down to whether or not do you want your survivors to be the one going for the win and your hunter going for the draw, or do you want your hunter to be going for the win and the survivors going for the draw? Again, it's going to be there's not too many options for WZ because we're most likely going to see the Bonbon from Goated. So that is really a draw hunter. So I think if you're Goated, you're going to be playing for a draw. If you're the WZ survivors, you're going to be playing for a win. So now that comes down to what sort of composition do they want to use. If you're expecting the Breaking Wheel, you can't really go with something like Embalmer. Embalmer is a character we don't see very often, but is very strong for getting that extra survivor escape. If you place that coffin at the exit gate in the end game and the hunter doesn't have teleport, you can use that coffin to place to bring the survivor to the gate that gets downed and they can make it out the gate. We don't see Embalmer a lot as well, also because he gets countered by things like Breaking Wheel, like Dream Witch struggles against those types of hunters, and that is the type of hunter that Dreamer would most likely be playing here. So we're probably not going to see that. I think we're going to see probably we're going to see forward. We're going to see characters again that have good kiting in the end game, whether that's Priestess, whether that's patient characters that you can conserve your items, conserving hooks, conserving portals, making sure you have enough portals to kite towards dungeon in the end game. And yeah, I think again, if you're WZ, you're going for a survivor win here and relying on your hunter to secure a draw with that Bonbon.
Well, what's particularly interesting here is how they are not considering having decoders anymore in the lineup. They are more focused on containment and support rather than just pushing for those ciphers, because survivability is really important, especially in the early game, because if you are able to kite for at least 70, 80, 90 seconds, that's already going to put a lot of pressure on the hunter and a lot of decoding progress on the part of the survivor team. So in terms of lineup, yes, I am actually expecting the same picks. We have the patient, we do have the priestess, that's if she doesn't get banned. We have a forward, of course, providing that support and maximizing that kiting potential using the football. I'm also expecting the mercenary to still be in the mix because you would ban a seer and a priestess as well as a mechanic over a mercenary, especially if it's a chip damage hunter. You did say that Goated uses Bonbon. So if a chip damage hunter were to play against the survivors and a mercenary, it wouldn't be that much of a problem, especially because like you said, the delayed damage from the mercenary isn't that much of a threat anymore, especially when it comes to chip damage hunters. It is possible just to be able to down him without having to deal with that delayed damage. So that could be how it will play out.
Yeah, definitely. So if you're Fusion here, we talked a little bit how WZ is going to be approaching this matchup. I think if you're Fusion here, you don't really need to push for a win. Again, you're going to be pushing for a draw for the round because they're in an 8-1 situation where if they tie this round, WZ needs to win the last round by at least 8-1, if not more. So it's going to be a situation where Fusion's going to be playing for a draw. So if you're playing for a draw as Fusion, it really comes down to who's playing Hunter first. I think it's actually favorable for Fusion if the WZ plays Hunter first, and the reason why is they then know how many kills you need to get as a Hunter. So in a situation, if for example Goated goes Bonbon and the survivors have to play against Goated's Bonbon first. So then you will know if your survivors get a draw, then Dreamer doesn't have to play a winning Hunter. He doesn't have to take a risk and play something like Breaking Wheel, which is good for 4-mans, but could also potentially lose in some situations. You can go for a safer pick and go for something like Bloody Queen, which is very good for securing draws, and that would secure a draw for the round. So it comes down to what does WZ pick? Again, I'm pretty sure it is Fusion's map selection here. So that it would make sense for WZ to actually play Survivor first. I think that's a little bit stronger for them. It also gives Goated kind of an idea of how many kills he needs to get and what sort of Hunter he needs to play. Maybe he'll play something other than Bonbon, more of a winning Hunter, if he gets in a situation where he needs to actually win on the Hunter side. So that's really going to matter here. Again, WZ does have the faction selection. When it comes down to who has map pick, the other team picks the faction, and I'm pretty sure again Fusion should have map selection here, so WZ will be selecting the faction.
Well, so much for that. I'm pretty sure that all of the teams, they're going to need to really do their best. I mean, this is a competition after all. Of course, teams will really want to aim for the 4-man kill and the 4-man escape, if not the draws. So looking at the chat, guys, you really need to support your favorite teams. You really need to show some love and some encouragement just to be able to provide that moral support. We really do appreciate it when the community maintains a positive approach towards the hunters, the survivors, the players in general, and the team. So do share that love. And now, while waiting for the survivor picks and bans, I'm really excited about which one the map is gonna be. I did mention that I'm expecting Moonlit and Ever Sleeping, but since you also mentioned large maps, we almost forgot about Lakeside.
Yeah, Lakeside Village, another large map. I think it's less likely that Fusion selects Lakeside Village because Lakeside Village is very difficult for a hunter like Breaking Wheel. You really, as Fusion, you want to put your hunter in a situation where you have the most options possible. And Moonlit River Park is a very good one because Dreamer can play Bloody Queen, Breaking Wheel, or Sculptor effectively on these maps, whereas Bonbon and Dream, which maybe not as strong, but it also puts Goated on a bit of a weak map. Bonbon's not too weak on Ever Sleeping Town. It's not too bad, so that would actually favor Goated a little bit. So do you really want to give Goated that option of playing Bonbon and Ever Sleeping? Again, Bonbon can struggle because of the transition kiting possibilities on Ever Sleeping Town, but it is still, in some situations, favorable for Bonbon. If you go Lakeside Village, you're putting Dreamer at a huge disadvantage because you can't really play Bonbon effectively on that map. Lakeside Village is one of the worst Bonbon maps. It's very difficult for Breaking Wheel. There are so many windows that are very challenging for Breaking Wheel to deal with, whether that's the big boat windows, the shack window, or the mini boat windows, or even the walls, which is the windows over in the corner of the map near that mini boat area. There's just so many windows that Breaking Wheel really struggles with dealing with on Lakeside Village. And on top of that, Yeah, again, the Bonbon not quite as strong in that map. So I think if you go Lakeside Village, you're putting Dreamer at a big disadvantage as Fusion. So I highly doubt we're going to see that map. Again, it's still a possibility because it makes Goated play Bonbon in a really weak Bonbon map. But I think if you're going for weak Bonbon maps, I think Moonlit River Park would be the more logical selection here.
And of course, I do believe that Lakeside is not easy just for the survivors, but also for the hunter. Although I have seen in previous matches that Breaking Wheel, Sculptor, and Bonbon can excel in Lakeside, but it really boils down to the skill level of the hunter. But yes, this is the competition after all, and these are some top teams that we are witnessing. So when you say these scenarios and these options, I do imagine that if whatever the outcomes are, it's really based on how well they play the characters. Like if you say that they will not ban Priestess, then of course they're not going to witness the Priestess at its full potential. So it's really amazing. I guess I just really appreciate how they are able to push for the best possible outcomes depending on the picks and bans. So I'm also beginning to understand why Lakeside isn't really that much of a popular pick between the teams.
Yeah, Lakeside Village can be difficult for a lot of hunters. It's a nice specialty map that some some teams will pull out in the later rounds. For example, round 3, maybe rounds 4 and 5 in a best of 5 situation. But it's not a map you typically would see get utilized early on, just because it's very weak for a lot of hunters. Hunters like Bloody Queen, hunters like Dreamwitch isn't too bad, but a large map can sometimes be difficult for Dreamwitch. But hunters like Bloody Queen can do really well on something like Lakeside Village, whereas hunters like Breaking Wheel maybe not so much. So you typically don't see that map get utilized early on. Lakeside Village is it's really challenging for a lot of hunters. It has to be a map that a hunter is very comfortable with playing on. If you're going to see it get picked by one of these teams, and if it's not, then it's probably not going to get picked. In Lakeside Village, as I know, it's just so hard for hunters to play on, and it's very unlikely that hunters are actually comfortable playing on that map, especially in a tournament setting. And again, it could come out as a specialty map, as a map that some teams did practice, but it is a bit unlikely to see. So I think that again, Fusion will probably go Moonlit River Park. There are also some other options, like Leo's Memory. It's sort of like Lakeside Village in that it's very weird in a way where it's very difficult for hunters to get kills because of how strong Factory is. The Factory loop on Leo's Memory is very challenging. However, that's also strong for hunters in some situations because there's a lot of areas on the map that's very weak for survivors, where it's hard if they get caught in a bad area like that. It's very hard for them to kite, whether that's over near the logs area or over near the what we call the garbage corner of the map, which is where there's kind of just a few windows in one palette, and there's not many places the survivors can really go to. So there's a few areas that can be very challenging for them. But once they get into that Factory, it's like Sacred Heart Hospital. It's a free loop for at least 60 seconds, and it's a guaranteed kite from the survivors. So Leo's Memory, it's tough for Bonbon, but it's also would put a lot of pressure on Dreamer. It's not a bad Breaking Wheel map necessarily, but there are some strong windows, so you do have to be careful of that. So it's hard to say. Again, if you go Leo's Memory, it's also very weak for Dreamwitch. It's one of the worst Dreamwitch maps. One of the main reasons is because again, Factory is just so strong. It's hard to get the sandwich situation in Factory. You're forced to kind of bring one of the leeches all the way around the backside of Factory and the other one through the middle, and it just takes way too much time. And it's a free long kite for the survivors. And at that point, while you're setting up that play as the Dreamwitch, the survivor may have already transitioned to a better kiting area. So it's just so hard for Dreamwitch on that map. So again, you're limiting your hunter's options by going with Leo's Memory. So I know we talk about these maps a lot, but it's really important. And I think Moonlit River Park, again, it's the best pick for Fusion. We're going to find out right here.
And there we have it, Moonlit River Park it is. Now, do you have some preferences on who you want to see on the part of the survivors here? Knowing that Goated uses Bonbon?
Yeah, I think that it looks like we are going to see Mechanic and Priestess getting banned, so we're 100% going to see Ford get locked in for Fusion. Yeah, there it is, Ford locked in for with Bossy there. And it looks like Seer as well. Seer is one of those characters that's a bit iffy against Bonbon, but it can also be very strong in that, of course, you can chip off that owl with those bomb chains. However, the Seer, if kiting in the open, or not in the open, but the Seer can, that would be against Sculptor, but against a Bonbon, if you're able to juke enough and force a basic hit, the Seer can absorb that hit and kind of force an extra hit. Looks like we're going to see Coordinator as well. This is actually a very smart selection from Fusion, and the reason why is two things. One, a lot of Bonbons, oh, yeah, it looks like Toy Merchant as well, and there's the Bonbon. But as I was saying, Coordinator is a character that kind of is very strong against Bonbon because of how strong his camping is, and Coordinator can get a guaranteed rescue in some instances. And it also forces Goated to maybe bring excitement, but you really want to not be bringing excitement on a large map like this, so it's hard to say. And yeah, Toy Merchant from K-Dead here. Toy Merchant very strong on this map because of all those high up windows that you can vault out and gain distance with that glider.
That's right, and I'm actually really surprised to see the Toy Merchant here at the Moonlit River Park. I mean, of course I would understand, but to see her would be such an amazing thing to cast. And now here we are with Goated spawning at the 2-story already, making his way towards the working carousel. So he could find the Toy Merchant first, but looks like they are really transitioning here, making their way towards the tent and the bridge just to be able to buy time to get those ciphers started. But it looks like it's gonna be K-Dead who's gonna be spotted here at the back of the tent.
Oh, did he not see? I think he lost the... Oh, he lost the Toy Merchant, and he is able to pick him up here, but he's able to create some distance. Oh, he gets on the catapult. That one little instance of Goated not catching sight of the Toy Merchant gave him enough time to get on his catapult and transition away. We see Goated, again, tearing teleport. No excitement to counter this Coordinator or this forward. This is going to be challenging for him as this game progresses. We're going to see the Toy Merchant transition. He is going through Cypher Machines here. This is not ideal, but he is going to try to make it towards this 2-story area, which is such a strong kiting area. And it looks like he is, changing targets to Coordinator. Interesting.
That's right, and like you said, this isn't really an ideal scenario because in addition to that, nobody is using that flare gun right off the bat. Yes, I do understand the decision because it is an open area after all, and now Goated will teleport to the first station here to find the Seer decoding at that cipher right there, and will now go towards that God Kite area where he needs to be able to put some pressure on that cipher they're being decoded, but it looks like he's focusing on Sally at the moment.
Yeah, the only downside to this is, he gets the hit, canceling the jump. Beautiful play from Goated there. Now he has his timer bomb available. He's going to use it to block off the Seer from entering 2-story. Excellent game sense from Goated to go for that play here. And we're going to see the Seer go down to this bomb. He's going to go ahead and pop that timer bomb to put it back on cooldown. And he did die near the Cypher Machine of the Toy Merchant. So while Fusion had a pretty strong start there, the Seer had an option to potentially push the roller coaster, but instead went for kiting towards the Cypher Machine of the Toy Merchant. We see the Toy Merchant get on that catapult and is going to fly over to First Stop to work on that Cypher Machine instead. We know it has a lot of progress on it because that was the Cypher the Seer was doing originally. And wow, beautiful dodge from the Toy Merchant here. And let's see if Goated's able to get another nice dodge from the Toy Merchant. Here comes the forward for the rescue. He does have wanted order, so Goated is going to see him. Can he get the rescue before half? And he is able to get that save off before half with Tide Turner, so this is going to waste a lot of time. Beautiful stun from Bossy. This is going to allow the Seer to transition away here and make some distance, and this might be a pretty good situation for Fusion.
Look at the Cypher progress already. 2 ciphers have already been decoded, and 3 rather. Look at the speed of their decoding right here, because even if Goated was able to pull off some nice chain attacks, it's like they actually have a decoder in the team. And this is just amazing to watch because now the pressure is going to be on Goated.
It comes down to how far the Cypher progress is. He's going to go pressure the Toy Merchant. What he's going to do is he's going to leave this control bomb on that Cypher Machine. If the Toy Merchant goes back to it, he's going to be forced to eat the bomb. I think if you're the Toy Merchant, you just go ahead and eat this bomb and maybe try to rush this Cypher. It really depends on the progress here of the Coordinator Cypher. Is it far enough along where they risk going for a rescue? And it looks like no. Fusion's going to slow things down here, go for a draw. We see the Toy Merchant leaving that Cypher Machine, and it looks like Forward just feeding Tinnitus overall. And we probably will see him teleport away here.
Well, it's still an amazing job on the part of Goated to pressure that cipher over there being decoded by the toy merchant, because now they have to get started on the new cipher, if not try to continue the other ones that have already been touched at the other side. But it looks like the Seer will be going back to the Manor once more, and Polars and Bossy will be the ones left to decode these last ciphers. Let's see if K-Dad will be. Oh, my beautiful terror shock from Goated right there. That will really put a strain on the decoding. Already teleports towards the cipher of the forward there, just to be able to put that much pressure. One cipher remaining. This is really intense because it looks like both teams are really doing their best. And now the toy merchant will be shared right here. I do believe that that's the last cipher right there nearby, so that'll give Goated the chance to camp that cipher and try to defend it. But it looks like Bossy is pushing for that last cipher at the God Kite, especially because the toy merchant was decoding that earlier but just left it.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to eat that control bond there. That's fine if you are Bossy. The Cypher Machine will get popped momentarily, so he's going to get healed up regardless of what happens. We see him going for Polars here, trying to stuff this rescue. Polars needs to eat this hit. They're going to most likely pop it with this hit. Yeah, there's the pop. They are going to get that rescue off. No Tide Turner from Polars here, which means that there's not going to be any last effort. We're going to see K-Dead try to get up here. He does have the glider to work with. Will he immediately vault and get on that glider? And it looks like he is, and that's going to allow him to make some distance. Beautiful game sense from K-Dead. We're going to see Goated push for this toy merchant, but no teleport available for him, unfortunately, which means it's going to be very hard for him to get anything more than a draw here.
I do believe that that's exactly what the outcome is going to be, except Goated knows that this is exactly what's going to happen, and that's why he's pressuring that gate right there, just to be able to defend the gate and deny the survivors the chance to escape, which is actually a good decision on the part of Goated right here.
Now we see no detention from Goated, which means even if he is able to get the hit on that forward, it's going to be very hard for him to actually... Oh, we see the toy merchant able to get up and get back. No, the glider gets canceled by the bomb. Beautiful bomb from Goated. This is going to allow him to get the down on the toy merchant. The survivors are going to make it. Yeah, it looks like Forward is able to get out. Coordinator is going to go for that fourth stop exit gate there, because he was able to take that roller coaster. Goated, no teleport available. He's not going to be able to catch the Coordinator, but toy merchant without self-heal. If toy merchant gets on that glider, they can fly towards the gate and potentially get a 3 survivor escape. So that one bomb chain, very crucial from Goated. Beautiful play from him there. He does know that there's no need to pick up this toy merchant until the Coordinator gets out, because there's no self-heal available. So he can kind of take this time here, but the Coordinator is going to get out that exit gate, and that is going to be a draw for the Fusion survivors.
That's right. And now that the survivors have surrendered, this is some good progress on the part of both teams, because if they do tie this again, I do believe we just might be able to push for a round 3.
Yeah, absolutely. So if it is a tie here from the survivors of WZ, as you said, Kel, it's going to be a round 3 situation. But if you're WZ survivors, you really want to get a win here. Again, you can't rely on going 8-1 in the last round. It's just so challenging to do. You're going to need your hunter to either get a 4-person elimination and you get a 3-survivor escape, or you're going to need a 4-survivor escape and a 3-person elimination from the hunter side, which is just incredibly challenging. So yeah, looking at this time overall, Goated played beautifully. Moonlit Bonbon is not easy by any means. It's one of the harder maps for Bonbon. So able to get a draw in a map where it's favorable for survivors against a Bonbon is very beautiful job from him here. We see overall Toy Merchant with 133 seconds. Beautiful rotation from the Toy Merchant in the early game, able to set up that catapult. But if the Toy Merchant was waited a little bit longer, played a little bit more patient, they could have potentially gotten off that catapult and pushed for that exit gate. But Goated not allowing that to happen with a beautiful bomb chain overall. And yeah, it's just a draw overall, which is not bad for either side. Again, Fusion really wants to push for a draw in this round, so they have that 8-1 lead going into the third round, whereas Goated, playing Bonbon on a tough Bonbon map, wants to get a draw on the hunter side, putting the survivors in a situation where they really want to try to push for a 3-man instead of trying to have to go for something even more excessive like a 4-person escape.
I still do believe that it is such an outstanding job on the part of the survivors here, being able to secure that draw. And let's definitely not take away from the kite of the Toy Merchant here, making use of that catapult to go to point A to point B, going towards the God Kite area from the tent. in no time. That was an amazing use of catapults right there. And also to be able to conserve those resources and save them for the right time is also a good display of coordination and discipline on the part of the survivors. I'm really impressed with how this match has happened so far. But let's also not take away from Godin. He really did do such an amazing job, as you said.
Yeah, Goda doing a very again, a tough situation. Getting a draw there is very very strong for him there, and especially bringing a teleport build. Teleport is a build that's very good on a large map like this, but against a team where you have two stunners, that being the forward, that being the coordinator, you typically would see, not really see, but typically you'd want to bring excitement, but you really can't afford it because of how strong the rotation is on a large map like this. Large maps are very good for rotation because the spawns are so far away. It allows for the survivors to transition away, create distance between the hunter, and force interesting situation here in this round. And it looks like also we're going to see. I think if you're the fusion, sorry, if you're the fusion hunter here, if you're a dreamer, you're going to be in a bit of a situation where you need to go and push for a draw. I think probably playing Bloody Queen isn't bad. He may also play Breaking Wheel. Again, Breaking Wheel is a hunter that's more versed in getting high kills rather than just securing a guaranteed draw, whereas Bloody Queen is better for that. But there are characters like Psychologist, there are characters like Priestess and Seer that you want to ban all three of those as a Bloody Queen, and you don't have that option here in round 2. That's typically why we would see Bloody Queen get utilized in a round 3 situation in comparison to right now. So if you're a Dreamer, do you go for the Breaking Wheel, or do you go for a more conservative sort of a hunter and play with that Bloody Queen?
So in terms of what Dreamer is able to use, do you have like a preference for Moonlit River Park, especially because we know that he is a versatile hunter and most of the hunters that he uses can actually excel also in Moonlit River Park?
Yeah, so Bloody Queen and Breaking Wheel are both strong on this map. The only downside with Bloody Queen is that Bloody Queen can get rotated. We talked about rotation being so strong. You know, if you know the spawn of the hunter, which a lot of these teams know their spawns, they know their key spawns, and they can rotate accordingly. They can make an educated guess which direction the hunter is going to go based off of where they spawn because of how many survivors are in a certain area. For example, if a hunter spawns in the God kiting area, they might rotate across through 2-story and go across that bridge there because a survivor does spawn on the other side of the 2-story building. So it's like, if you know your spawns as a survivor, Bloody Queen can be a bit difficult. It's harder to rotate a Bloody Queen in comparison to other hunters because she can mirror to catch up to transitioning survivors. If she's able to spot one out in a distance, she can mirror after them and catch up to them. But with Breaking Wheel, it's almost impossible to rotate because of how fast that hunter is. He can instantly get to the spawn, the closest survivor spawn, and as a survivor, instead of rotating, you typically would do 2 things. You'll either hide or you'll transition to the closest window and you'll wait at that window. So instead of rotating, you set yourself up for a stronger kite rather than trying to create some distance because there's no way to outrun how fast the Breaking Wheel is.
That's right. And speaking of how fast the Breaking Wheel is, I really want to see him come out here in round 2, especially because it is moonlit and there are a lot of open areas and we get to see that mobility, that display of movement speed and how amazing it is to witness with how Breaking Wheel is able to counter these survivors in terms of how what you just mentioned, them going towards an area where they can efficiently kite him. I'm really excited to see how the hunter will want to counter this and how he will want to work around these windows. I have seen in earlier matches and in my personal experience as well, Breaking Wheels being able to maneuver around the windows as quick as possible. So I think it's still feasible even with all those windows in the area. So as for me, it is my personal preference to see Breaking Wheel. I am a bit of a Breaking Wheel fan, so to see him here in Moonlit would be such an exciting match to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I think If you're a Dreamer here, you have to think about what bans you're going to go for. I think if you're a Dreamer, you're actually going to ban Forward. A lot of Breaking Wheels round 2 will go for a Seer mechanic ban, but Forward is the character that allows Breaking Wheel to win games because of how strong that support is and how hard it is for a Breaking Wheel to deal with a Forward. So I think if you're a Dreamer, you're going to be banning the Forward. Now the question is, do you ban mechanic or Seer here? And we can analyze both situations. With mechanic, it's a character that's very good for securing draws. Mechanic is very, very weak at kiting Breaking Wheel. Because
right.
she's so slow at vaulting those windows, and it's so hard to avoid that wheel farm as a mechanic. However, she has the bot, and the bot is so hard for a Breaking Wheel to deal with because it's forced to get out of the wheel form, eliminate the bot, and then go back into wheel form. And that's so much time that the wheel loses chasing a target that they don't typically want to be chasing. So mechanic, that's why mechanic usually gets banned if you're playing Breaking Wheel. And then there's the Seer, which is such a strong character for farming owls. While you're in that wheel form, you're constantly looking at the Breaking Wheel while trying to loop those windows, and you're farming an owl for free. Whereas additionally, the owl can absorb an entire hit, even if there's 2 spikes. Typically, a survivor would go down. A lot of Breaking Wheels, they'll go for 2 spikes, and then they'll just try to get the down instantly. Whereas with Seer, if there's the Seer Owl, it'll absorb the hit completely, and the survivor stays at full health, and the 2 spikes will remain on, but they don't. It does not go through the owl. So that's kind of its tough situation. This is why with Breaking Wheel, it's a bit iffy round 2 as well, just because you really want 3 of those bans. Those 3 characters in particular, Forward, Seer, Mechanic, are so strong against it. But in a situation where you're Dreamer here, I think you have to ban Forward, and then it depends if you're going for a tie or a win. If you're going for a win, you're probably banning the Mechanic, and if you're going for a tie, you're probably going to be banning. You could ban either character. Either character would be an adequate ban for him here.
Yes, and then what I particularly love about the Breaking Wheel also is that he doesn't need to ban the Priestess, because him in wheel form transitioning through those portals is not a problem at all, because he is immune to the stun provided by those portals, especially in wheel form. So I'm really excited to see if the Breaking Wheel does come out and the Priestess doesn't get banned. I'm excited to see how they would use the Priestess to try to counter this, or to try to provide support to whoever the Breaking Wheel will be chasing first. So if the Breaking Wheel really were to come out in round 2, who do you think is the best full lineup to go up against him?
Well, if you're the survivors here, assuming Mechanic and Forward are the 2 bans here, I think it's going to be, you're going to lock in Seer 100%. I wouldn't be surprised if they lock in Patient. Patient is so strong against a Breaking Wheel on this map. There's this thing that we call slide loop against a Breaking Wheel. What that is essentially the slide is so hard for a Breaking Wheel to deal with, because the survivor can simply go down the slide, and the Breaking Wheel is forced to go back down, turn around, go back down after them, catch up to them, and the Patient can actually hook themselves back up onto the slide from the ground at the bottom. So what happens is the Breaking Wheel is going to go up the slide and force the Patient down the slide. The Breaking Wheel will then turn around and go for the Patient, and they'll just hook themselves back up the slide without having to walk back up the stairs. So that's a really strong loop for Patient against Breaking Wheel, and most Breaking Wheels are forced to actually leave the Patient and find a new target. So I think Patient is a very strong lock for WZ. If they opt not to lock it, I think if you're a Dreamer, you're 100% going to ban the Patient as your 3rd ban after the 2 locks are in, just because Patient, again, so strong against Breaking Wheel here. And yeah, I think Patient's a good character selection. I think you lock in Patient and Seer if there's a Mechanic and Forward ban. If you're Dreamer, you're probably going to go for something like Priestess or Mercenary. And then if you're the survivors, you'll probably go, assuming Priestess is banned, you'll go for probably Mercenary and maybe some sort of other kiter. Psychologist, not too strong against Wheel, but I think you have to take Psychologist, because if you don't, then you're leaving yourself kind of susceptible to the Bloody Queen, whereas Psychologist is a very strong character against that. So it's hard to say, but I think you could lock in Psychologist. You could also lock in something like Entomologist or Postman, 2 characters that are also strong in this sort of situation. But yeah, again, if you're WZ, I expect we're going to see, if Seer doesn't get banned, we're going to see Seer, we're going to see Patient, and we're going to see things like Priestess or Mercenary for sure.
And also, I was just looking at the chat, and what do you think about this? Because the people in the chat are actually saying that they want to see Nayad in Moonlit River Park.
It's hard to say. Naiad's so risky, especially in this sort of situation. I highly doubt we're going to see a Naiad here. Of course, it would be exciting, but Naiad, well, but she may be fairly strong on Moonlit because she cuts off that transition kiting because of how fast she is. She kind of forces survivors out of the tight kiting, forces them into the open. And since a lot of the pallets on Moonlit River Park are so spread out, if you're forced, if a Naiad loops an area and forces the survivors into the open, she can usually get a hit because, again, the transition is so far to a closer pallet. But in a situation where you need a draw, Naiad's just a situation where you have Breaking Wheel available. I don't think there's any reason to play Naiad, just because Breaking Wheel is so much more effective in these, just overall in terms of getting higher kills. Again, Naiad's a possibility, but Bloody Queen would even be better just because Bloody Queen's better at securing draws than Naiad for the most part. Naiad has Cypher control because of how fast she can go between those Cyphers. She can throw her Trident on the Cypher to slow down the Cyphers that way. But her chase isn't quite as strong in comparison to something like Bloody Queen, which again is better for securing draws. So no, Naiad may be a very fun character. It's pretty unlikely we're going to see her get utilized here.
Well, they are saying here in the chat that Naiad is at least good for securing ties. And actually, I have seen this in past tournaments that in Moonlit River Park that this is the best that Naiad can manage. But to be able to see a hunter using Naiad and successfully pull off a 4-man kill would be really interesting to watch. It would be such a pleasant surprise, especially because I seem to notice that here in NAEU server, when it comes to the top teams, if you ban specific characters, you're gonna get what's coming to you, which is amazing actually. It does speak volumes about the skill level of the players in the server, and I really am enjoying seeing these matches. But I am seeing a lot of love for Naiad here. It looks like the people want to see a show. They do want to see that Naiad.
I can revisit that as well. Naiad is a character. Again, I'm not saying Naiad isn't a draw character. She is. Naiad is a very Naiad is a tie hunter. But what I'm trying to bring up is that Bloody Queen is more consistent in securing draws than Naiad is. They're both tie hunters, but Naiad is better for pushing for ties and then maybe getting a win in the long run if you play well. Whereas Bloody Queen is a hunter that's very good at securing just a draw, which in this situation is better for the survivors. So while both of them may be tie hunters, especially on this map, this is a good map for Naiad. Naiad is a tie hunter. Bloody Queen's just more consistent in securing draws. Bloody Queen's more likely to actually get that guaranteed draw in comparison to Naiad. So that is why we're most likely going to see Bloody Queen, or we're most likely going to see Breaking Wheel, just because Breaking Wheel is just such a strong hunter overall and has more win potential than any of those two hunters. But yeah, as much as I love to see Naiad, I really enjoy seeing that character get used. We haven't seen her utilized too much. We did see her get a draw. One of the hunters was able to get a draw against B4U actually, which is a very good survivor team with Naiad. But yeah, Naiad's a very strong character. It's just that Bloody Queen is more consistent in securing those draws, and Breaking Wheel is just a stronger hunter that's higher up in terms of tier, in terms of cipher control, in terms of pressure, in terms of chase. Breaking Wheel is just stronger in the long run as well.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, I really do want to see Breaking Wheel. We haven't seen him in any of our matches yet, Eli. So for somebody to bring out that Breaking Wheel, that's actually what I'm looking for. But that's just me. If you do see if you do see Naiad though, I'm sure the viewers would be really happy to see her. But I do agree with her being able to secure ties and the fact that there are some better options out there. But don't worry, guys. If we do push for a round 3, if we do witness a round 3, she just might be able to come out. So let's stay tuned for that. So apart from the Breaking Wheel, I'm actually also expecting that Bonbon that you mentioned, because he really can excel in Moonlit, and the placement of bombs between those pallets really can provide pressure for whoever is doing the first kite. So against a Bonbon, what is the best possible lineup to counter him?
If Dreamer does opt to go with Bonbon here, I think if you're going for a Bonbon counter, I think you play a similar comp to what Fusion did. Maybe no Toy Merchant. Toy Merchant's very good against Breaking Wheel, but not quite as strong against Bonbon. So I think Patient would have actually been a better selection if you were Fusion that last round, but it worked out in their favor, and they were able to secure the draw that they really were kind of trying to push for. I think if Dreamer does go with Bonbon, I think you're going to see the survivors go for Forward. They're going to go for Priestess, two characters that are very strong against Bonbon, especially on this map. You will also most likely see the Coordinator would be very good because it forces them to actually bring excitement or play into a double stunner with teleport. So I think those would be characters that are very strong. And it looks like Dreamer didn't ban Mechanic. I'm actually very surprised to see this. It does make a little bit of sense just because we talked about this and how in a situation where Dreamer only needs a draw, banning Mechanic isn't necessarily required, I guess. And did they? Oh, they actually banned Breaking Wheel. So they're gonna give Dreamer a round 2 Sculptor here. This is very risky if you're WZ. You saw Dreamer get a beautiful 4-person elimination in the first round, so giving him that really strong Hunter here is going to be it's going to be difficult. But they do have option to play Mechanic, so Mechanic very strong against something like Sculptor. And Dreamer banned Psychologist, so that's curious. I'm surprised to see Psychologist banned if you are going with that Sculptor. So it looks like yeah, maybe Dreamer just trying to deal with all sorts of options here. And let's see how WZ is able to fare against a round 2 Sculptor.
Well, this is actually a very interesting lineup, especially because we're seeing the Mechanic for the first time. Finally, I'm actually a Mechanic fan as well, and I do use her in rank. But to see her here in competition is actually a sight to behold. She is such a rare survivor that doesn't usually come out, but then again, you did say that this is a round 2 Sculptor, and I'm really excited to see how Dreamer is going to make use of the situation to really rack in those points for the team.
See Dreamer heading towards the tent area here. Does pick up sight of the Patient early on. This is not a great chase target. Oh, beautiful statue from Dreamer.
Wow.
He actually pushes the Patient back towards him there instead of the Patient able to hook away. That's typically what we see there. Another beautiful statue from Dreamer. This is such a strong start. This is why banning the Sculptor is so common, and giving him the option here is just such a huge risk. And he gets down before he reaches the coaster.
Wow.
What a start for Dreamer.
Amazing first chase on the part of Dreamer here. Really, it just proves how dangerous the Sculptor is when it comes to doing just that first kite, even without full presence. Amazing on the amazing foresight on the part of the Sculptor here. Also, because somebody is decoding at the cipher on the first station, and it's actually the bot. So that's a win-win for Dreamer here, because that's going to significantly decrease the durability of the bot, and now they're going to have to work on the decoding progress here.
Comes the Mercenary, is able to get that rescue, does get that one chip, and there's the hit on the Patient. Unfortunately, QC not able to use that hook there to transition away. So the bot is down. Patient's gonna be placed on the rocket ship for the second time. 5 ciphers still remaining. And if you're WZ and you want to get a win here as the survivors, it's going to be so challenging because now the Sculptor has full presence. You've seen one of the downsides playing Mechanic. Oh, we see Mercenary in the area, and he's not able to get the hit. It looks like Mercenary is able to avoid this here, and he is going to go after that Patient.
Well, now that you mentioned it, I actually think that they just might sell the Patient at this time. They do have to make up for that lost decoding progress, especially because the Dreamer was able to spot that bot. So they really have a lot of work left to do here. And look at Dreamer just providing so much pressure at this really important cipher right here. They really do need to get that cipher popped. But look at that Mercenary still exerting a valiant effort, taking that hit just to be able to rescue the Patient.
Wow.
And the support of portals.
Beautiful setup here from the survivors. We're going to see QC use that hook to transition away here. Dreamer using that spike. Can he get that full presence? There's the one hit on the Patient. He still needs one more. No statues available. They are currently on cooldown, which means that QC has an option to go for this hook. You can actually hook yourself on... Oh, he didn't go for it, actually. You can hook yourself onto that platform, which QC opted to not go for. does go for that target statue, unable to get that hit, and it looks like QC might be going down here. This is a bit of a tough situation. Came into this Paladin time, goes for the charge attack, and does get that down just in time.
And yes, the patient really will fly back to the manor, but not before Dreamer does provide pressure once more on the mechanic here at the tent. And do note that the mercenary is down, which is still gonna put more pressure in terms of that decoding progress. They really do need to finish the ciphers, especially because Dreamer is just staying on top of it all. There's 50% on that cipher right there, and another about 60%, 60 to 70% on that cipher at the last station, so they really do need to make up. But look at the effort of the priestess here, containing the sculptor and transitioning towards the windowed areas at the back of the tent. I still think this is an amazing job she's doing, making use of this terrain and these pallets just to be able to provide some distance and giving time for the rest of the team to at least finish a cipher or two.
Yeah, this is the best situation for the survivors here if you're WZ. You want them to find the priestess. You don't want them to find mechanic or mercenary. Both characters would go down very quickly. Priestess is one shot. Can Dreamer? Oh, gets the statue hit with that chisel. Beautiful statue from Dreamer. You have to acknowledge the statues do rebound 3 times, so you have to be careful of that. And he was able to get that hit on the priestess. Still 3 ciphers remaining, 2 injured characters here, which means no one can really go for a rescue here. And Dreamer now pressing down these ciphers with these chisel. This is tough for WZ. They need to at least get a draw here, and it's not looking too good for them, unfortunately.
That's right, and because you said that they are both at half health, it's really going to be hard to rescue. They have to be really careful with their decisions. And also, the mercenary doesn't have any more elbow pads. The mechanic has one, though. She could use that to pull off a rescue, but I really think that Dreamer is just really good at defending the chairs and putting pressure on the ciphers as well. But look at her trying to go for it, reserving that elbow pad. Oh, where is she going? Will she be able to rescue? Oh wow, takes that hit, and 2 ciphers remaining we have right here, guys. Amazing amazing gameplay on Dreamer here. This is just too intense to watch, but I am enjoying it. Yeah,
Dreamer he doesn't need to slug for any sort of 4-man here. Just needs to get a 3-survivor elimination that will secure the win for Fusion here. He's going to place the mechanic on the rocket chair here and probably just secure this down here. If Mercenary gets dungeon again, it's not too relevant. Fusion would have already won in that situation because they would have taken that round too. So, yeah, if you're WZ, you have to get 2 survivors out, and unfortunately it does not look very likely here. Just gonna camp out this mechanic, guarantee the down. Mercenary, no items available as well. I think the biggest turning point in this match was when that mercenary went for the second rescue. It seemed like an unlikely situation. Again, Kahel, you mentioned selling that patient there might have been the more logical selection. And it looks like they went for a bit more of an aggressive play, really trying to push for that win with those priestess portals. But the mercenary taking the double hit, forced to use a lot of items for that play. Did not quite work out for them, it looks like, and we're going to see the mercenary at least attempt a rescue, but unfortunately it probably won't matter here.
Oh, it looks like he really did just stand at the bridge here waiting for that hit, but that was such a waste because the dungeon was in the area as well. However, Dreamer would have been able to land a chip damage right there, and it still would have been a 4-man kill, but still let us not take away from such a valiant effort on the part of the survivors here. And you really do appreciate their effort to at least push for the win, still rescuing the patient even with that cipher progress, because it does really display some camaraderie on the part of the team, so that is nice to watch as well. But Dreamer, the skill level of this hunter, he is an absolute beast, killing it from the start. I'm really optimistic for this team when they do advance to the semifinals.
Yeah, absolutely. You really see the downside of not banning Sculptor. WZ taking a huge risk. They tried to go for as much of an anti-Sculptor comp as possible. Patient being a good kiter against the Sculptor did get first kite, but you saw those on-point statues from Dreamer were just so hard to dodge, and unfortunately QC was not able to dodge a lot of them, and that did allow for a pretty quick down. Also, he was able to down the Mechanic's doll early on, which, again,
Yes.
playing Mechanic against a Sculptor is so strong for survivors because it's almost guaranteed to get a draw unless you find that doll early on, which is exactly what happened for Dreamer. So, yeah, not banning the Sculptor, I think it would have been a little bit safer for them to take the Breaking Wheel and really just try to push for a win against a wheel. But going for the Sculptor, it's so hard to deal with because of how hard it is to dodge those statues, how on point those statues were from Dreamer in both of those games. Yeah, WZ played well. They played their best, but unfortunately, it did not work out. We're going to see Fusion advancing to the next round here. And yeah, well played from both teams.
That's right. And I actually agree that finding the bot there at the first station really did put a lot of advantage on the part of Dreamer here, because like you said, the Mechanic has that bot, but if that bot gets sniped out by the Hunter, it's gonna put a lot of disadvantage, especially if you have your teammates at half health. If somebody is chaired, somebody is injured, that's gonna put a lot of pressure on the decoding of the Mechanic. And this is actually the very ideal situation. And I do believe that this is also why Dreamer did not ban the Mechanic, because for him to find the Mechanic is almost as if Dreamer knew that it was actually going to happen. So that's really amazing to witness.
Yeah, I think basically Dreamer was trying to putting himself in a draw situation. Mechanic, it's very hard to push for more than a draw with a Mechanic simply because she's such a quick down. She's such an easy target to chase. If you find the Mechanic early on, it's really easy to down her, especially with something like a Sculptor. And yeah, it can be very hard to kite with if you do have the bot in play, though. It's very easy to get a draw from that situation. You could be terror shocked right out the gate as a Mechanic and still probably be able to secure a draw because of how fast the Mechanic's stall Cypher Rush is. So you really see why Mechanic gets banned a lot for something like a Sculptor, for something like a Breaking Wheel. But in a situation where Dreamer only needed a draw, he did not have to ban the Mechanic, opted to go for a Seer and Forward ban instead, which is totally reasonable. And on top of that, able to find the doll is just kind of the cherry on top for him, and that allowed for getting more than a draw. Was able to push for an actual win in that round. The survivors again put themselves in a good position. Very beautiful portal setup from the Priestess. You were able to allow QC's Patient to transition all the way to behind fourth spot
Yes, definitely.
All the way from the broken carousel area. So that really goes to show the power of transition kiting against the Sculptor, whether it's using the hooks, whether it's using the portals to support. Unfortunately, it was not quite enough there, as he did get caught in kind of a bad area once the Sculptor did catch up. And that kind of worked out in Dreamer's favor there.
And look at these match stats. Look at the containment of the Patient, 68 seconds, but it felt like forever with those portals. Amazing support on the part of the Priestess right there. They couldn't have pulled this off with a Breaking Wheel, but I guess you can see still that the Sculptor really does excel, not just in small maps, but in large maps as well, and in Moonlit no less. So congratulations to Fusion. A job well done. Great stuff from the team, and we are excited to see what you're gonna bring to the plate when you do advance to the semifinals. And now here are the match results. Take a look at these points, Eli.
Yeah, overall 2-0 in favor of Fusion. It is a 15-3 differential here in terms of points. Yeah, looking at both of these rounds here, the first round you saw a pretty good start for WZ, but Dreamer able to turn it around with a lot of nice statue placements in the late game. And as for the Fusion survivors, able to get a win against a Sculptor is a very challenging thing to do, but especially against Goated, who is such a strong hunter, one of the top hunters again on the North America European server. So it's very challenging to do. They were able to pull it off there. In the second round, Goated coming in, doing his job, securing the draw with the Bonbon on a tough Bonbon map. Really going to show the power of his Bonbon, how strong he is with that character. But then Dreamer again coming out to play here with another 4-person elimination. That Sculptor that he's played so far has not allowed a single survivor escape so far in this tournament. It goes to show how strong Sculptor is and how strong he is with that character. So Beautiful job from both hunters. They played incredible here, and it looks like again Fusion coming out on top with a few extra survivor escapes ultimately, and that makes the difference in this match.
Definitely. And now we're really excited on what's gonna happen for Fusion when they do advance to the semifinals and Dreamer does fight neck and neck against some really top teams. I'm really excited to see that. Congratulations, by the way, for winning MVP. Average remaining cipher 1.5. It means that he's able to really put pressure on that progress. And look at these total knockdowns and average elimination for, like we said, the perfect score indeed. Of course, if there are some average remaining ciphers, there is a chance that you really are able to pull off that 4-man kill, and that is really amazing to watch. And I just really want to commend Dreamer for a job well done. He really did carry his team to the next round. And of course to the survivors as well, amazing coordination and display of skill. We're really excited as to how this will play out in the succeeding rounds.
Yeah, 1.5 average remaining ciphers goes to show that in most of these situations, there was more than one cipher machine remaining. In fact, I don't think Dreamer's even allowed an endgame situation yet with Sculptor. I'm pretty sure there's always been at least one cipher machine remaining in all 3 of his Sculptor matches thus far in this tournament. So beautiful job there. Again, excellent job from WZ Survivors having to play against such a strong Sculptor player, and they really made things interesting here. And especially with the portal setup with the Priestess. It was just just very good support overall from the survivors. Ultimately, Fusion is the team coming out on top here. We are going to be going to a short break here. We're going to have the next matchup coming up for you guys momentarily, so stay tuned. We'll be back shortly, and we'll see you guys then.
I finally arrived at the manor mentioned in the commission letter. The fairly complete main building became my first foothold here. At first, everything Everything seemed to be going better than I had expected. That incomplete diary mentioned a bizarre game. The barely noticeable ashes and marks along the edges of the diary once again led me to new clues. A strange fireplace, unused firewood, a rotatable candlestick. As the wall began to turn, I knew that I had found what I was looking for. An even greater collection of diaries. I continued my deductions using these diaries. Finding information on the hunters is the key. Yet, it creates more questions than it solves. About the manor. About the game. And about me. I was once a novelist. I lost my memory in an accident 10 years ago, and have suffered from intermittent amnesia ever since. My condition has worsened with the passage of time. The span of my amnesia is getting worse. Finally, through the eyes of my neighbors, I realize the exact nature of my condition. It's not about amnesia, but that person has awakened.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, detectives. This is day 3 of IVT NAEU 2021. This is the quarterfinals we're talking about, and we have witnessed some amazing matches between the previous teams. And the previous one being Fusion and Week 0, such an amazing matchup. We've seen top tier gameplay, and we are about to see it again in this current matchup between Garden of Eden and Monarch. Now, Eli, you're our insider guy. What do we know about these teams?
Well, Kahel, this matchup should be a pretty good one. I think both of these teams are top-tier teams. They both have competed in a lot of tournaments in the past, so they have a lot of this competitive sort of experience. A Monarch slightly newer, so Eden has had is a little bit more, has a little more veterans of the game in comparison to something like Monarch. But both teams, again, high-level competitive teams. Monarch, we talked about this a little bit last week, but Monarch is one of those teams, or is a team coached by iAlien and other players of Legacy. So we're going to see a lot of similar strategies from Monarch that Legacy likes to use because of similar coaching styles, similar strategies. As with Garden of Eden, a team that has been around the top tiers for a long time, has been very competitive, competed in a lot of tournaments in the past. We should see some very strong gameplay from them as well. So overall, this should be a very good matchup. Again, Eden a little bit more veterans, have more experience in this sort of competitive scene than Monarch, but both teams have competed in a competitive sort of situations in the past. So this should be a good matchup overall.
I guess they have dealt with the nerves already, having competed in previous matches and tournaments. So we can expect nothing but the best gameplay from these players as well. So I'm really excited to see how this is going to play out, especially in the later rounds, which I'm really hoping to see. We do have that charm wherein the last matchup usually brings us a round 3, so I'm really excited for that. I do hope to see a round 3 for this matchup, and knowing that these tiers, these teams are top tiers, and I do believe that they are also in the leaderboards. I guess we have some really good things to expect, and now here is the lineup of Garden of Eden. We have Bacon, Zero, Websies, Chris, and Samu. What do we know about these teams? These players, rather.
Yeah, so Garden of Eden, Bacon, also known as Walmart, is more of a survivor player. We actually usually see him on the survivor side in a lot of these tournaments. So interesting to see him coming in as a hunter. Definitely a bit of a surprise, but you can definitely tell he's adapted his hunter quite a bit and really practiced that to bring it up to a tournament style level, which is very nice to see. Sayro, we're going to see a lot of decoders from Sayro, whether that's mechanic or prisoner. Also has recently learned forward, so we may say forward being utilized from Sayro as well. Websies, a newer player to Eden, newer player to the competitive scene, recently kind of ranked up into the higher tiers. So should see some very good gameplay from them. Chris likes to play a little bit of the off-meta characters, whether that's Dancer or Entomologist or exciting characters like that. We will see Chris most likely be utilizing those. And Samu most likely going to be playing Rescuers, whether that's the Gravekeeper or the Mercenary or other characters like that. I don't think they play forward. I think we're most likely to see that from Sayro, but we are going to see other types of Rescuers from this player.
Yes, and knowing that Sayro has recently learned to use forward, I really want us to look forward to that gameplay, especially when it comes to those stuns and that support. And now here we are with the lineup of Monarch.
Yeah, so from Monarch's side, we do have Nico hunting. Again, we saw Nico hunt last week very effectively with that Sculptor. We're most likely going to see that round 1 from Nico. Definitely has a good chance of putting up some good numbers with that character. From the survivor side, we have MRH Karis, who does play, again, the main kiters, the main decoders, whether that's psychologist, whether that's mechanic or prisoner, or maybe even postman. I'm not entirely sure on that one. We do have Min as well. Min is the forward player for the most part, I think, utilizing that forward. Also plays other rescuers, also a strong kiter as well. We see the next player, who we call America. America is known to play characters like Seer, characters like Priestess, a lot of support characters. We saw America recently play on Arachna and has transferred over to Monarch over the past month. And the last player, Yu, also known as Yumi, is also a rescuer player. Most likely going to see things like Mercenary, Gravekeeper from them.
I'm really excited to see what kind of lineup they've got in store, especially because this is the first rounds after all. So we're expecting to see yet another sculptor. But then again, it's all gonna boil down to the picks and bans. And here we are at the Red Church with Bacon banning the Priestess right off the bat. Of course, a really understandable choice. You would not want to deal with her over a mechanic. And that is why Monarch, the Team Monarch, has sealed her in.
Yeah, it looks like this is most likely Garden of Eden's map selection. I don't think that, again, this Team Monarch is coached by Legacy, so they're most likely going to go for maps that Legacy likes to use, which would be Ever Sleeping Town. They like to play heavily towards that meta. So it would make sense that Monarch is the one, Eden is the one that chose this map. But yeah, it looks like we're going to have Seer and Mechanic locked in. If Walmart's opting to go with Sculptor here, giving Mechanic seems very risky, just because, again, Mechanic is one of those characters. Yeah, it is the Sculptor, so Mechanic is one of those characters that is risky going against the Sculptor. If you are the Sculptor, giving them that as an option, and you see Monarch immediately taking advantage, locking in that Mechanic. And it looks like Ford's going to be the second ban, a very logical ban. And, as we previously mentioned, we do have Yumi on the Mercenary and America playing the Psychologist. So yeah, this should be a very exciting matchup. A lot of fast decoding from the survivors here, so they definitely have a strong draw build going against a winning hunter like a Sculptor.
That's right, and finally we're getting a lineup that has a decoder once more in the mix, which is gonna really turn the tide for the survivor lineup because they can make up for that decoding. That's if Bacon doesn't find the Mechanics doll first. And we will see just how that will play out. Here is Bacon spawning at the graveyard, already making her way towards the broken walls because this is a very good hunting route. You are most likely going to find a survivor in this cipher at the broken walls. And actually there is. That earmark is triggered. Bacon knows that somebody is lurking and has found the trail marks of the Seer, no less.
Yeah, this is a pretty good find for him. Immediately gets the hit before the owl comes online. Unfortunately, for the Seer, they're unable to break the line of sight here. He's going to be able to try to kite in the open here, trying to force an owl hit. As a Sculptor, nice statue hit there. You have to be careful here. If you are the Seer, you need to force this owl hit. You have to kite in the open. Beautiful drop from the Seer. Going into the open.
Wow.
Excellent move from the Seer, kiting into the open, forcing that basic hit. He's going to go ahead and transition towards Graveyard. This is a good communication from Monarch. No survivors in the area. Does go down to that statue. Unfortunately, not much you can do there. But, yeah, beautiful communication from Monarch, acknowledging no survivors are decoding in the Graveyard area, so the Seer is going to die away from the rest of the Cypher machines.
I do believe that it's going to be the job of the Mercenary, if not the Psychologist, to do the rescuing here. Although it is rather early for them to do so, but to just to be able to pull off that rescue really might just be able to give the Seer the chance to rebound Kite, though that's kind of difficult and they're gonna have to be really careful, especially because this is such a difficult chair. There isn't much to work with, and there is the nearest pallet is there's quite a bit of distance between that and the chair, so I do believe that they will try to rescue at the last second to at least make up for that decoding, especially because the doll is about to finish one cipher.
It looks like we're going to see the survivors really trying to push these Cypher machines. Does find the bot there, is able to get that first hit. You have to make sure, if you're the Mechanic, that your bot does not go down to these statues. And it looks like the Mechanic able to keep the bot alive. So beautiful movements there from Karis, keeping the bot alive yet again. We are going to see the Sculptor head towards middle here. Does pick up the sight of the Mercenary. This is not a very good target, but does get that first statue. That's going to give full presence. And 3 hits right away for Walmart here. And wow. There's the down.
A nicely pulled off Blink right there. And I do believe that this is a good use of Blink as well. but we do know that the mercenary is a resilient survivor and has a long chair time. They still can use this to their advantage if they are able to pop one more cipher. But I think they are far from that, so they do have to at least try to capitalize on the chair time of the mercenary to at least finish one or two of these ciphers. There is 50% on that graveyard where the psychologist was decoding, and I do believe there's another 50 here at the broken wall. So they really have to make up. They have to time this correctly, and we do believe that the bot is here. Trigger that earmark, but now that he has been spotted, that will reveal the location of the mechanic.
They were able to get a rescue. I was about to say Walmart's in such a strong position here because it's so hard for the survivors to go to a rescue against a full presence sculptor, but the bot actually drawing the sculptor away here, giving the mercenary a chance to get rescued, and this kind of puts Monarch back in a fairly decent situation. Mercenary still has a lot of elbow pads to work with, and look at this distance Mercenary's able to create with his elbow pad. Still one more available, and the sculptor wasting a lot of statues there. So all of a sudden Monarch looked to be in a bit of a tough situation, but right back in things here. We're going to see go for those statues. Mercenary does eat one of them there. Most likely going to use that last elbow pad to transition away here, not taking any chances with that full presence statue. And yeah, there it is. Looks like we're going to see the spike thrown down there. Can he get this chip on the Mercenary? This is a huge play. Unable to get it, and Mercenary able to stay alive a little bit longer.
That's right, and all he has to do is try to use this terrain and these mounts as best as he can. Oh my goodness, takes that hit right there. But look, 2 ciphers remaining. They still might be able to turn this around if they just pop that 4th cipher and prime the 5th. So now I do believe it's the mechanic's job this time to try to contain the hunter. But it looks like he's just got his eyes on everything. Putting that chisel on that 4th cipher right there. The mechanic is now getting started on that last cipher. This is really looking good on the part of Bacon.
I believe the survivors actually have another cipher machine that has progress just because... Oh, beautiful move from Walmart here to go into that pallet, pull back, and get that hit on the mechanic. And now they're kind of trapped here. There's the statue and the down on the mechanic. Psychologist unable to pop this last cipher machine. So in a situation where the survivors were so geared up to get a draw, this is such an excellent draw comp for going against the sculptor, especially because you have that mechanic, because you have those fast decoders with that psychologist, with that steer. He is able to find the psychologist. This looked like such a good situation for Monarch to go for that draw, but now all of a sudden on the back foot here, a 4-person elimination is in order for Walmart, and all he has to do is down this psychologist and head back to that mechanic after they use that self-heal.
That's right, and it's just going to be another back and forth situation, downing the psychologist, coming back for the mechanic, and then going towards the psychologist again. I do believe Bacon has this planned out in his head because he didn't share the mechanic. She has healed. He knows that he needs to come back for her, and then just needs to finish the job by downing this psychologist right here. But let's not take away from Monarch here, and the psychologist doing an amazing job trying to buy time. Who knows, they might be able to even pop that last cipher, apart from this one that has already been touched at the broken walls.
Beautiful statue dodges here from America, from the psychologist, not eating any target statues. You see Walmart going for a lot of these blind statues, but America not falling for any of them here, able to avoid every single one. Beautiful movements, again, from this psychologist, staying alive in this area. Walks through the pallet, unable to get the hit, and still staying alive here. This is such an excellent job. Is going to eat that charge attack, but it looks like psychologist, still at half health, still going here. It's still just so difficult here. You have the mechanic still alive, but the mechanic currently searching through chests, not decoding, trying to find that syringe. It's going to be challenging. We do see the psychologist, unfortunately, running into the hunter here. That's going to allow him to get the down, and all he has to do is now go look for this psychologist.
Uses teleport to make her way to the broken walls, and knows that the mechanic is here, and she has already been located. The trail is already revealed, but look at that use of wand. Was able to buy time, but still takes the hit after vaulting that window, giving her slow vaulting speed. So now all Bacon has to do is go for the psychologist again, especially because Kiers will not be able to recover from this incapacitated state anymore. So now it's just gonna be a game of chase again. I do believe that Bacon is going for the 4-man kill here, and so he shall.
Looks like does get that first statue there. All you need is one more statue to get the down, and it does get the down. Psychologists did their best trying to dodge those statues. Actually did a beautiful job avoiding a lot of those full prison statues.
Yes.
It's not easy to avoid, but we do see Walmart coming out on top here with a 4-survivor elimination right out the gate here. You see the power of that sculptor, and you see the power of the round 1 map selection. You see Eden going with that red church map. It's so it's an interesting map selection. It's a very balanced map, but you don't actually see it get utilized quite as often as Ever Sleeping Town. And Ever Sleeping Town is a map that a lot of Survivor teams practice because they know that's going to be the map that's more commonly selected from a lot of these teams. But going for a standard balanced map like Red Church, actually working out in Eden's favor here, as it could be that the Survivors were not quite as prepared for it as they were for more meta maps such as Ever Sleeping Town.
An amazing job on the part of Bacon right here, being able to contain everyone without getting that last cipher pop. 2 remaining ciphers, but let's not forget about that amazing kite by America at the graveyard. That was really amazing. It's impressive to be able to contain a sculptor at the first part of the game, but it's even more amazing when she's able to do so with a sculptor at full presence. So that's definitely one of the highlights for me, even if it was Bacon who did take the win for this match. So this is such amazing gameplay on the part of both sides, guys. I'm really happy to have witnessed that match. And I do believe we are to expect a mirror match for the second half.
Yeah, the pressure back on Monarch here. We're going to have to see Nico come out with some incredible gameplay. Was able to get a 4-person elimination last week, if I'm not mistaken, with the Sculptor. So we talked about Nico being a S-Badge Sculptor, one of the in the top 10 in NAEU, being one of the top Sculptor players. So we're going to see it utilized quite a bit here. And that's why we see Sculptor, Sculptor's just so strong. We see the Sculptor coming out, getting the most kills out of any hunter in this tournament so far, by far. And we're definitely going to see it here from Nico. Yeah, if you're Eden here, it's a bit of a favorable position for you. You do have to go against a Sculptor yet again, but on a smaller map, it can be a bit challenging. Again, we talk about how rotation is so important against a good chasing hunter like a Sculptor. Your rotation is how you beat that type of hunter. If you can rotate well enough, if you can stay out of sight of the hunter and force them to keep leaving, going to other parts of the map, that can be very strong. But on a small map like Red Church, where the spawns are so close to each other, it can be very challenging for survivors sometimes. So it may look very favorable for for Eden. It's Monarch's definitely not out of this first round by any means.
That's right, and they're gonna have to answer back with all their might for this second half, especially because if it's gonna be the same scenario, then I do want to see that round 3. So if they do manage a 4-man escape, that is how round 3 is going to happen. So no, I do believe that we don't need to make any predictions, at least not that much, for the first round. Yes, I am expecting to see a Sculptor, no less. But what about for the Survivors lineup? Do you think that it's going to be a mirror match, or do you think they're going to switch it up a bit and use somebody else?
I think it's not going to be a mirror match because I think Nico 100% is banning Mechanic first.
Yes.
Mechanic is a character, again, that's so hard to get a 4-person elimination against. We saw that did happen in the last round, but that's a very rare instance. That doesn't happen very often. So I think Mechanic is 100% going to be the first ban from Nico. So, yeah, so I think that it's going to be a little bit different. If you have a Mechanic ban, the Survivors are going to do 2 things. They're going to either lock in forward in Seer, or they're going to lock in forward in Priestess. It's very unlikely that we're going to see any other characters get locked in besides those 2. And then from there, Nico's going to ban the other character that doesn't get locked in. It's either going to be Seer or Priestess that doesn't get locked in, and he's going to ban the one that doesn't get locked. So out of those 2. So that's how it's going to play out from there. Then the survivors will most likely go with mercenary and maybe a kiter like patient as their next option. So I know Eden is a big fan of the patient, so I would expect that character to get utilized. So I think the composition here, if you are Nico, it's hard to say. You really need a 4-person elimination. Seer's, they're both good support characters, whether it's Seer or Priestess. I think you're probably going to ban the Seer because you're going to prioritize getting a quick down. Seer is a character that can extend Survivor's kites very well. I think if you're Nico, you're going to ban Mechanic. The Survivors are going to lock in. Well, it depends on what they lock. Again, do they lock Seer? Do they lock Priestess? What do they feel like? Are they more strong with the Priestess support or with the Seer support? So I think if you're Eden, you're going to lock in the Seer. And what the comp's going to be is it's going to be Forward, Seer, Mercenary, and Patient for Eden will most likely what we're going to see here.
Increasingly interesting is that the patient is becoming more of a pick rather than the psychologist. So I am expecting to see him, if not in the second round, if not in the first. But if he does come out in the first, then I do believe that the patient really will excel, especially with these walls. And that's provided that he gets spotted first. So depending on the spawn points, they're really gonna have to coordinate as to who they want the hunter to find first. So if it's the patient, I'm pretty sure that he's gonna want to do that kiting just to be able to buy time for his teammates to do some decoding, especially because you said that Nico probably and may ban the mechanic. So I do believe that they're gonna have to make up for that, either with a postman again, as you mentioned, if not a prisoner. Though I don't think we're gonna be seeing a prisoner in this round. They might try to go for more survivors that will prioritize containment rather than decoding, because like we said, survivability also plays its part in getting these ciphers going.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think we're going to see a prisoner here at all. I think that Eden isn't a big postman playing team. They really like to play the patient. I know they've talked about that quite a lot. They're a huge fan of the patient character. So I think that we're probably going to see patient. I would be surprised if we don't. We could also see psychologists being used instead. If you have Seer and psychologist on the same team, it's so hard to get it down. If you transition kite in the open constantly as a psychologist and don't take any statue hits, you can force the sculptor to hit you 4 separate times before you go down. So that can be very challenging. What I mean by 4 is you also have the Seer owl to work with as well. So that can be very challenging for a hunter. On a map like Red Church, there's a lot of narrow alleyways, which it's easy to hit those statues, so it's actually hard to avoid them. But the best way to do that is to double back into the hunter and essentially force the hit instead of trying to push forward and create distance. So yeah, it's we could see anything here, but I think we're most likely to see Patient again. Eden loves that character. I would be pretty surprised if we don't see it from them here.
Well, I'm really excited if the patient really does come out, especially if he gets teamed up with a psychologist. But I wouldn't expect to see the psychologist so early in the match. In fact, I did observe that in the previous matches, they are either they are rarely together. And now here we are. We're about to find out in the picks and bans on who the survivor lineup is going to be based on those bans. And then there's your mechanic ban, as you said, Eli, on point with these predictions.
And Forward and Seer as well. So that definitely makes the most sense for them. Mechanic ban, Forward and Seer locked in for Eden. I think Nico's going to go ahead and go with the Priestess. Yeah, there's the Priestess ban. And I think the last 2 characters are going to be Mercenary and Patient. I could be wrong, but we're waiting on Chris's selection. Oh, Postman. Okay, so they're actually going to be utilizing the Postman. Eden, again, not really known for using the Postman. They've used Patient quite a bit in the past. So going with the Postman here is a little bit newer strategy of them here. So this could be interesting. And there is the Sculptor from Nico.
That's right. And I did mention that they just might bring out the Postman to make up for that decoding progress that could probably go slow, because we do have 2 rescuers in the mix, and we have a Seer to do some regular decoding. They do need those letters of tranquility just to be able to provide that 30-second boost, depending on who the sculptor will chase first. but I really was expecting that sculptor. Of course, it is round 1 after all. So Nico will, of course, try to achieve the best outcome by securing that 4K, if not 3K. But I'm sure Nico has a plan in mind as to how he will counter this kind of lineup. Who do you think he's going to want to chase first?
I think you're definitely going to want to find the Seer 100%. Obviously chasing Mercenary and Forward are never ideal. 2 rescue characters that are very hard to get down, and the Postman has the dog to utilize. So definitely finding Seer is your best target. We're going to see him immediately go towards this back gate area. He will find the Postman, also not a bad target. That is the second best option to chase after the Seer. So finding... Oh, no, he's not going to search back gate. Typically, you see hunters go... Oh, interesting route. Okay. Typically, you'd see a lot of hunters go check out this back gate area. That's what he's going to do here. And he is going to find this Postman. So that's a pretty good find here from Nico. Does catch onto the trail of that character. There's the Postman dog. Does land on the Sculptor. So that's going to allow the Postman to gain a little bit of distance here. And beautiful move from Chris to avoid these statues.
Right, amazing part on the part of Chris here, rather, to be able to successfully hide and transition, because although this is an open area, there he is doing what you said, doubling back and going forward once more just to be able to transition and avoiding that hit. And amazing support on the part of the Seer here, and that was an owl hit, I believe.
Yes, that was, and that's why we see Seer getting locked in here instead of the Priestess. Extending the first kite. Priestess, of course, can't help with that. However, the Seer Owl is more of a consistent way of doing that. Beautiful statue from Nico to get that first one. He's going to be able to get a follow-up hit on Chris here as well. So still not a bad situation for Nico. Has Blink of... No, he actually has Teleport. And it looks like he brought Insolence as well. So he's really going for that 4-person elimination here. Most likely Detention and Insolence. And beautiful dodges from Chris here. But yeah, as we were saying, you see why the Seer is such an important lock there from the survivors. Because it extends that first kite by such an incredible amount of time. Still able to get the down at 5 ciphers, a beautiful statue there. And this is not looking too bad for Nico.
Actually, it's also not looking too bad for Garden of Eden, because look at that mercenary who left his cipher. That one was almost done. That means the rest of the team was able to decode a lot, was able to put in a lot of progress, rather, on those ciphers.
See, 2 statues there. Yeah, getting the down instantly on the Postman, going for that spike. Can he double hit the mercenaries? No! Beautiful dodges from Samyu here, able to avoid... Oh no, does take the statue. The statue did register on the mercenary, so mercenary is going to be double hit and going down as well. So if Eden were to push for a win here, it's going to be increasingly difficult because one character is not decoding. That's the mercenary. We see the Forward coming in for a long stun. Does get the stun. Beautiful stun from Seiro there, using a lot of football for that one. Almost all of it, actually. And he's going to use the Postman. No, not going to. Looks like he's going to hold on to the dog as well and use it for a later point in this kite.
Does pay off. I do believe that the Forward wanted to use to exhaust that football quite elaborately, especially because there are just 2 ciphers remaining. So this is a good point already in the game to just really use that football to be able to give support to the Postman. And I do believe that he's going to try to... Oh! Did it bite? It did!
Yeah, it did.
Yes, and now that that movement speed has slowed the Sculptor, he's still able to extend his kite, and there's just 1 more cipher remaining.
Whoa!
Oh, wow.
Beautiful mind game from Nico. That's what we call the light trick, where you hide your red light. He actually held his chisel down, so he turned the light away from the Postman, making it think that he was going to go around the other way, instead running right into him. What a high-level intelligence play there from Nico to bait the Postman into going for that. 1 cipher machine remaining. A draw is still perfectly in order here for Garden of Eden. Again, that's all they would really need here. Does have teleport available, so he does have some versatility here in this end game in terms of moving around the map. We're going to see the Seer set up that pallet there top broken, and the Sculptor catching onto the side of the Seer. This is one of the best targets from the chase. Beautiful statue there. Can he get a second one? And unable to get that beautiful dodge from Websy's, able to avoid that target statue.
Even so, it was really a good display of coordination for him to be going towards that area, just to be able to allow the mercenary to try to do some decoding. And now that Seiro is here at the graveyard, I'm sure he's going to want to draw the attention of the sculptor, but it looks like he's got his eyes on the seer as well. Unfortunately, that cipher is really, you can really hear that cipher wiggling already.
So these statues here. Does teleport on the seer. Nice dodge on that first one. Really needs to dodge these full presence here. Will Nico just go for the hit? Yeah, he's just going to take the hit there. Leave the seer at a situation where they're one statue away. Most likely going to use a spike. Oh, he's going to spike after the seer. Can he get the seer down? Gets the seer down with the target statue. Beautiful job from Nico. It's the basement here as well. That could be very strong. No, it is not. So unfortunate for Nico there. Eden again back in a situation where they can secure a draw. 80% on that last cipher. It looks like the forward is able to prime it here. He's going to go for that chisel, trying to slow down the progress, but I don't think he's going to be able to stop it completely.
Well, I do believe that cipher is almost done. All it takes is for the mercenary to rescue the seer just one more time and try to buy as much time, or even just a few seconds, just to let the forward be able to prime that last cipher. And now the chase continues here at the broken wall area, with Nico chasing the seer at the middle section of it, and it looks like yes, the seer does take that hit, and the cipher has already been popped.
Looks like the seer transitioning towards center here. There's no teleport available for Nico, so this is most likely going to be a draw. We see the seer pushing towards the dungeon, which is in this area. How fast can they get the exit gate open is the question. It looks like the gate 90% of the way done. It is open. He's going to spike it. They're going to get out the gate. He needs to hit the seer down before they make it to dungeon. Can the seer get an owl? Nico's going to hide himself from the seer. Beautiful game sense from Nico to go for that. He's not going to, and walks through the pallet, gets the down. That was a huge play from Nico to get that down. Eden doing a great job there, securing that draw as they needed to win this round. But that one play right there is a huge difference in that match. If the seer has an option to stay alive any longer and farm an owl, they're able to get to that dungeon and get a 3-survivor escape. If they're able to get a pallet stun, they're able to get a 3-survivor escape by escaping through that dungeon. Nico with an excellent mind game, walking straight through that pallet, catching the seer off guard. A very, very risky play, but it paid off. And that is going to be the draw for the second half of that round, which means Eden is going to take the first round by a score of 7-2.
Imagine if the sculptor really did not take that risk and the seer was able to time it perfectly and secure a pallet stun that could have been a dungeon escape. So it really does it really does matter to be able to pull off these mind games, because that could be the difference between a win and a draw. So I think it's still looking good on the part of both teams, because they still can come back from this, even if Garden of Eden is already at the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at the statistics from this match, we see that first kite from Chris there, 114 seconds overall. You see how powerful the seer support is with that owl. So Chris would have gone down a lot quicker if it wasn't for the seer owl. And that's exactly why Eden locked it in. Seer's such a strong character at promoting that early kite. And it definitely made a difference in the match. Again, the first kite is so important. How long can you stay alive? How many cipher machines can you get down before that survivor does go down? Again, Nico securing the draw against a good survivor team is exactly what he needs to do here to at least keep Monarch in this race here for advancing. So it's not too bad. We see the seer doing a pretty good kite in the end game, 70 seconds, almost able to make it to the dungeon, but again, nice play from Nico to get that down. I would like to say excellent job from Seiro, a player who's new to playing forward. They have not been playing forward very long, and they were able to go for some excellent support. Even absorbing that one hit while going for that stun was actually fine, because it put the postman in a situation where they're able to transition farther away because of that attack recovery, that worked out in their favor. But again, a good play from Nico to go for that light trick to get that that sneak hit on the postman. We do see 7-2 there in favor of Eden. We see the 4-person elimination from Walmart's Sculptor in the first round being so crucial. And it's looking pretty good for Eden moving into the second round here of this matchup.
Let's not speak too soon about Monarch here. I'm pretty sure they're gonna want to come back from this, try to bring their A game in the next round, especially because they're going to be able to ban the Sculptor, which I am assuming they will do. you really don't want to be dealing anymore with a sculptor in the following rounds, especially because, you know, it is such a dangerous hunter. But that's really going to depend on the map as well. And I do believe they're going to want to pick a survivor-centered map. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean it is going to be Monarch's map selection most likely. So it really depends. What are you expecting to see from Walmart in the second round here? I know Walmart does like to play Breaking Wheel, but it's not one of the hunters I don't think that he plays too often. We have to see. So I don't know. He also plays Bonbon, also plays Violinist, has all those as options. So if you're Eden, do you go for a map that's weak for Breaking Wheel, or do you go for a map that's more favorable for your hunter? We know Nico can play the Breaking Wheel if he would like to do so. But is he actually going to go for that? He also plays Dream Witch. So maybe if you're Monarch here, you go Arms Factory and you ban the Sculptor. That forces Walmart into playing a hunter besides Breaking Wheel and a hunter besides Sculptor because it is banned. If you're going to go Breaking Wheel and Arms as Walmart, you're already putting yourself in an incredibly weak position. So I don't expect to see that at all here from him. So yeah, if you're Eden, I think if you're Monarch here, I think your best selection is probably Arms Factory. Let Nico play round 2 Dream Witch and make Walmart play a hunter that's not quite as strong, such as Violinist or Bonbon.
I'd really be interested to see Violinist and Dream Witch as well, especially because we haven't seen her so far today, at least. So to see her again would be really exciting. I'd be really excited to cast that match, especially because I do believe that Dream Witch still hasn't lost her touch. It depends on the map, but it's really gonna boil down to what map they're gonna want to go for. So putting yourself in the shoes of Monarch, who do you think, which map rather, do you think would they want to pick just to be able to catch up with the points?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't know if Nico actually plans to play Dream Witch. That was just something I was kind of throwing out there. You have to if you're Nico here, you really want to play a hunter that has a lot of winning potential, whether that either has to be Dream Witch or Breaking Wheel. Now I know Dream Witch is a hunter that Nico's more familiar with. He's been playing it for a while, but I know he hasn't really liked to play it as much, especially after the nerf a while back. So and he has been trying to play that Breaking Wheel more often. So do you go for more of a comfort pick with the Dream Witch, or do you go a little bit risky with the Breaking Wheel? In this situation, going for a risky play isn't necessarily bad because you are down by 5 points. So maybe if you're Monarch, you play a map that's good for Breaking Wheel, such as Moonlight River Park or Ever Sleeping Town. But then again, that also favors Walmart in case he would like to play Breaking Wheel. So maybe it's not the best choice. Do you go for a map that's weaker for Eden's hunter, or do you go for a map that's stronger for your hunter? If you're going for a map that's stronger for your hunter, again, you're going to be going with Ever Sleeping or Moonlit. If you're going for a map that's weaker for the opponent's hunter, that's going to be Arms Factory.
So I do believe that we are either going to see Moonlit or Arms Factory. But let's not forget about Ever Sleeping Town, because that is one of the more popular maps, especially in a tournament setting. So we do have those as part of the options. But in terms of our prediction, my own prediction, I would expect to see Arms Factory, if not Ever Sleeping Town. But in terms of my personal preference, I'd like to see Ever Sleeping Town because that is the chance to bring out the Breaking Wheel, and I do want to see the Breaking Wheel yet again, especially in competitive Identity 5. So it does happen from time to time that they listen to us somehow, that they do bring out whoever it is that we prefer. But if you were to pick like just one hunter for Ever Sleeping Town, would it be Breaking Wheel as well, or do you have somebody else in mind?
Oh yeah, Breaking Wheel would definitely make the most sense. Again, it's a map that's good for both hunters. You have to be you kind of have to be careful as if you're Monarch here. If you go Ever Sleeping Town again, it's strong for your hunter, but it's also strong for their hunter as well because both players can actually utilize the breaking wheel. Now, if you go Ever Sleeping Town, it's a little bit interesting because it also allows for Nico to play Dream Witch. Dream Witch is not a bad character for Ever Sleeping Town by any means. The only downside to that is there are 3 characters that Dream Witch loves to ban on this map, and that's Priestess, Seer, and Psychologist. 3 characters that are very strong against Dream Witch, especially on a map where there's areas for a lot of support with the Priestess portals. So if you're Nico here and you want to go Dream Witch and Ever Sleeping, it's very, very risky again because you can only ban 2 of them. If you ban the Psychologist, you ban the Seer, they have the Priestess. If you ban the Priestess and the Seer, they have the Psychologist. So there's just so many factors you have to take into consideration here. So I think if you're Nico, you're probably looking. If you're going Ever Sleeping Town, you're probably looking to play Breaking Wheel. But again, if you go Arms Factory, again, you're looking to play Dream Witch.
Actually, I was also hoping that if Breaking Wheel does get banned, well, that does open the slot for a Sculptor. But if we do push for a round 3 and it does end up in Ever Sleeping, I think I'd also like to somehow see Dream Witch in Ever Sleeping because I do appreciate that some players tell me that it's so easy to play Dream Witch in Ever Sleeping Town. But I guess it's gonna depend too on the lineup of the survivors. But then again, it's really gonna depend on the map. We do have Moonlit and Arms Factory as one of the predictions there. But if ever, I'm hoping it's gonna be Moonlit at least because that is the bigger chance that gives the bigger chance that the Breaking Wheel will get picked.
Yeah, definitely that or Ever Sleeping Town again, both very strong maps for Breaking Wheel. And while Ever Sleeping Town may be a good map for Dream Witch, again, you have to consider character bans. Again, you can't if you're giving a survivor team a priestess against a Dream Witch on Ever Sleeping Town, that's so challenging to deal with. The priestess can kind of Dream Witch very, very easily. Ever Sleeping Dream Witch is very good round 3, very, very good because you can ban again Priestess, Seer, and Psychologist, and you have you're able to play Dream Witch against a team that can that on a good Dream Witch map with characters that don't counter Dream Witch. But if you're again going for Dream Witch round 2 and Ever Sleeping when you don't have the option to ban all 3 of those Dream Witch counters, it's so challenging for us. A coordinated survivor team is very easily able to beat a Dream Witch. When you're able to communicate where those portals are, or you're able to communicate when you need that heal or when you need that owl. It's so hard for a Dream Witch to actually win in that situation unless it is round 3. They can ban those 3 characters instantly. So I think, again, the Sculptors are going to get banned here on both sides. I think we're probably going to see Breaking Wheel get utilized unless Monarch opts to go with the Arms Factory. If we see Ever Sleeping Town or Moonlit, it's going to be Breaking Wheel. Most likely from both hunters, but again, we never know. We could see Dream Witch again from Nico. Arms Factory Dream Witch round 2 is actually fine because Priestess is not very good on that map, and you can actually just ban the Seer and the Psychologist. You don't even have to worry about Priestess because Priestess is so weak on Arms Factory. So round 2, Arms Factory Dream Witch is very good, and then round 3, Ever Sleeping Town Dream Witch is very good. So I would expect Nico to go Dream Witch if it is Arms Factory because you only have to ban Seer and Psychologist. You don't need to ban the Priestess. But on Ever Sleeping Town, you really, really want to be able to ban Priestess because of how strong she is with a coordinated team against a Dream Witch on a map like Ever Sleeping.
Well, if ever it does become Ever Sleeping, just to look at the chat once more because look at these folks are just so active with their predictions. Look at this. They are saying, "Do I smell a Robbie gameplay?" So we haven't seen X-Boy, at least not for today yet. But I'm really excited to see if he's gonna get picked by the hunters. But do we know anything about how the hunters, our current hunters from the teams, are with X-Boy?
Well, Nico plays Axeboy. I don't think Walmart plays Axeboy, but I know Nico does play Axeboy. I also know Slade, which is the second hunter for Eden, also plays Axeboy. In a situation where Monarch is down in points and they really want to try to go for more wins here, Axboy is unlikely. It's not a character we're likely to see because it's pretty much only a tie hunter. Axboy does have win potential simply because you have that path with that presence, the Restless Road, which you can share survivors on other survivor cipher machines because you're able to get around very quickly with those, and you can drag those survivors literally halfway across the map to share them on a cipher machine. And that can be very beneficial in terms of cipher control. Axboy is very fast, can get around very quickly, but Axboy, for the most part, against a good coordinated team, is a draw hunter. It's very hard to win with Axboy, so I highly doubt we'll see Axboy this round, but I could be wrong. But if you're Nico here, my prediction is that he's going to be going for more win hunters, whether that's Streamwitch or Breaking Wheel. And again, it comes down to the map. I'm almost certain that Monarch has map selection here yet again, just because I don't think Monarch would select Red Church round one, and we do know that Eden is a very big fan of Red Church, so that would definitely make a lot of sense there.
So, if it's about Monarch we're talking about, who do you think, or rather, what map do you think they would prefer, if not Red Church? Since you mentioned that Garden of Eden is a fan of Red Church, so of course they're gonna want to use that to their advantage.
Do you mean what map Eden would prefer, or what map Monarch would prefer?
Actually, both.
Okay, well, as we said before, Monarch would prefer, there are three maps in particular that they're most likely to go with. That's Moonlit, Eversleeping, or Arms. Arms Factory if Nico's planning to play Dreamwitch. Moonlit, Eversleeping if he plans to play Breaking Wheel. If you're Eden, it really depends. I think if you're Eden, you really want a map that's good for Breaking Wheel. Walmart's most likely going to be wanting to play Breaking Wheel round 2. So Arms Factory would not be a very strong map for Eden here if Monarch opts to pick it. I think Moonlit and Eversleeping would be very strong for Eden. Walmart does have other hunters. He can play Bonbon or Violinist on Arms Factory, but they're more of draw hunters. It's harder to win with those sort of hunters. In this sort of situation, though, Eden doesn't necessarily need to get wins. They really can kind of draw out these last few rounds and just kind of win that way. So Arms Factory may not be too bad for Eden, but I think maps where Breaking Wheel is very strong could also benefit them. I think overall, all three of those maps that are good for Monarch also kind of benefit Eden, actually, now that I think about it, just because Walmart can play Draw Hunters on Arms Factory and he can play Breaking Wheel on the larger maps. So giving Breaking Wheel map round 2 can be very difficult for Monarch to deal with, and giving Walmart a map where you can play Draw Hunters on Arms Factory can also be difficult because they are currently down in points. They want to be winning here, not going for draws.
That's right. That does make a fine point right there. So I guess it's really just gonna boil down to what the actual picks are gonna be. I do believe that they're gonna push for the best outcome possible when it comes to their map picks. So it's just we're just waiting here to see what those picks are actually gonna be. But again, since we've laid down the predictions and the possible outcomes based on what we know so far about the players, I just want to go back again on what the chat has been mentioning with their insights on what hunters they actually want to see. So it's actually interesting why they are they're favoring the non-meta hunters. I do believe that in tournaments we really want to do push for the meta picks, but it looks like non-meta hunters are especially popular in NAEU server, and that's really interesting for me. And here we are, finally, Ever Sleeping Town. Like you said, one of those predictions, and here it is. Finally, with the Mechanic and Seer being banned by Zeus. It looks like we're not gonna be seeing Nico for now. And now here is Sero locking in the forward and Chris with the Priestess. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, it makes the most sense. Again, forward is one of the most locked in characters in the game. Priestess, incredibly strong on this map. We actually see, yeah, so Zeus is going to be playing Hunter here, so you guys might actually get your wish with the Naiad. Zeus is a Naiad player, although I don't know how much he's used it recently. We are going to see the Sculptor band. He may also play violinist. Zeus is known to be a violinist. He's been the top violinist for many, many seasons, actually. One of the very experienced violinists. Oh, Zeus is playing Breaking Wheel. I actually did not see this coming. I've never seen Zeus play Breaking Wheel before, and I actually know him pretty well, so this was a huge surprise for me.
Finally, we get to see that Breaking Wheel. I am a Breaking Wheel fan, apart from the Feaster, but yes, I'm really excited to see how this is gonna play out, especially because this is such an interesting lineup we have right here. And then now I'm beginning to understand why the Priestess wasn't banned, because yes, indeed, the Breaking Wheel is immune to those stuns in wheel form. And then we have a patient yet again and a coordinator as well. Amazing. Now let's get started with Zeus here, spawning at the corner house and quickly transitioning towards the big gate. And here is the hero, I believe.
Yeah, this is a bit of an unfortunate find for Zeus. You don't want to find the rescuer first. Does find the patient. This is not a bad target for them here. And it looks like he is able to get a quick spike on patient, who's Faye, actually a player who is substituted in here. It looks like substituting in for Websies. And yeah, we'll see what Faye's able to do in this area with this patient. What they're going to do essentially is they're going to loop this window. Oh, actually, we're going to see Zeus get out of wheel form here, trying to trap. Goes for that trap there. Can he get the hook hit on the patient? Gets the hit before they're able to get the hook off. You saw Faye trying to go for that there, but Zeus able to prevent that. Beautiful hit from Zeus here. He's going to get back into wheel form. He has those extended spikes to work with and doesn't use them, actually. And he does fall down here, which means Faye can actually transition away here, but is kind of stuck in a bad area. We're going to see he's able to dodge that there, but does get that spike in time before he's able to get through that portal.
A nice placement of the portal right there. I'm kind of wondering why he hasn't gone through it already. Oh, there's that portal juke. Nicely done, especially because this is such an important window right here at the graveyard area, and that'll give Faye. Oh, wow, nice dodge of the trap right there, using that grappling hook right there just to be able to establish some distance. And I think this is such an efficient kite so far, because there are only 4 ciphers remaining and 2 are about to get done. And it looks like the forward is already repositioning himself to be able to provide some assistance. It's not the first one to rescue the patient at the chair near the fake gate.
We are going to see, it looks like Zero, as you said, Kahel the forward coming in for this rescue here. Can Zeus find the patient? Oh, does find the forward early on here. This is a pretty good game sense from him to acknowledge where the rescue is coming from. Able to get that hit with the extended spikes as well. So it looks like Zero's the only one. Oh, cuts off the dash with the wheel there. Zero's not able to make this rescue. It looks like Priestess is going to have to go for it. Can they get it before half? And they are able to get it in time, but the ideal rescuer being that forward, unable to get it. There's the blink, gets the down, and that is, again, the downside for the Priestess rescuing. No tide turner, no last effort available, so that it turns into a farm situation where the patient gets farmed off the chair, and it's not going to be as much time wasted as the Eden survivors would like to see.
Really nice use of blink right there. And again, Zeus taking advantage of the Breaking Wheel's mobility, trying to provide pressure for the forward. Oh, but it looks like he is exhausting his football just to be able to do that rescue. Oh, nice body block right there, takes the hit. And I do think that the patient just might be able to, oh my goodness. He made it. He made it towards that portal in the end. And since this is the Breaking Wheel, I do believe that he will be able to make up for that distance right there with this mobility, even if they really will try to heal the patient right here.
No chance here of getting that patient up. That's the speed of Breaking Wheel, making it all the way to the patient in seconds. Priestess, one of the fast healers, not even able to make it in time. Zeus looking like at least a draw for the situation. Does can go ahead and now take down that portal. This is where things actually get difficult for going against the Breaking Wheel. You have your forward down. That impact is in effect. For those who don't know, impact is a trait that a lot of Breaking Wheels carry. It makes it so they heal slower. And I think Zeus most likely brought it here. A lot of Breaking Wheels do bring impact. So they're going to go ahead and get this forward up to full health. This is where Breaking will get scary. One Cypher machine still remaining, they have to finish it, and Zeus can constantly go back and forth between these remaining Cyphers and try to pressure them all down.
Well, the saving grace with this is that these Cyphers are really far apart. They do have that one Cypher there at No Man's Land. Then again, this is the Breaking Wheel, and he can make it from point A to point B in just like that. And now here he is at No Man's Land, as I said. So how are they gonna make up for this?
Yeah, if you're Eden, you need to split these last Cyphers in. You have two Cyphers in your corner house. Those are very close to each other, so you have to be very careful of that. So you're most likely going to try to split these Cyphers. Zeus giving up on the forward. He acknowledges, I don't have to chase this forward. I don't really need to get this forward down. Forward is the slowest decoder on this comp, so if I chase forward, I'll let them go ahead and decode a little bit. That's fine. He's going to go through this portal. Does he see the Priestess is able to catch sight of Chris here, which is going to be a little bit of a challenging fight. He's going to get that first fight. He gets the portal off before the full presence activates. Beautiful play from Chris, and he's going to be able to make it into this corner house area with only one spike, which means he's not one shot.
Right, and speaking of that last Cypher right there at No Man's Land, it's already being decoded, so amazing gameplay on the part of Chris here, but it looks like Zeus knows that this is already what's happening and is now going to defend that Cypher at No Man's Land. Oh, watch out for the tram, but it looks like they are just staying on top of it. Both teams are doing their very best to be able to secure this draw. Amazing kiting on Zero here, tight kiting the breaking wheel and avoiding those spikes. Wow!
Unfortunate for Zeus there, the extended spikes actually ran out right before he got the spike on him, which means he only gets one. He's going to be forced to snap, and he actually misses the snap. The forward a little bit out of range there, unfortunately, and that means he's not going to be able to get that chip hit that he wanted on the forward, so he's going to be forced to transition back to the Cypher. Eden playing this very well, very safe. You do see Chris has that portal set up. Beautiful move from Chris to do that there and make it up the stairs. This Priestess has been playing quite well this match, and it looks like he's going to be forced again to transition back towards the forward. And the forward Cypher almost done, but beautiful communication from Eden to acknowledge that this breaking wheel is transitioning parties back to the forward, and he has already left and gotten to a stronger kiting area.
That's right, and if he does decide to go back and forth between these two Cyphers, that the advantage to that is that they're so far apart. So, oh, there's that Cypher pop. They were able to do it successfully, and now I think Zeus will try to make for the high school gate right here, especially because there are two survivors in that area. But it looks like they've caught wind of that already and are already going towards the middle of the map, not towards that other gate to secure the sky. Look, both gates are being opened at the moment.
He has caught, is after the coordinator here. Will he switch to excitement? No. I actually expected Zeus to trump card to excitement there and try to guarantee that down, guarantee that draw, but it looks like he's gonna not go for that. He possibly doesn't have trump card as well. He could have an up left build, and it looks like we're gonna see the coordinator drop down. Where's the dungeon though? That really comes down to where that is. And Zeus has maybe lost sight of the coordinator. That could be a problem. Coordinator pushing towards that dungeon, and it looks like this might be a 3 survivor escape. Zeus is maybe gonna go back into that wheel form, trying to catch up to the coordinator in time. I don't think they're gonna be able to make it.
Oh my goodness! If she does
she's gonna make it to the dungeon, and that is a 3 survivor escape for Eden, just like that.
Wow! Amazing gameplay on the part of Eden. Amazing coordination and rotation in that end game. And I do believe that the flare gun shot by the coordinator right there really did speak volumes as to how they plan to do that dungeon escape. And the fact that the breaking wheel stayed at the bottom of the corner house and allowing the coordinator right there to just stay there to trigger the earmark, that actually gave the priestess and the forwards the time to open that gate. Amazing. I like how they planned this out, and shout outs to Zero, by the way. Amazing use of the football here, 116 seconds, and was also able to pull off a rescue and an amazing body block. Amazing. Wow, I'm saying amazing too much. It's just that I am in complete awe of what I just saw here. This is some impressive gameplay. Eli, talk to me. What are you thinking?
This is going to be very challenging for Monarch now to come back in this. Eden with an incredible job from the survivor side this time around. Again, it's a situation where Monarch's going to need to get at least 3 survivors out to force a last round. 7-2 isn't a huge deficit. If Monarch is able to get a 3 survivor escape here and tie things up, then 7-2 is still a possibility. It's a lot easier to do than 8-1, than 10-0, which we've seen throughout this tournament so far. So again, Nico getting a draw in that first round was so crucial because it puts Monarch in a situation where they can still get a draw for this round and potentially get a 7-2 win in the last round. Yeah, if you're Monarch, again, you have to win here. We're going to be seeing a lot of those characters we talked about that are very strong for the endgame kites, very strong at securing the dungeon escapes. I think from Walmart here, if Walmart is playing Hunter, Breaking Wheel would make the most sense in terms of this map, but in terms of the situation where Walmart only needs to get a draw, we may see more of a draw hunter, like a Bonbon possibly.
Well, I will be looking forward really to seeing that Bonbon and that draw as well. But putting myself in the mind of the hunter here, I'm really gonna want to secure that 4-man kill, just to be able to solidify that win and allow the team to advance to the semifinals. So I'm really excited as to what the picks and bans are going to be for this match. I do hope to see a breaking wheel again, but you did say that we could potentially see a Bonbon. But if we do see another breaking wheel, that'd be really fun to watch. Then again, I think I'd appreciate a Bonbon match as well, especially because he is a chip damage hunter as well, and he does have the ability to counter the seer at least if he does find him first, given that the mechanic and the priestess will again be banned.
Yeah, most likely, and that's why that's the reason why I was saying we're most likely. There's a good chance we do see Bonbon just because Walmart doesn't need to go for more than a draw. If Walmart gets a draw here, Eden wins straight up. They win 2 rounds in a row. They got a 3 survivor escape. A draw here on the Hunter side would get them the win, and that would allow them to advance. So Walmart doesn't need to go for any excessive of course, getting a 4-person elimination is always nice, but it isn't really necessary. Again, you just need a draw to move on here. So I think Bonbon is a good character for that. Typically, we would see Bloody Queen being a good draw character, but this is a map that's very difficult for Bloody Queen. We saw it earlier, in the B4U versus ICT matchup. Sprinter being one of the best hunters on the North America European server, actually losing as Bloody Queen, a hunter that's known for getting the draws. ICT able to take down Sprinter's Bloody Queen. So that's really the downside to playing Bloody Queen on this map. It's so hard to mirror. There's so many buildings that can be very challenging to mirror around. And that's why we're most likely not going to see Bloody Queen here, and I don't even know if Walmart plays Bloody Queen, so Bonbon would be a logical choice, but Walmart is known to be a very ambitious hunter. Most likely will be playing the Breaking Wheel as well, just because he loves to play those type of hunters here. Let's see what he opts to go with.
Well, since you did mention that he is an ambitious hunter, perhaps this will be the time to finally give the chat what they want and bring out those non-meta hunters. You did say that he just needs to manage a draw. We could be seeing Axe-Boy, we could be seeing Nayad, we could be seeing other hunters, but in terms of diversity, I think if we're not going for the meta picks, at least for this match, I think I really would like to see Nayad, if not the Axe-Boy. How do you think Nayad is at full potential here in Ever Sleeping Town?
It's hard to say. There are better maps, in my opinion, for Nayad. I think it's not a bad map for her. There's a lot of pallets that survivors can kind of tight kite around, whether those the pallets in the middle of the map, whether it's the pallets with those 1 windows, we call 11, because of the 11 shape that it makes in those alleyways. So Nayad can be good in some of those areas because she can loop that area. But again, on a map where transition kiting is so strong, Moonlit River Park, it's a little bit easier for Nayad because the pallets are so spread out and so far apart. Ever Sleeping Town's really good for transitioning to new areas because the areas are, for the most part, a little bit closer. So for Nayad, it can be a bit challenging, as well as the graveyard area can be challenging for Nayad because you're forced as a Nayad to vault that graveyard window. if you're Naiad and you're chasing a survivor towards graveyard, the survivor vaults into graveyard, then the Naiad has to pull back that trident and then vault it, because Naiad cannot, of course, vault while they're in their fast moving form while the trident's out. So yeah, it's a bit of it's an interesting situation. Naiad is strong in some parts of this map, but also weaker in some other areas. So Naiad may be a logical choice, again, in a situation where you need a draw. Naiad's a good draw hunter, especially because of how weak Bloody Queen would be. Bloody Queen, of course, the most logical character for getting a draw, but on a map like Ever-Sleeping Town, not very strong. So Naiad could definitely come out here. I don't know if Walmart plays Naiad, but if he does here, we might see it get utilized.
Okay, for so much for Naiad, but what about Axe Boy? He's also particularly interesting because you also said that he can secure those ties, and since we know that Bacon is gonna want to go for a tie, do we have any data on him actually using Axe Boy?
I don't believe he plays Axe Boy from what I know. Yeah, it's unlikely we're going to see Axe Boy from him. I don't think he plays Axe Boy. I do know, again, I know that Nico plays Axe Boy, and I know that Slade, the other hunter on Eden, plays Axe Boy, but Eden did already make a substitution on the survivor side, so if I'm mistaken, I don't believe they can substitute the hunter in as well in the same round, I think is how that rule works. So I think they're forced to go with Walmart here because they did substitute Faye in for Websies in the last round on the survivor side. So yeah, it's going to be Walmart almost 100% here if I have the rule correctly. So I think we're going to see, I don't think Walmart plays Axe Boy from what I know. I think his remaining hunters are Violinist, Breaking Wheel, and the Bonbon.
Violinist would be interesting as well, but with all that transition kiting that can be done in Ever Sleeping, there might be better choices. But it's because it's Ever Sleeping. If it were a different map, I'm sure it would have been an entirely different story. But I really would be interested also to see that violinist. But having this conversation so far, I think we really are going to lean towards that Bonbon pick. So now that we've encircled that, what do you think is the best possible lineup if it's in Ever Sleeping Town?
Well, again, you have to consider Bonbon and Breaking Wheel. So if the survivors are planning to go against a Bonbon, we're going to see Priestess. We're going to see them want to go for the Mechanic, but it should be getting banned most likely here. Although Mechanic is known for getting a draw survivor, not really a winning one, so maybe he gives him as an option now. Looks like we're going to see Seer. Oh, actually banning Seer. So this heavily indicates Cord's Breaking Wheel. Not seeing Priestess banned. If we saw a Priestess banned, that would most likely be Bonbon. But the fact that they're giving them the Priestess, a character that isn't quite as strong against the Breaking Wheel, is almost 100% indicating Breaking Wheel here from Walmart. We're going to see Min and America locking in Priestess and Forward here. Forward is going to be the key here. Can the Monarch survivors utilize the Forward effectively against this Breaking Wheel to push for a win? We see Psychologist again. Psychologist seems like a very interesting character to be used because it's so weak against Bonbon and so weak against the Breaking Wheel. But yeah, it looks like Monarch going right back to it, and Gravekeeper, and there's the Breaking Wheel from Walmart.
I think they really did predict that Bacon would want to use Breaking Wheel, and that's why they selected the Gravekeeper. Let's see how they intend to counter this with the shovel. And now here we are at the graveyard with Bacon transitioning towards the Dancing Geisha. Oh, I think this is the optimum find of the day. Finding the Psychologist, like you said, she's very weak against the Breaking Wheel. He's gonna have to transition to a better area, but it's making use of these windows so far and pulling off a decent kite. I hope she maintains this until they are able to decode at least 3 ciphers. But look, already one spike has been landed, and she's doing a great job so far.
Yeah, beautiful moves from Karis, avoiding every one of these spikes. The only downside to this is you do have, another avoidance there from Karis. Excellent job. You see, Forward actually is decoding next to the Hunter. This is reasonable. Forward harassing in the early game is always very strong, but it does run the risk of you taking that spike as the Forward. We're going to see them get out of the wheel form. There goes for the stun. and does not get the stun, unfortunately, for Monarch there. He's going to eat a free hit. That is very, very suboptimal for the survivors, and Walmart in a very good position. We're going to see him throw that trap, blocking off that window, and Karis does get trapped by it, and she's going to get blink terror shock. That feeds extra presence to the Hunter. That's very good for the survivors, and we're going to see him go back into wheel pump and try to pressure down this forward because Breaking Wheel is so weak against that forward harassment.
That's right, and had Pierce made it through that window, that would have extended the kite once more, but again, was not expecting that blink terror shock. Amazing gameplay on the part of Bacon right here. I thought it was a strong start for the survivors, but it looked like he's making it just fine. Look at that. Was able to down not just the psychologist, but the forward as well. Amazing stuff, Bacon.
We're going to see the psychologist get back up, though. They are going to get healed by that psychologist heal. In fact, 2 Cypher machines down here, so this is looking like a draw for Monarch, but they need to win, so this is going to be very challenging. We do have the forward. I'm not quite sure how much football is left, but I don't think a whole lot. They have utilized quite a bit of it. And it looks like we're going to see Yu the Gravekeeper coming in, not using the shovel, which means that they're going to take 2 spikes immediately. This rescue could get stuffed. There's the trap, and we're going to see the Gravekeeper go down. Yeah, Gravekeeper needs to use that shovel against a full presence sculpted there. Did not go for it, though, and that's going to be the stuff of the rescue. And all of a sudden, Walmart has put himself in a winning position.
That's right. I was actually also wondering why the shovel wasn't used. Otherwise, that could have been an entirely different story. But look at the priestess already making her way for the rescue. I'm assuming that one is also going to want to come around for the Gravekeeper as well. Now, Bacon will try to defend her. Defend him, rather. Look, all of the survivors have been able have escaped to the chair, but forward is going back to the manor already. 3 ciphers remaining. How is this looking so far, Eli?
Again, all Walmart needs to do is secure 1 more kill, and this will be the win for Eden. This is looking incredibly strong for the Breaking Wheel. We see the transition targets to the Psychologist, who has already used their self-heal. We're most likely going to see him down this Psychologist and just leave them on the ground, because self-heal is not available again. In a situation where a Breaking Wheel slugs a survivor and they don't have self-heal, a lot of Breaking Wheels build Insolence, and when you build to that left side of the Persona Web, you have what's called Aftershock, which makes it so they can only self-heal to 60% instead of the normal 90. We're going to see him go for that swing there. Beautiful move from Karis, able to avoid that, staying alive here, but this is such a difficult situation to cut.
That's right, and but still, she's still able to do a good job right there, avoiding the traps. Then again, it is a dangerous area after all, and now she will be cheered, which puts a lot of pressure on the survivors here because they have 3 ciphers left to work with. So I'm not sure how this is gonna play out, but they really need to be careful with how they delegate the tasks. And now here we have for finally using the shovel and pulling off what seems to be an amazing kite. Oh, the use of Peeper.
Yeah, he did trump card into Peeper a while back there. He's going to make it to this window, and he's going to be able to transition away here, but I don't think the shovel is going to come back online before he's able to get this down. We're going to use this trap to slow down the Gravekeeper, and that's going to allow him to get it down there. They were able to rescue the Psychologist, and they're taking their time to heal, but that's still 3 ciphers remaining, and it looks like he's going to drop Peeper. Actually, this might reveal the location of the healing, possibly a little bit out of range here, and he's going to chair the Gravekeeper for the first time.
That's right, and actually they are able to pull off that heal, which is pretty good on the part of the survivors. They still can get this ciphers going, but I do believe that Bacon here will be defending this chair with all his might, especially because he is defending from a priestess, and I'm sure he has predicted this already with the use of the Peeper.
My mistake here. Gravekeeper on chair for the second time. Oh, gets the shovel canceled. For those of you who didn't see that, Gravekeeper actually went for a shovel, but the spike canceled the shovel before he was able to get the animation off. So the Gravekeeper is going to be sent back to the manor here. Still 3 ciphers remaining. The draw is 100% secured now for Walmart. This will guarantee Eden moving on to the next round of competition. We're going to see the Monarch survivors actually go ahead and play this out. He's able to find the Psychologist here, and is going to go ahead and chase after them.
Right, and now here she is, still still extending that effort, going towards that window just to be able to do some containment here. Oh, nice use of that window vault there, but it looks like he's gotten that gotten a hold of the trap. And we do know that the priestess has 2 spikes on her, so all that's left is for Bacon here to just go towards her and down her, because that paper is really gonna put a lot of that paper. Actually, she hasn't. She won't be able to heal, if I'm not mistaken. She has used it before, so there's no healing for her anymore. So I guess that paper is for when the priestess does circle around to try to heal her.
Is going to go after this priestess. Yeah, does know the psychologist doesn't have self-heal. Again, Walmart doesn't need to push for anything like a 4K here because they've already secured the win, Eden here. But it looks like going to go for it anyway. We're going to see this trap being thrown towards this pallet here. Going to throw the pallet down. Goes for the snap, actually, which gives the priestess a bit of a speed boost. Going for that portal and not able to get it off in time. Beautiful hit there from Walmart. That's going to be the 4% elimination here for Garden of Eden. And this will advance Eden to the next round of competition.
Congratulations to Garden of Eden. A job well done, not only on the part of the survivors, but of the hunter as well. Top tier gameplay right there. It never really does fail to impress me. And again, you said that all Bacon has to do is secure a draw, but he went above and beyond and secured a 4-man kill just to solidify that win and place him on the map when it comes to the whole tournament in general, and that's just amazing. I'm actually excited to see the match stats. But what can you say so far with what we've just seen?
Yeah, beautiful gameplay from the breaking wheel. Again, a situation you only need a draw. It would be logical to play more of a drawing hunter. Breaking wheel is a hunter that has more win potential rather than draw potential in comparison to like Bon. But yeah, it still works out in their favor. Incredible gameplay from Walmart there, and it really goes to show why Ever-Sleeping Town is so strong for breaking wheel. You saw in the first half of that round, Zeus in a very good draw position, but the survivors were able to push for in with that dungeon, and you see breaking wheel really coming out on top. A 4% elimination here in this one. So yeah, it goes to show again, Ever-Sleeping Town. They were really going for a map that's comfortable for Monarch's Hunter. They acknowledged going Ever-Sleeping Town, it's going to give a good map for Eden as well in terms of their hunter, but we're trying to make our hunter have the advantage. But unfortunately, it didn't quite work out in their favor. And yeah, Eden taking round number 2 here and is going to be advancing to tomorrow.
Yes, but let's definitely not take away from the teams that will not be able to advance. Of course, we want to see more of you in the tournaments to come. And like Poch and Grizzly were saying, this is an opportunity to learn. So let's definitely appreciate what they've put to the table so far. We really appreciate the effort that you have exerted just to be able to advance in the tournament, and we're really proud of the top 8. Thank you for that. These amazing matches. It's been such a pleasure to cast them so far.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, Eden will be advancing. So we have our how our next 2 matchups are going to look here. And it's going to be for tomorrow. We're going to have the semifinals and then the finals. It's going to be Garden of Eden versus Fusion. That's going to be a very exciting matchup as well.
Yes.
As well as the big rivalry, Legacy versus B4U. That's going to be one that I think everybody's going to be looking forward to, myself included. That's going to be very, very close. Should be down to the wire. So we're going to see who is able to advance moving forward from there. Looking at the match stats here, we do have. Yeah, again, very good containment time from the psychologist, able to stay alive for a while. You saw the early game from the psychologist, looping that singular window over near the dancing geisha area was so strong, but unfortunately, the forward went for a risky play. It did not quite pay off. If they were able to get that stun, it would have put them in a beautiful position. By them, I mean Monarch, but unfortunately, forward did eat that hit there. And the psychologist got stuck in a bit of a rough area. They were able to trap at that window and make it so the hunter was able to get the down on the psychologist utilizing that blink.
Yes, I was about to say that was such an amazing terror shock, blink terror shock right there on the part of Bacon. And now here we have the match results. we're seeing a point difference in this, but this really speaks volumes about the determination of Garden of Eden to advance to the semifinals. But again, Monarch, still with such an amazing effort, really did provide that pressure to Garden of Eden as well. It's really not easy going up against, fellow top tier players, but even so, the use of strategy and just that critical thinking is what will be the difference between win and lose. And now, congratulations to Bacon, by the way, being awarded MVP with average remaining cipher of 2.5. Wow, that just that just tells us that he's able to do that cipher pressure and an average elimination of 4 as well, just like in the previous match. I'm really excited to see these teams against each other tomorrow. What can you say, Eli?
Yeah, again, 2.5 ciphers remaining really goes to show that, in the first round, 2 cipher machines remaining, in the second round, 3. It goes to show that the Survivors weren't able to get that close to even pushing for the end game. That's how strong the Breaking Wheel and the Sculptor was from Walmart here. So very, very impressive. Again, going against Monarch, one of the top teams on the server as well, it's very impressive gameplay from Walmart. Again, Walmart's known to be a survivor player, not necessarily a hunter, and coming out and playing hunter of this level is very surprising, but also very, very nice to see. Excellent job from Eden for developing this player into a hunter, because again, they've been performing so well throughout this tournament. So yeah, beautiful job from them. And let's see what they opt to go with tomorrow. Again, Eden has 2 hunters to utilize. They have Slade and they have Walmart. We didn't see Slade come out yet today, but possibly could get used tomorrow. Slade, again, known for more non-meta hunters, probably will play the later rounds. They have the Axe Boy available, the Anne, the Ripper, characters that a lot of you would love to see. But again, Walmart playing the meta here, bringing out the Sculptor and the Breaking Wheel for these first 2 rounds in this best of 3 sort of situation.
So let's just take a look at what we've seen so far in the matchups. We've seen B4U advance. We've seen Legacy advance as well. So this is really exciting because here are today's results.
Yeah, so B4U, again, coming out on top over Inception. A highly anticipated matchup, one that a lot of people were looking forward to. But B4U really coming out and surprising. I was actually expecting Inception and B4U to be a very down-to-the-wire close matchup, but B4U playing incredibly strong, able to take the victory over Inception in 2 rounds, which, yeah, very good job from them. Legacy versus Iron Thorns. Legacy, known to be one of the strong teams. Iron Thorns coming out to play their best here. They did put up a good show, able to get a point off of Legacy, who's such a strong team.
Yes.
Is a very good testament to their skill and them coming up in this competitive gameplay. But Legacy able to take the win there by a score of 18-1. So Legacy and B4U really showing their skills, going 2-0 in both of their rounds. Yeah, again, we're going to have a very exciting matchup from them tomorrow.
I'm really excited to see how this is going to play out, especially because, like you said, this is going to be a tight race between these teams. And now here we have the matches that we've had between you and me. Like, we have Fusion and Week 0 taking that win, as well as Garden of Eden and Monarch, what we've just witnessed. I'm really excited as well for these 2 teams when they face against each other in the semifinals. Again, we are expecting tight scores right here. More round 3s, more picks, more bans, more chances to diversify and get creative with your picks. And like we keep on saying, we live for this stuff. This is what we want to see. We do appreciate the meta. We know that this is what players need to do just to be able to rack in those points. But when they do veer towards non-meta, that's when it starts to get interesting. So here is the bracket so far. We're close. We're close to the championship, you guys. Do send your love and support for the participating teams. B4U, LCY, Fusion, and Garden of Eden. I'm sure they're gonna want to feel that love and support from the chat. Don't forget to support the stream, like and share, and do encourage your friends, especially the ones who are participating in the semifinals. So Yeah.
I was gonna say again tomorrow we're gonna have those two semifinal matches, B4U versus Legacy, which is gonna be a very very close matchup. Again, Fusion versus Eden also very close. The winner of those two matches will play in the finals right after that. We're gonna be able to finish everything up tomorrow. It's gonna be very exciting and very close matchup between these teams. I'm really looking forward to who will take the winning title here in NAEU.
That's right. And since we've seen 4 matches so far, we're about to see 2 matchups tomorrow as well as the finals. So do stay tuned for that. We're really excited for that. But for now, we will be closing the stream. And it's a wrap, guys. Like you're saying in the chat, thank you so much for sticking with us until now. And we'll see you tomorrow for more Identity 5 action here at IVT NAEU 2021. Thank you all.
Ha 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 ha!